Hello everyone and welcome in here to Auckland, New Zealand, the birthplace of Flesh and Blood, the city of sales, as you join us for the Silver Age Sunday Showdown. We are post the first ever community benchings and we're going to find out what you, the players, think. I'm Hayden Dale, joined alongside Uhyoung Choi, one of Legend Story Studios' very own development team. Uhyoung, great to be alongside you here calling this one.
I'm so excited to be here. You know, James White accidentally left the dev room doors unlocked, so I got to sneak out, come to an event, experience the energetic excitement that is always in a tournament space. So I am so excited to be here, see how the meta develops, and just see some great games.
Yeah, and of course, the thing is, community benchings. This is the first time we've had it in the Silver Age format. We've got three heroes that we will not be seeing here this weekend. There's, of course, Ira, KO, Kano, and Uhyoung, I just want to set the stage a little bit. Can you talk to us a little bit about how these benchings work and what we won't see today in this showdown?
Exactly. So the community gets to vote every season on who gets benched. And so those benchings really help shape and define a metagame. And this is going to be the first showdown since those first benchings. So I'm just so excited to see how those sort of meta-dominant heroes, such as, like, for example, KO leaving the format and like Kano leaving the format, how that sort of influences this metagame, especially with the return of Chain. The King is back, very exciting. And the foretold dominant performance of Briar. I'm excited to see if there's big answers out there to sort of answer those aggressive decks.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say all eyes on Briar this weekend and what our competitors come up with to tackle the behemoth that is. And, you know, as you said, Chain back in the meta. The first time we could be seeing Chain in a Silver Age feature match this weekend. But Chain's not the only thing that's here this weekend. This is, of course, the very first weekend of Omens of the Third Age being legal for constructed play. Do you think maybe we might see some Omens cards down in our feature match area?
Yeah, I was sort of playing some Silver Age Silver Age side events yesterday, talking to some players, and let me tell you, there is an Oscilio player out there with essentially 70% new cards from Omens, and he believes he has a 100-0 matchup into Briar. And I'm so excited to see if he is telling the truth.
Yeah, I loved seeing as well many players cracking open those pre-constructed Silver Age decks, including some of our devs in the room yesterday. Now, of course, we also, alongside this Showdown Sunday, also have the calling going on, and we'll be bringing you updates from that as things happen. Players are drafting right now, but we are focused on Silver Age. It is all new with these community benchings. The format is definitely changing. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at what you're in store for on the stream today? As you see there, we've got 6 rounds of Swiss that we'll be playing in the Silver Age event before we go ahead and get down to the nitty-gritty Uhyoung, and we cut down to our top 8. And of course, we do have a giveaway on the stream. As always, it is that special alternate art drinking buddy. You might have seen those content creators promos out there. This, however, is a cold foil version that you can only pick up by being tuned into the stream. And of course, Uhyoung, stamped by your very own hands, I heard.
Yes, both my blood, sweat, and tears have gone. No, the amazing production team has put on those beautiful hot stamps, and honestly, I kind of want one, but I've been told I cannot have one. They're very, very exclusive.
But the way you can get one is getting into the comment section on this stream drawn after our finals. You take a look there as well. There it is in all its glory with that hot stamp. Only available, as you see, giveaways on every World Tour stream. And we've got many, many more World Tour streams in store for you. Stay tuned for that. I want to go ahead now and take a look at what our players are playing for today here at the Silver Age Showdown in Auckland. You see there a real big upgrade. The 5K of prizes given away now on these Sunday Showdowns here on the World Tour. You see 1,500 for first place, all the way down to 16th place as well. You make a run, come in with a decent record there. You're going to walk away with some cash in this event.
Exactly, and not only the cash, World Tour points up for grabs as well. 4 points for first. I mean, those are definitely substantial points that can have an impact on that race. So no slouch here coming to the points that you can earn.
Yeah, and we're still early on in our World Tour Player of the Year race, of course. We're not even at Pro Tour number 2 for the year. We're heading to Vegas very shortly. National season is just around the corner, but we know we've got Globetrotters in the room here. Brody Spurlock's here this weekend. We've got Jacob Clemens here this weekend. We've got a lot of players who are fighting across the showdown and the calling for those World Tour points. Yeah. Now, we'll go ahead and take a look in at upcoming events. Perhaps you want to... But you see there as well, Blossom of Spring, before we do that.
Can't
as well.
Forget about the gold foil Blossom of Springs. Some might say it is the tunic of the Silver Age format. Honestly, this card
is that what you'd say?
That's exactly what I'd say. You know, I think it's just such a staple of the metagame. And why not just have it in gold foil in your collection?
Yeah, of course. As well, Pro Tour invitations up there as well. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at what's coming up in the World Tour, what future we'll be seeing as well. Perhaps you want to tune in some streams and get your hands on some of those drinking buddy promos. Exactly. The World Tour continues. Coming up, US Nationals is next weekend, folks. Make sure you are tuning in for that one. We are going to be launching the Classic Constructed format with Omens of the Third Age in style. Of course, there is a CC the Showdown Silver Age, and the Calling is Omen sealed draft. So lots to play for on that weekend. Any early predictions from you, Uyyoung?
Ooh, I want to leave it up to the room, you know, just see what these sort of pro players bring to the table, because I feel like as a dev, I have an idea of what might be there. But, you know, I just want to see what the players
Okay,
bring.
fair enough. I have my early predictions. I'm excited to see what we might see from something like Ziggy entering this format. We go ahead and we go into July after our national season. We are off to Shinjuku for that Classic Constructed calling. And then the big one. 2 big events in the space of basically a month. We've got Pro Tour Las Vegas. We're back in the US. Classic Constructed Omens Draft.
Yeah, and even if you aren't participating in sort of the key hallmark events at these events, they all have a Silver Age Showdown attached to them. So if you watch the stream today, you might get some insights into that Silver Age meta as it develops to give you an edge in those showdowns.
100%. We move on after that. We're off to Hamburg in Germany, then Kansas City. Seoul for Set 20, the world premiere. That is the big one. That is what I am most excited about. I mean, I'm excited to be in Vegas. I'm excited for US Nationals. But we're both going to be there in Korea.
Exactly. I am so excited for Seoul, my hometown, my old stomping ground between the ages of 3 and 6, when I used to just really, you know, walk the streets dominating in my element. And I am so excited to be back in Seoul, not only just to see the city, the beautiful city and the food and the amazing things to witness there, but just to see more flesh and blood in Korea. I mean, and Set 20.
Yes, at 20, a big one. Well, Uyyoung, I'll be looking to you to be my tour guide, because you're clearly so experienced in understanding all of these sites to see in Seoul. We might see some playgrounds in there, perhaps.
Some might say we might become great drinking buddies.
Well,
in Seoul.
Okay. Well, I would look forward to it. Bilbao, of course, we've got our Set 20 Limited calling there, off to Kyoto, Mexico City, and then we head to Paris for the World Championships. There you see those Set 20, that world premiere. That is one not to miss out on. And the big one to end the year, of course, is Paris. November 5th to 8th for the World Championships. We are back in France for that one. Uyyoung, I want to ask you, Silver Age.
Yeah.
So much has been spoken about this, you know, the community benchings, and this is the first time we're seeing it. You know, the devs made the call first time around by giving Chain the boot.
Yes.
Chain's back. Do you think we might see much of Chain? You know, there's been a lot of discussion about Briar specifically, but not the only Rune Blade. We've got Aurora, we've got New Aurora, we've got Chain back, of course. Is it all Briar, or do you think these other Rune Blades have a role to play as well this weekend?
Yeah, I think Chain definitely is a very powerful force to be reckoned with in the metagame. But due to the sort of the recent bannings, I'm curious to see if many players actually adopted sort of the new Chain builds, had enough time to test. Because it is still so early days, I feel like many players may default to sort of that comfort pick of Briar and make Briar that dominant force that needs to be answered by the rest of the metagame. So I'm really excited to see how it shapes up, what strategies, what tech cards that people have bought to really challenge this sort of perceived boogeyman of the format, Briar.
Yeah, and Silver Age is a format that, of course, is newer to us. You saw it on the stage firsthand in Yokohama for the very first time. And if we flash back to that event, all the conversation was about KO, was about Ira. And then once we got into Pro Tour Yokohama, notoriously one Ira making that top 8, a lot of Icelanders, a lot of Guardians, people were just so quick to start to mess around with things, start to brew, start to find ways to tackle the format, and did such a great job of it. And I'm excited to see as we progress into, we've got showdowns at all of these World Tour stops, exactly how the Silver Age format is going to unfold, and, players looking for ideas to take it into your local armory. Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown of exactly how Silver Age works, and what if you want to get into it, how do you go and get into it? Well, the best way is go and get these Chapter 1 and now 2 Silver Age decks in your local game stores.
Exactly, and may I vouch for the strength of these decks. I played that Dash Silver Age Precon, went an amazing 3-0 into an unfortunate 1 loss, but these decks are powerful. It was all RNG, man. I would have won if I draw more blues.
Boosted the wrong cards. I'm so sorry.
But these Silver Age decks are no joke. They have a lot of power packed into them, a lot of room for maybe improvements, tweaks that you might see depending on the metagame. But these are such a solid place to start, and I would vouch for many of them.
Yeah,
not all.
I played an armory event recently, busted out the Bravo Flattering Showman armory, the stage deck, and got straight into it with that, and then actually took some of those cards and put them into my Terror deck actually straight afterwards. So a great base there, and of course you can see a number of new heroes branching out as we go ahead and looking at Chapter 3, which is our latest heroes. Gravy Bones, Briar, of course, Bolton, Lyeth. But one I really want to touch on is Blaze being sort of downshifted into this rarity to now be available in Silver Age.
And so many players that I talked to yesterday were so excited to play Blaze in the Silver Age metagame, really hyping up the strength of this hero, especially with the KO benchings. Like Blaze is really sort of coming in as that premier arcane damage hero. And not to mention, Bolton getting Raiden in Silver Age is so exciting to see.
Yeah, there you see it, our Silver Age pre-constructed decks, those Chapter 3 decks available now with Blaze, Bolton, Briar, Gravy Bones, Lyeth, Goldmane, and you can get those in store now. Uhyoung,
yes,
I want to start to turn our attention to the metagame for today and think about what we might see. Of course, we've spoken about Briar, we've spoken about our Blaze. Do you think we're going to see Blazes out there today?
Yeah, when I was playing the side events yesterday, I versed 3 Blazes. People are hot on Blaze because just the sort of arcane damage that you can present, you can theoretically rival Briar's damage output, being able to place massive burn spells out at instant speed, get that damage leak on turn 0. She is no joke.
Yeah, I think this metagame is potentially primed for the Wizards as much as Kano's on the bench now, and you might think, well, is Wizards' time over? We've, of course, got Blaze entering things. But we saw Iyslander at Pro Tour Yokohama as well, and is also a hero. You talk about heating up. I'm talking about cooling down with something like Iyslander. Now, I want to go ahead and take a look at what our players have decided to show up with today for this showdown here in Auckland. What do you notice so far, Uhyoung, when you immediately look at this slide?
All right, first of all, 25% Briar, almost expected. Sort of one of the comfort picks for many players, one of the sort of premier decks of the format. So very expected to see that. But what I'm most surprised about is no chain in this metagame. So it's going to be very interesting. But again, Blaze, that second most represented hero. People are very high on that hero, so I'm really excited to see how that hero performs. And also, personal shout-outs for those 2 Riptide players. Now, there was a part in the development of Silver Age in the dev room where for a moment I thought Riptide may be the best deck in the format. And I was trying to convince all the other devs, guys, I can't lose on this Riptide deck. I was destroying Briars. I was destroying Fires. And then it does have a few bad matchups. So really, Riptide may be that niche, interesting metagame call into the Briar, and I'm really excited to see how they perform.
I think that's what I'm looking for this weekend, is knowing that Briar and actually probably Blaze targets on their back.
Yeah.
What is the angle to potentially take? You said no chain there. I got to shout it. I got to shout it out. It would be remiss of me not to. A couple of copies of Rhinar down there. KO may be on the bench, but I think there is another hero that can potentially take that spot. And especially when you think about a hero like Blaze, who often wants to kind of make sure he can opt early, block with a couple of cards, and set up the right hands. Well, if you intimidate them and take the cards they want to block with and leave them with the cards that they were wanting to maybe play on their own turn or set up with. Rhinar, good, maybe?
Very. And also, I want to shout out one last hero, is this one original Oscilio in the metagame. I was talking to that player yesterday. He says he has 100-0 matchups across the board thanks to the introduction of all these new cards from Omens. Now, was he full of hot air? But he was 4-0 in that Silver Age side event yesterday. And I even talked to the many Blaze players in the room, and they said they could not take a game off this Oscilio. So I am so excited to see what this Oscilio does if he makes it far in the tournament. One of the decks to watch out for.
Yeah, a couple of Oscilios you see in there. Dromai, Fi, good representation. The Draconic heroes, of course, in this format. And I think something that we didn't get to focus on in, for instance, Yokohama or in some of the Silver Age events leading up to it. Of course, we had the series of Silver Age callings that really showed off this format when it first came into our focus. And Fi was one that was spoken about as, is this kind of the aggro deck to rival the Rune Blades? We didn't get to see as much of it because it felt like KO angled into that space, but now with KO going, I look at things like Fi, I look at things like Dromai potentially as well as these interesting angles, especially for Dromai. If we're expecting things like Blaze, the question for me is, can you take games off those Rune Blades? Can you build your deck in a way to be able to play into both the Rune Blades and the Wizards of this format?
Exactly. Especially Dromai has like interesting tech, for example, like a Vincerakai, which swings for 6, unblock, hits for 9. Like sometimes those numbers are good enough to even race a Briar. So very excited to see how those decks perform.
Yeah, well, we're going to see all that and more here at the Showdown this weekend. Uhyoung, if you had to give me your early predictions of, I think there's quite a spread of heroes here, right?
Yeah.
How many different heroes do you think we might see in our top 8 when we get down to the nitty-gritty at the end of the day when all things are said and done?
All right. I think we're going to see 2 Briars in the top 8. We're going to see the 1 Riptide. We're going to see 1 OG Oscilio. We're going to see the 2 Oldhims. And then we'll have 1 mystery card that I'm excited to find out.
1 mystery hero.
Yeah.
Wow, we'll have to find out what that is. And as you said, the 2 Oldhims, that's something we didn't touch on as much of. But Oldhim, I think personally, I put a tweet out this week and I said, I think Oldhim is maybe the best deck in the format. Now, seeing that amount of Blaze, does that change my opinion?
Exactly.
Maybe a little bit. I actually played Terra yesterday in some side events here in Auckland. I'm really high on that hero. Unfortunately,
how did you do, by the way?
Yeah, well...
Oh, interesting. Oh,
what I was going to say is the players clearly aren't as high on me as Terra, and that might speak to my 2-2 record. I did, unfortunately, peer into a couple of Icelanders at the end of the day. Started off 2-0, finished 2-2. But I had fun.
Interesting. I went 3-1 on the Dash Precon. I thought that was interesting.
There's no Terra Precon yet. So once the Terra Precon's there and you can teach me from the dev room how to build my deck correctly, I'll be all in. But Uhyoung, I think it is time that we go ahead and look into our first round of the Silver Age Showdown here in Auckland as we meet the players. We've got Sage for Sage. We've got Sage Walker. Round 1 feature here on Blaze Firemind up against John Wardan of Australia on that Dromai, a hero that he absolutely loves, and I'm sure we're going to see it blinged out. Sage, I've seen Sage around a little bit. I believe a local here to this Auckland, North Island area. Are you familiar with Sage?
No, so he's one of those new players that have entered after I left to join the dev room. So I say new, but he could have joined about 2 years ago because that's how long I've been there. So I'm very excited to see his performance, especially with a winning name like Sage. Might be
destined.
It is destined.
Is it going to be destiny? We'll have to find out. Let's go ahead and meet the heroes that'll be down in the feature match area there. You see Blaze Firemind. This is the inaugural weekend for Blaze Firemind in our feature match area here in the Silver Age. So awaiting their first champion, but of course, so is Dromai. Will one of these heroes be standing tall at the end of the day when we get to our top 8?
Exactly. It's going to be one fiery matchup. Both sort of on that aggressive lane, both trying to obliterate each other very quickly. So I'm excited to see who gets established first, who pushes those damage first, gets that tempo, and closes that game before either player can get really, really set up.
Well, it sounds like our players are already down in the feature match area, so let's head down and see all the action. And Uhyoung, I'm going to ask you straight away, what is something that you're looking out for early turns in this matchup as with both players trying to assert themselves on the game?
Exactly. So for John, I think he needs to get up, set up a bunch of Ash early, set up a dragon. And also, I feel like a key card in this matchup is going to be that sand cover that he might have access to, which is a Ward 4 instant spell that turns one of your ashes into Ward 4, which will really help neutralize some of this arcane damage in this format.
As we see, Sage Walker's going to lead us off here, activating that Crucible of Aetherweed, and that is an Emeritus Scalding Red coming in for 5 damage straight at John Wardan's face, and of course doesn't have Ash, as you said, set up quite at this point.
Yeah, just a solid way to sort of start the matchup when there's no real ways to prevent this damage except those legs pieces that are coming in.
Yeah, and you see that John pitching, and on the horizon, not going to be very relevant in this matchup, likely, as these Sage decks, Blaze Firemind decks typically tend to be all arcane damage.
Yeah, but it's just a very good way for Blaze to sort of start this matchup, leak some of that arcane damage, get a nice arsenal, and just really get set up for this game.
Yeah, we're going to go and see that Seeker's Leggings deployed for John to, first of all, get a piece of Ash, very importantly, but also is going to prevent at least 1 damage. What follow-up does John have? Of course, he does have those ward equipment down there, as you see, that Wave of Reality, and also that Shroud.
Yeah, and both just immediately being popped.
Yeah, of course, no choice for John Wardan. They are Ward 1, they just happen, but John is, of course, with that Silken Shroud, going to get himself a Ponder token for his troubles. Only 2 damage there leaking through for Sage Walker on this first turn. Going to go ahead, set up something in the arsenal, and we're going to head off to John Wardan's first turn of the game.
Yeah, and now John really needs a powerful grip on this, really wants to set up some dragons, really wants to push a lot of damage, really needs to get established in this game correctly. Otherwise, he's just going to get burnt out. So let's see.
Going to lead off here with a Dromai using that 1 Ash that John currently has available. Nice 0 cost to get started. I wonder if Sage will have poppers. Do you typically think Blaze would have availability of poppers in the sideboard?
They definitely might have a few in the sideboard, but the main game plan of Blaze is to just burn them, and you want that consistency. You need the cards that opt, want the burn spells. So usually very little room, but if there is some text for this, it's going to be huge when they come down.
Yeah, a card that I've seen is from Omens being deployed by some of these Blaze Firemind players is actually this new opt card from Omens, which is that Conflicting Thoughts.
Yeah, being able to opt 1 on block just gives sort of Blaze more access to not only opt, but just a solid blue block 3. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those come into play.
Sage immediately reaches for that Talismanic Lens, is going to pop that and opt 2 cards here to see if we can maybe set something up. This is, of course, going to get 2 counters on that Blaze Firemind as well, so we can use those for future setup turns or to push some damage if we can find it.
Exactly. 1 on top, 1 on bottom, trying to figure out what he wants to do with his hand. Sage really thinking about the options. And that is a lot of Emeritus Scalding.
Yeah, it's not the most exciting hand, though, is it, really? I mean, I guess a yellow Emeritus is decent, and of course, means you need 3 counters, though. Currently, Sage just with the 2 counters on that Blaze.
Exactly. And here comes just another solid Scarf or a Scarf. 4 go again.
Yeah, no go again, but there
yes.
there is an additional action point because the Chroma, I think, is what John was showing on the combat chain there, but doesn't actually have go again because, of course, John is at 18, Sage down at 17. That starting life total, of course, for Blaze is 17, so balanced, I would say.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you do in the Div Room, isn't it?
Exactly. And it's also exciting to see like all these wizards who start on the lower life, utilizing all these if you are lower life pieces to gain that additional edge when they get the opportunity. But here, Scar for Scar coming towards the wizard instead.
Yeah, typically things like Scar for Scar, like you say, Findle's Fighting Spirit, of course, Wounding Bull, that Bull-lander sort of way of taking things that we've seen in the past as Sage just working out, how am I going to play this? What do the next couple of turns look like? I think priority is probably to soak up some damage and try and opt some cards, I would have thought, and start to build up those counters on Blaze.
Exactly. Blaze needs to get set up a little bit more. He was going to want a few more counters on that hero ability so that he can activate it and cast the big burn spells that he wants to. At the moment, not quite enough counters, so he's happy to block. Nothing too threatening presented by John just yet. So Sage just going to try, stall out, buy some more life, buy some more hands so that he can figure out when he can commit all those burn spells for the kill.
1 damage leaking over here from this Scar for Scar as Sage has gone ahead and committed that blue Voltic Bolt defensively on the combat chain. And the question I have for you, Uhyoung, is there a risk, though, for Sage if he keeps prolonging the game too long that John can build up these allies, can create more dust as we see this dust up coming in now as well? Perhaps we might even see something like a Themai come down in this game.
Exactly. There are some very threatening dragons that may come down. So Sage definitely needs to find the hand to burn and end this game relatively quickly. But the thing is, his hand wasn't necessarily exactly what he wanted. So when the hand is bad, you need to figure out, does this hand need to block to buy me another hand on a future turn so that I can find the burn that I actually need? Or do you commit to the burn that is currently in the hand? These are always these calculations these players really need to make to figure out how to eke out that victory.
Yeah. Sage there just taking a look at that dust up, making sure he understands exactly how that works. Of course, there is currently no ash on the board, but if Sage did connect with this dust up, could then transform the dust that is created off it into an ash wing if John so desired. Take a look there. John also has that spectral shield, so there's a little bit further insulation there, but 3 pieces of equipment already gone for the side of John Wardan, just that deep blue now remaining.
Yeah, and speaking of equipment, just these 4 attack breakpoints, so difficult to block because Sage just doesn't really have those like 1 blade break, 1 battle worn things to just help block out those breakpoints.
Going to go ahead here and just say, send me the bill on that dust up as Sage falls all the way down to 12. That is going to create John and Ash. He decides to keep it rather than turning it into an Ash wing. And we're going to go back to Sage Walker's side of things as he activates this Crucible of War, pitching away that blue Emeritus and playing out this yellow Emeritus, so just trying to chip in some damage here as this comes in for 4.
Yeah, just solid pieces of damage, trying to get John's life total a little bit lower, and John just immediately taking it.
Yep, that Spectral Shield's going to soak up 1 damage, but 3 damage will go the way of John. Of course, that Chromite's still in play, and Sage just going to send it back to John here.
Yeah. Now let's see what John can establish, because he did decide to keep that Ash, so he wants to establish a few more powerful dragons, push some more damage, and can Sage find the hand that he wants to try burn this time?
Building Mirage, that's quite a nice way to set up some damage, go wide, get some arcane barrier on the field as well by finally developing an Ashwing as we see this Building Mirage coming in here for 3. Go again.
Yeah, like the dragons steadily becoming established, especially that Aether Ashwing giving access to that arcane barrier very, very big in this matchup. If those dragons start getting out of control, John might just start having access to all the arcane barrier he wants.
And how do you think Sage is faring here? Because we're down to 9 life, just 2 counters on this Blaze so far. Sage with a full grip of cards, though.
Yeah, so with these wizards, the life is essentially just a resource like many other heroes, but for wizards, because they can be a turn ahead with some of the instant speed burn spells that can come out, not necessarily in the worst place, and it definitely looks worse than it is, but I think Sage still relatively comfortable. Nothing too crazy on the board just yet. It is a lot of damage, and he is leaking a lot, but once he finds the hand that he wants, he's going to burn on his turn and then do another huge burn on John's turn, and that 15 life is going to disappear very quickly.
Yeah, it looks like Sage might have a couple of Aether Spindles in the hand as well, and we do, of course, have that Mage Master boots, so are we just going to see Sage try and take all this damage and send back 2 really big sources of arcane damage, but also opt as well? The question is, can he? Can he keep the hand?
Can he survive? And here is 4 go again. Just another card that's going to put Sage to 1. So now he is again re-evaluating that hand. How much burn does he have? How much life does he need to survive this?
Yeah, you see they're looking at a couple of reds, and I believe that 0 cost, one of the cool things about that is you can actually banish that for 1 Blaze counter, right? Because it has an effect on it that says tap your hero to deal 1 arcane damage.
Yeah, Nucleus Aetherbolt, one of those those new cards that have come out. Yes, it says 3 arcane damage on the top line, but on the bottom line it says 1 arcane damage. So you can only use 1. You can use 1 Blaze counter to get that spell out.
Very, very cool. As you see, Sage going to go ahead there and block out 3 on that Ravenous Rabble, falling down to just 4 life now, and now comes through the outed from the arsenal. It is going to have go again as well.
Yep, just another attack. Sage really running out of time here. This is very wide. Just that classic sort of aggressive, like go again, go again, go again. Burning the time that Sage has to find the hand that he needs. Now, again, reassessing the hand. Does his hand need to block? Or do I need to commit all of this for burn? Because theoretically, 3 isn't lethal.
Technically correct. The thing for Sage from my side is we've got access to that spindle. That's got to be priority, right? Hold the spindle because that is going to do both of your game plans. Build up the Blaze counters and also push through some damage on John's side of things. But John has 1 card in hand, and what is it going to be? He's clearing space on the combat chain here for a follow-up, and it's going to be yet another Dromai. and that's going to come in for another 3 damage. That is presenting lethal, so this is going to ask for another card from Sage.
Yeah, and the tricky thing is Sage is trying to keep some of the cards in hand because he needs to burn back, so that unyielding grip is not online. If he wants that extra 3 block from that arm piece, Sage has to give up his whole hand to get it. So in this very tricky position, Sage wants to keep that hand if possible, but not being given the space for it.
It looks like Sage does have a Cindering Foresight. It's a yellow Cindering Foresight in the arsenal. We're going to deploy that now so that we can build up those counters on Blaze, and we would be able to play out this Aether Spindle here and deploy that unyielding grip.
Yeah, trying to get those counters, trying to get the things that he needs to get this burn through. Opt 1 to the top, 1 to the bottom. So he did find 1 card that he needs for this matchup that is going so fast.
It looks like we're going to activate the Crucible. Is that going to be the first play here? Oh, that's the damage. He's representing the damage here on that Cindering Foresight to say, I've got an additional 1 damage here. We're going to go ahead and use those 4 counters up on the Blaze to banish that Aether Spindle and then activate Crucible of Aetherweave, and we're going to be sending this for 6 damage the way of John Wardan. I like this play from Sage as well because you've actually waited until John's put all the cards on the table. Yes. Now you send the damage. You know John cannot stop any of this damage.
Yeah, and it's 6 damage, and it's going to be 6 opt and 6 counters on Blaze. This is exactly what he needs to push through. So this almost buys him a whole extra turn because those 6 counters will allow him to play pretty much any burn spell out of his deck. So now he just needs to find the right cards. He wants to see red. He wants to see many reds here to try push some damage through.
Of course, this is not Sage's hand. We're opting 5 cards here, or 6 cards rather. So Sage is going to be able to craft exactly how he wants this next hand to look like. What are you looking out for on this hand? I see a Snapback, Cindering Foresight.
Yep, and the Nucleus Aether Ball is also good. The Cindering for red is also potentially helpful here to maybe dig more cards. But he may have just enough burn here. It's going to be some tricky math. 4 cards going to the bottom.
I think it's 4 to the top and 2 to the bottom. Yeah, he's crafted that hand.
Yes.
The question is, this game looks like it's turned on its head. John looked in such a commanding position. Now we're going to see as well this unyielding grip being able to use to block out the lethal damage.
Exactly.
And then Sage, as we said, got all those counters built up. The question is now, can he present 9? Probably going to need to be more than 9 damage, of course, because I'm sure John will try and hold up some resources. We have the deep blue. Perhaps John uses that next turn to hold up resources.
Exactly. But Sage did keep all... put 4 cards on top of his deck, so he found the hand that he wanted, or good enough to sort of potentially close out this matchup or survive long enough. So let's see if the 4 cards that he shaped is enough to close this game.
Yeah, we know we've got the Absorbent Aether, we've got that Nucleus, as you said, and a Snapback. Quick math, that sounds like we're at 9 damage, 10 with the Crucible. If John can't find another piece of Arcane Barrier, working with just 1 right now, is Sage maybe got enough just in this hand straight up to do this?
Yeah, let's see what happens here. It's coming in for 3 go again, and Sage already being presented with lethal. Now he needs to decide whether he's going to commit this whole hand or is he going to start blocking again. And here comes reduced to Aether.
Absorbent Aether.
Absorbent Aether.
Yeah, yes. Absorbent Aether, this one here. I think this is going to be potentially enough for Sage here, just looking at it. We've got the resource as well, of course, off that Spellfire Cloak.
Yeah, and it's going to put 2 additional damage on that burn spell that comes out next.
Yeah, Sage saying in response to you attacking here, because we know as well there's no Ash currently on the side of John, so a sand cover right now is not something we have to worry about unless John can do it at instant speed. Looks like we might have Sage just calling a judge here to get some confirmation maybe on something, how something works, a trigger works on that Dromai potentially. Exactly. But yeah, this game is such on a knife edge. Yeah. And you see the excitement of Silver Age early on as these heroes go back and forth, a new hero down in our feature match area in the form of Blaze. And I guess the question comes down to is, what does Sage need to play around that John may have in his hand?
Exactly. So Blaze just needs to make sure, can he present enough arcane damage to kill on this turn? If not, is there a way to block out sufficiently to survive 1 more turn? But I think he may have just enough. So he's going to try see what's coming in, find the right opportunity, play around a potential sand cover, play around a potential arcane polarity.
Oasis Respite, maybe?
Exactly. So there are prevention decks, prevention effects in Dromai. So he just needs to work around those and find the lethal line.
Well, sounds like our players are already back down in our feature match area as we've had that judge call resolved, and you see here Sage looks like we are going to respond to that Dromai. We're going to go ahead and banish that Nucleus straight away. Yep. Of course, 1 Blaze counter, as we said. This looks like with that Absorbent Aether, we'd be coming in for 7
Let's
plus
see.
the additional 1 as well.
Yeah. So it's going to be 3 additional damage on the next spell. Coming in for 6. And then if it deals damage, he can tap his hero for an additional 1 arcane.
Yeah, and it looks like if I just peeped John's hand there, I don't think he has any way to prevent this. Looks like we've got an Essence of Ancestry, which does have Ward, but it's not going to be helpful right now.
Yeah.
And then a Miragai.
And Sage does have that snapback left in hand and 1 floating.
This is going to come through for 6 damage here, and it's going to offer an additional 1 on the back end by utilizing that tap of the hero ability. A new card down in our feature match area already from Omens of the Third Age. Very exciting to see Nucleus here.
Yep, and there was 1 arcane barrier being deployed, taking 5. Sage immediately tapping that hero for that 1 additional arcane damage.
John Wardan down to 3, just the arcane barrier 1 available, and Sage with that snapback still in hand to present another 3 damage. Are we going to see our first winner down in the feature match area here at our Auckland Showdown in round 1?
Yeah, will it be enough though? Because John still does have access to the arcane barrier, and he still has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, would we survive at 1, right? So it wouldn't be quite enough.
Yup. I mean, that 1 Aether Ashwing that could, giving that 1 arcane barrier, truly putting John out of lethal range. This is crazy. Now, Blaze trying to figure out if he needs to push that extra 3 arcane damage or whether holding it in hand will be enough to help him live, but it is looking very rough here.
Yeah, snapback for 3. John can arcane barrier 1 this, as you say, and falls down to just 1 life. But if John has a follow-up, yeah, there's the hand, you see.
The fist bump.
Sage just saying, I just didn't quite have it. I couldn't quite do it all. Of course, John had enough on board there and was able to get it done as we see John go and win our first feature match down here at the Showdown Auckland. What stood out for you in that matchup? It was back and forth. Very, very vicious match there.
Yeah, it is crazy how that match actually just came down to 1 life. If he could have found 1 additional damage to sort of go a little bit taller on any of those spells, that would have been lethal. That's how sort of on a knife's edge some of these Sage games go on.
Yeah, and we see Blaze, first time in our feature match area, putting up a fight. It looked like, to be honest, Sage was out there on turn 1 or 2 almost. There was so much damage that John was able to present. But you could see just something like an Aether Spindle. That was the card that really stood out for me, and the impact that had on that game from Sage's side.
Yeah, Aether Spindle just doing so much in the hero of Blaze, doing arcane damage, doing opt, and sort of setting you up for future turns. Just one of those power cards to really look out for in that hero.
Well, of course, Blaze is not the only new hero that we have available to us now. Ziggy Stardust from Omens of the Third Age Armory deck available now in stores. You can go ahead and pick yourself up one of those if you would like. We take a look here, Uhyoung at that hero. And tell me a little bit about this hero in terms of, can you tell me any insight from development, things that stood out to you this hero? What are you excited about with this hero? Things that, you love about Ziggy Starlight.
So when I first heard of the hero Ziggy Starlight, I was like very excited for the hero. And then James told us it was an illusionist. And I was like, ooh, that's going to be tricky to balance. And then he was like, it's a lightning illusionist. And I was like, oh God, we're going to have a rough few months. But I'm so happy and excited with the place that we landed. It is a very exciting hero, very exciting play patterns. And I feel like we really captured James's vision. And hopefully people out there will enjoy playing him too, because he has some very fun, cool, tricksy play lines that to generate all that value.
Yeah, you go ahead there. You can see Aphrodite, that signature weapon of Ziggy Starlight. Arcane damage paired with Ward. It's a bit of a new sort of combination. Our Lightning Illusionist there, and a marquee card like Stardust Spike as well. You see ability to amp on leaving the arena. I love all these auras and the leave effects, the enter effects that pair so well.
Exactly, one of those beautiful cards that really sets up Aphrodite to be used, because it amps 1 and gives you the resource to activate that weapon. Sort of everything Ziggy needs.
Equipment, of course, that's available to Ziggy Stardust that you can get out of this Armory deck as well. And Armory decks are such a great way to go ahead and start your journey. Perhaps you're thinking, I want to get into Classic Constructed, or maybe if you want to play some Blitz and you want to play some Silver Age and you want to play with Ziggy as well. You go ahead and pick up this Armory deck. You can tweak that a little bit, or you can just run this straight out at your first Armory and see what the hero has to offer. Learn all about it. Use some of these equipment. Use some of these key cards, not only new cards like Shattering Stardust, but returning favorites like Miraging Metamorph. Go ahead, get out to your stores, check out that Ziggy Armory deck. We've had round 1 here at the Auckland Showdown. Silver Age, post you, the community, deciding which heroes will hit the bench. And Uhyoung, we've got a very exciting hero coming up for everyone in our feature match here. It's a hero that you were shouting out as one that you thought was the best deck in the format potentially. It is Riptide.
Yeah, I am so excited for Riptide. I mean, honestly, during the development pipeline of Silver Age as a format, we were sort of hosting these sort of internal dev tournaments. And at one point, I had convinced myself that Riptide was the best hero in the format. I was convinced I could not lose. And then I discovered Oldhim. And that was a very rough matchup. But other than that, other than these Guardians that don't play fair, Riptide is honestly one of those very powerful decks that can hose these aggro decks. So I'm really excited to see if Riptide can perform.
Yeah, well, we don't have a lot of Guardian in the room here today. So maybe this is Riptide's time. Coming up next is that match. Let's find out what Riptide can do. Stay tuned for that match coming right up.
My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time.
Welcome back to our Sunday Showdown here in Auckland. The City of Sails is affectionately known. No pirates down in our feature match area this round. However, we do have a hero that Uhyoung is very excited about. That is Riptide going up against our Briar. And how does this matchup play out from your experience?
100-0. Unlosable.
100-0, wow. Okay.
Unlosable for Riptide. I'm going to look silly if Riptide loses, but I'm all in. Riptide cannot lose. Riptide is a specialized deck into aggressive decks, has all the tools, has all the traps, sort of neutralize all those go-agains, all those additional power that Briar can get. Briar's going to look silly on camera, and I'm all in on the Riptide deck.
Well,
please win.
We have a very big fan of Riptide, clearly. Let's go ahead down to the feature match area and meet our players. It is going to be our Riptide player, Tom Hartley, as you say, up against Troy Wilson. It's Australia versus New Zealand. Troy, a local of mine, actually, a player who's been in and around my draft camps recently. On this Briar hero, a very methodical player. Likes to make sure that his plays are very clean. I'm excited to see if he can find a way, as you say, to beat this 100-0 matchup. Can he make it 99-1? Let's go ahead and meet the heroes that are going to be down in that feature match area. As we say, it is Riptide, awaiting a champion at this point, of course. No, maybe not made the splash that Uhyoung would think it might have made just yet.
It just wasn't his time yet. But now, Riptide, this is his tournament.
Okay.
I believe in Riptide. And just that sort of defensive, disruptive nature of Riptide, the ability to ping on your opponent's turn, block out effectively, give those frailties sometimes, all that sort of incremental value that Riptide can generate sometimes might be enough to get him ahead of Briar's offensive output, which is such a threatening force in this metagame.
Briar already had some success in Silver Age in its early infancy. Of course, we saw Chris Ayali winning with Briar.
Yes.
Yuki Lee Bender in Yokohama finished second in that event, taking Briar into that top 8 in the Sage portion. Players are already down in our feature match area. Let's get stuck into it, Uhyoung.
All right, I am so excited, and he is repping that Talishar. Let's go.
Are you surprised to see Talishar as the weapon of choice here for Tom?
No, Talishar is sometimes a very powerful weapon. It is attacks for 4. You can use it 3 times in a game, and sometimes when your opponent sort of gives you that space because they don't want to attack into a trap, you just go whip out that Talishar and start swinging.
What are the keys to this game? You know, you're saying it's 100-0. Why is it, in your experience, 100-0? Is it just the fact that Troy just can't get through the brick wall that is Riptide?
Yeah, just Tom will have access to just a lot of defense reactions that get some value as well. So, for example, if Troy attacks on turn 0 like this, Tom may be able to get some effects in to try block out effectively, ping, neutralize things like Lightning Press as well, because Tom has access to so many D-Reacts, which are a premium in this format.
Going to see Troy here leading off with his Entwined Lightning. Tom going to go ahead and commit 2 cards to the combat chain in defense. We'll see if Troy has some follow-up. It looks like, you know, Troy maybe going to play patient, just try and set things up here in this feature match area.
Yeah, and sort of a nice sort of start for Tom because he gets to cycle out 2 cards to try better find the cards that he needs. And here is just a solid 7 attack right at Troy.
Yeah, and this is a card, you know, these Riptide decks just pack a lot of these, right? Typically, they are playing a lot of 2-card 7s. That's kind of how they get the value to make sure they can actually close out games and take cards. It's like fatigue by damage can be some of the, maybe the main thing people might say. It's attrition.
Exactly. Especially when Tom is not representing that bow. He's saying, I'm just have a lot of great value attacks that I'm going to throw out. And then when you try attack me, I'm going to have some beautiful traps that also gain a lot of value.
Troy looking to line up some blocks here on the combat chain. So kind of showing maybe wants to play patient in his side, okay to give up some cards. I think the thing is going to be how many cards can Troy afford to give up out of the deck that aren't on offense?
Exactly. And Briar, traditionally not a deck that wants to block a lot, wants to be deploying as many cards as possible on the offensive, but already kind of pressured to block, save that life total, because Tom's going to be presenting very, very efficient numbers.
Yeah, we move through to Troy's turn after that defense. Looks like a Weave Lightning in the arsenal there for Troy. Can we push through some damage on this turn into Tom Hartley? Going to follow it up with another Entwined Lightning. We're going to fuse that with the second strike there. So this is going to have Go Again coming in for 7.
Yeah, and importantly, 7 Go Again. So it's higher than its base, and it has Go Again, so might be able to activate a lot of Tom's traps if he's found it here. So it is these sort of power plays that Briar makes that always runs into a lot of the traps that Riptide is able to present. So let's see if he has them. If not, he will still have many efficient 3 blocks in hand to try and neutralize this.
I'm just going to go ahead here and looks like block with that blue. That's Quickening Sand there from Tom's side. And Troy actually has to take a look at it and read it as maybe you, our viewers, would also like to do there. You can see this is a Ranger action trap. So not one of these defense reactions, but actually just when you block with it, you get to trigger it.
Yeah, just another one of those very powerful blue 3-block traps that came out in Compendium, giving Tom access to even more efficient ways to sort of ping Troy on his turn.
Yeah, and then Rockside's trap is going to be the follow-up as well. So we're going to add yet more defense to this. Of course, that is going to go ahead and give -2 if... Oh, but Tom's not going to pay for it. Instead, just going to follow it up with yet another trap. This is a boulder trap. It's all traps all round for Tom on the defensive side of things here.
Now, this is what I want to see. Just a bunch of traps on the combat chain, triggering, pinging Troy for 1 every time they activate. I mean, in Silver Age, one of the key things is that 4 value defense reactions like Sink Below, like Faith Foreseen, were banned because they were deemed a little bit too powerful, a little bit too fatiguey. But Tom, playing Riptide, is able to convert 4 value out of all these traps because, yes, they block 3, but they also ping 1 and also sometimes have additional effects on top. And here comes just another trap. Troy attacked into this, and Tom just had a full trap hand.
Yeah, as you see there, Tom was able to actually reload that Pitfall trap thanks to the Riptide hero ability and then activate it. So blocks everything out there and actually takes 4 points of life away from Troy. So to your point about 100-0 matchup potentially, this is off to the races for Tom Hartley
This
here.
is exactly what I want to see. Nice offense. Here's a bunch of traps. You take the damage instead.
What can Troy do here? How can he potentially try and set up big hands, and can he play around these traps at all?
So sometimes if you sort of run into Riptides like this, it can look a little unfair. But the thing is, Riptide can sometimes brick very heavily. Sometimes you get too many traps and your opponent doesn't attack. Sometimes you get only attacks and you don't get traps when they attack, so you're not getting anything out of that hero ability. So it's all about sort of gauging what Tom might have, figuring out the right positions to attack, and making sure you're not triggering every single trap by giving everything go again and plus value so that you can sort of neutralize and work around some of these traps. But again, from Troy's side, a very difficult matchup to try and navigate correctly.
Yeah, Sigil Voltaris popped at the start of Troy's turn, and now we are facing down a static shock on the side of Troy against Tom Hartley here, and is going to deploy an Oasis Respite, pitching a Tar Pit trap by the looks of it. So something to maybe look out for second cycle, another source of damage in the deck later in the game.
Just very efficiently keeping his life total high here, Tom. Very happy to just keep 2 cards and maybe swing back a 7, maybe just Arsenal a card. Let's see what he does. And here comes just another efficient attack.
Crash down the gates for Tom Hartley. Can he break down the walls to Troy Wilson's 11 remaining life? As you see, Troy here, they're going to go ahead and see that's an Arcanic Shockwave on top. So, of course, if Crash Down the Gates hits, we're going to be destroying that top card.
Yeah, so, and also, it's very important to know that usually in these matchups, Briar might be comfortable taking 8 because it's not lethal and then swinging a 5-card hand back to try obliterate Tom. But the thing is, when you get down to low life against Riptide, that ping damage can just really punish you. So your aggro opponents are always in a tricky position where they don't want to block, but they're pressured to block.
Yeah, it's almost like, can you find a turn where Tom just doesn't find one of these 2-card 7s so Troy can actually try and put together a 5-card hand? As you see, the Sigil of Suffering joining a couple of cards there on the combat chain that is going to block out the Crash Down the Gates, ping 1 damage back Tom Hartley's way, and we're going to go off to Troy's turn. But just 2 cards to work with. This must just be some sort of, is it going to be a setup here? Looks like we've got Harness Lightning.
Good way to come in here. But the thing is, this gave additional power to the next attack. So now Tom's traps may be online here, depending on what he has in his hand. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, well, Troy could, I guess, swing with a Starfall using the Garland. But is this just a way to? Oh, yeah, there's no go again here, right? So this is just a way to throw damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Troy just trying to get, I guess, cards out of the hand that don't do a lot and push a couple of points of arcane damage.
Yeah.
You know, will Troy come to regret that later in the game, sort of losing some cards from hand, maybe?
Yeah, so he's just trying to play the value game back against Tom because that classic 4-4-4 might be a little bit too tricky and activating too many traps. So Troy making that small adjustment, trying to block out, trying to throw an efficient attack back to try eke value and get back in this game. But here is just an efficient Talishar.
Yeah, I mean, you see Tom has missed on a 2-card 7 here. He hasn't found another Crash Down the Gates or Final's Fighting Spirit, the like. But to your point earlier, Talishar, great weapon in this situation, right? Just comes in for 4 damage here, just keeps the damage going.
Yeah. Exactly. So, like, for example, if he had, like, 4 traps in his hand and he can't swing back and he has those cards in hand, Talishar just lets you pitch 2 of those traps away. Just come in for 4, set up a trap in the arsenal, and then just look for a fresh hand. So, even though 4 is not necessarily the greatest conversion of a 3-card hand, it is enough, and it will works right into his game plan to get him into a winning position.
Yeah, potentially going to get Troy down into that danger zone. Tom attacking on all fronts here. As you see, Troy going to line up a couple of blocks. It's a Nimblism and a Scar for a Scar. So 2 more cards out of the hand of Troy Wilson, just blunting that attack for when he comes through on the next turn. Will this be another sort of semi-set-up turn for Troy? Let's find out.
Exactly. That Talishar swing just destroyed 7 attack value out of Troy's turn. That is how much pressure this Riptide deck can present.
4 damage coming the way of Tom here. And another trap deployed. This one not active, though, this time.
Yeah, play from the arsenal, though. So some of these traps that definitely do have these conditions that they need to be played from the arsenal. So Tom is navigating that correctly, putting the correct cards in the arsenal, trying to make sure all his traps activate to get the most value that he can.
Oh, excuse me, it's a tripwire trap, actually. So we are going to put Troy Wilson down to 10 life here.
Yeah.
And Tom is going to come in. Yeah, it is. It's another 2-card 7. Looks like this one is a Findles Fighting Spirit. Nice little alt art there on that Findles Fighting Spirit. And signed as well. Nice.
I love that alternate EA version. The art is so pretty. It's signed as well. I mean, Silver Age, a very, very cheap format to get into, but doesn't mean
you can bling it out still.
Doesn't mean you can't just bling your deck out as much as you want.
As Troy looks to line up a block here, I want to point to the side of the equipment because Troy has used a couple of pieces of defense, still has, of course, that Garland of Spring, the braces. On Tom's side of things, you might be thinking, oh, he's already used a piece of equipment. Flip that one down. No, no, no. That is a cloaked piece of equipment on the side of Tom Hartley. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's concealed sedative, I would have thought, which is the equipment that you can flip up. It's a trap in of itself as well, so we might see that deployed at some point.
Yeah, just another one of those very exciting traps, equipment traps that came out from Compendium. And I just want to raise this, like, have you ever seen a Briar block this much?
Not recently. As you see, there are 2 cards blocked from Troy, going to leak a bit more damage. We're going to go back to Troy Wilson's side of things with a Ravenous Rebel leading things off for 4 here. But of course, Tom's going to go back to the well with yet another piece of defensive traps.
Yeah. Oh, and a Lightning Press.
Yeah, going to pump it up to 7. So I think might be Tom trying to understand if the damage is going to come through here on Troy's side of things. Might be calling a judge.
Yeah, just clarifying the timings here. Very important to get these timings correct because it's very important to deploy these traps correctly to get that ping in.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll go ahead and get that one resolved down in our feature match area. But yeah, so far for things for Troy, not looking great. It's kind of all going to plan for Tom Hartley so far.
Exactly. So far, everything's sort of walking right into Riptide's game plan. Despite nothing too crazy happening on Riptide's side, Briar is constantly pressured to block out these 3-for-7s, these 3-for-8s, because if Briar gets too low, Briar's just in lethal range of Riptide's ability. So it is very crazy to see how much pressure Riptide can put on these aggressive decks and force them to start blocking when they traditionally wouldn't and just send 5-card handbags that are threatening.
It's a kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for our Briar player here. And you see why the matchup has typically been seen as so favored for Riptide. But it sounds like our players have resolved that judge call down in the feature match area. As we head back down, you can see, yes, Troy has fallen down to 7 life there. And do we have more trap activations here for Tom? Almost certainly, surely.
Yeah, and you just cash them all in. And currently Troy's defense is down. No cards in hand.
Tripwire trap there, and that's going to mean Troy falls down to 6. Another point of damage heading the way there thanks to that Riptide hero ability. We'll see if Troy's got any follow-up to this. That is going to block out the full 7 damage there on this Ravenous Rebel. But it looks like Troy's just going to close things up and send it back to Tom. Nope, we've got another Harness Lightning. So just trying to do it through arcane damage here in our feature match area.
And here comes the Oasis Respite, just neutralizing the attack.
Pitching a trap. I don't need that one, says Tom.
Yeah, it is just so cool to see Riptide really putting on a show here. One card that will just go into Arsenal, and then Tom is just sitting so comfortably. Troy's 6 life. That means 6 more trap activations, and then Troy's just gone.
Yeah, and we know Tom certainly should have 6 more traps left. I think we've seen multiple pitched to play Oasis Respites, to play 2-card 7s like the Findles Fighting Spirit, for instance. Now Troy here with a full 4-card grip, though, because Tom did just have to pass back, did use everything on defense except for that one lonely card that is now sat in the arsenal. What can Troy put together?
Exactly. Troy will need to try and navigate around some of these traps if possible. He's going to pitch a card into Starfall.
Yeah, the first time we're seeing Starfall join the fray on the combat chain in this game. I might have thought we would have seen it a little bit more just given the nature of this matchup, but this is the first attack.
Yeah, and that was very smart there because he pitched into Starfall without playing lightning cards. So A, it doesn't have greater power than space, and B, it didn't have go again. Trying to sort of navigate around some of those defense reactions.
For now, but this is, an electrostatic discharge is going to pump this up to 2 and give it go again here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to do it after damage to avoid that trap. Sorry, to your point, Uhyoung.
Yeah.
Yes, very smart there from Troy Wilson. So we're finding some ways potentially around these Riptide traps.
Exactly, and these aggro decks really need to work hard, do all of these dancing around the traps to try get through. Well, let's see if this damage gets in.
Yeah, the nimblism is going to get banished by the braces. Of course, the nimblism is actually in the graveyard here.
Yes.
Oh, braces is play, sorry. So, yeah, so we're 5. I'm thinking of the Jack Be Quicks and the Jack Be Nimbles and the nimblisms, of course.
Yes.
Nimblism here, or nimble strikes, rather. So we're coming for... This is massive, though. This is 12.
Yep, 12 draw on hit. Very, very frightening. Does Tom have enough block? And I mean, he is Riptide. Here comes 4 cards in to defend.
Including a trap by the looks of it as well. Yeah, you see, it looks like it's going to be that crossing. Troy's going to have a read of that. Courageous crossing there, getting into the fray, unyielding grip, as you say, and Tom's just going to say, yeah, 12 damage, no worries, I can stop this.
Yeah, and also you take a damage for your troubles. How annoying.
This deck looks unfair.
It does. I mean, you might be able to see why for a brief moment, at least in the development process. I was like, guys, isn't this the best deck in the format? How do I lose? And that was a time when we thought Briar may potentially be one of the best decks, when we thought Fire was one of the best decks, and I was like, guys, I can't lose my games.
Solved it.
Yeah, I've solved it. Somebody come watch me. But then Riptide definitely does have answers in the metagame, but it's interesting because there is very few Guardians in this current metagame right here. So this genuinely may be Riptide's time to shine.
Now, could this be Tom's day? Back to Troy's side of things as Tom used all the cards there to block that out. Send it back to Troy. Looks like we've got a Burn Up Shock. Now, this is an interesting card in this matchup. I know a lot of people actually choose to cut cards like Burn Up Shock in matchups like this because it's so hard to actually push the damage through. But the other side of things is if you can push it through, that might be the way you actually are able to win these games as well.
Exactly. Burn Up Shock, a very powerful card because if it connects, it's essentially a 1-card 5. If it doesn't connect, it's
card
a 1-card 1. And then you start to look silly. So can Troy connect? Because he needs this to connect to get ahead in this matchup. Otherwise, he's just going to be ground out. This is the turn to make the play to try clench that victory.
Gallant Spring there, getting 1 resource for Troy and going to send the Starfall into the combat zone to go again, and is going to be met with a trap from Tom Hartley's arsenal. And that's,
no.
Is that the stops on hits? That's Tarpit Trap, right? Yeah.
The card is Tarpit Trap. When this defends an attack with go again, the next time an attack action card hits this turn, effects don't trigger. Bye-bye Burn Up Shock.
Yeah, and that's the next time, though, right? So it'll stop. It will stop all the on hits because that is the trigger happening.
Yes.
So 1-card 1, as you say, is happening here.
Yep, and it also dealt the damage back as well. How beautiful. I love it.
Going to see the pump coming through here for Troy. Of course, maybe not a 1-card 0 because we are going to get half an embodiment of a lightning here, pairing with that Sprout Strength, and then this Scar for a Scar is going to come and definitely has go again, that's for sure. Embodiment of lightning and lower life total here, that is 7 go again on the side of Troy.
And again,
Wilson.
the power is greater than the base and it has go again, but fortunately, no more traps that are being deployed for this block. Potentially, nope, here's another one.
Yeah, and Initial Trap is going to, of course, trigger here. We do have higher than base attack. Going to see Troy fall down to just 3 life here. And if Troy was trying to set up another 5-card hand next turn, potentially, Inertia Trap's going to say no to that one.
Exactly. Just so many things disrupting Troy. All these pings, and Troy now down to 3 life. That means 3 more traps that trigger means Troy is going down. And oh no, it's a disaster. Troy was actually going to Arsenal that card, but the Inertia is going to ship it away. What an absolute blowout.
Must have been a card that I didn't get to see. It maybe a non-attack action, and well played there from Tom to deploy that trap on the final chain link. So just really throws what Troy was trying to do into a state of not being possible. And you're going to see Talishar now from Tom just hitting back into the combat zone, just whittling away Troy's life total. This is a lethal hit. This does need to be blocked out.
Yup.
Manuel Kane coming the way of Tom Hartley with a Sigil of Altaris being played. How are we going to follow this up? It looks like there is a 3 block in Troy's hand, but just struggling to see a way out of this for Troy. Maybe it's try and block out the Talishar, hope that then Tom bricks on the following turn on an attack action, and then get through the Talishar and try and find a pivot.
Yeah, Troy is in a very desperate situation here, and he really needs Tom to brick. Maybe there's too many traps that he can't get out of, but the thing is, Talishar is there to try help break out those hands. So, very tough road ahead. Can Troy find the angle to try get back in this race? But the thing is, it is looking dire at the moment.
Flash of Brilliance deployed there to, of course, discard that instant, bounce back the Sigil of Voltaris, but Tom just has enough cards in hand to say, well, I'll just clean up some of that arcane damage with my Nelrun Boots here, and Troy's turn is going to be what looks like a bit of a setup. We're going to see Malefic Incantation deployed. Is this a little bit of a too little too late situation, though?
Yeah, this is one of those great plays that you can make against Riptide, where you just sort of set up an arsenal, and that prevents all those trips from triggering. It might give them a bit of an awkward hand, but the thing is, it is a little bit too late.
A lot of traps there in the hand of Tom Hartley, and a Findor's Fighting Spirit to pair with them. This is going to send 7 damage Troy Wilson's way, down to 2 life. So realistically, does need to try and cover up all this damage if he can, but hard to see a way out of this one for Troy, committing 3 cards defensively on the combat chain there.
Yeah, doing all he can to stay alive. Very rough position. 2 life left. Is there anything that Troy can do?
And you see this attrition, right? In terms of 3 cards there deployed on the defensive side. At some point, Troy may not die to these traps, but he would die to just running out of cards in deck, because he's now at a point where he's just having to commit so much to the combat chain and defense, as we see Troy lightning, and that's going to get it done with a trap that finishes it off there. Wow! Tom Hartley showing the power of Riptide down in our feature match area. Briar may be the deck to beat in this format, but Tom Hartley has found potentially the answer for the Sunday Showdown here in Auckland.
Yeah, I think I need to go personally thank Tom after this, because after really throwing my weight behind Riptide, I was a little bit scared he was going to lose. But no, Riptide really putting on that performance that I had seen in the dev room as well. The ability to neutralize those aggro decks when given the correct metagame, frightening.
Yeah, and that Talishar as well was really impressive to me in terms of, there was a couple of turns where Tom didn't find those 2-card 7s.
Yeah.
But Talishar was able to be a bit of a backup to that, right? And just keep the pressure facing down Troy.
Exactly. So one of the main weaknesses Riptide can sometimes get into is definitely drawing those very awkward hands. For example, if you have 5 traps and then you just have no pitch outlet, your opponent can just keep passing on you, set up the perfect hand, and then obliterate you in one turn sometimes. These are the things that Riptide needs to work around. But that Talishar acting as a great bailout.
Yeah, an exciting match down in the feature match area there. But today at our showdown, this is not the only stream you can watch out for. We've got much, much more coming up in your future here as we look ahead to the US National Championships in Minneapolis, happening next weekend with an all-star cast. Summer Byrne, my friend Pankaj Bhojwani is going to be there. Michael Fung, Pro Tour champion, is going to be in the booth, alongside Bryce Platts as well.
I mean, it's going to be so exciting seeing the metagame that develops by the time the Nationals comes around, and to see the highest levels of play by some of the best players in the world. I mean, you just got to tune in.
I will be glued to my screen, that is for sure. And then we head off to calling Shinjuku. Bryce and Mercy will be taking us through in that.
Yeah, so, I mean, so many events coming up, so many more fab games to watch. But today, Silver Age, I am still rooting for that Riptide. Can he do it? Can Riptide make top 8 and validate me in the dev room? I'm going to prove all those haters wrong in there. They said, Uhyoung, what are you talking about? Riptide is not a meta hero. You're seeing it here, folks. You're seeing it here.
I know you're a big fan of Riptide. I've also heard that you're a big fan of Oscilio. Is that right?
Exactly. I'm also so excited to see that Oscilio there, because it's playing so many new cards. And, you know, I would have been a little bit hesitant to see if that was the most powerful deck in the format. But when I talked to the player yesterday, he was like, I can't lose. And he was very confident. And you know what? That's the kind of confidence it takes to win a Silver Age showdown. So I'm excited to see that deck perform.
Well, I've got some good news for you, because 2-0 and going to be in our feature match area next is that Oscilio player. So stay tuned. Much, much more Silver Age coming your way next. Welcome back to Auckland for our Sunday Silver Age Showdown. We've already had some barn burners in our feature match area, including a hero that you are just clearly a very massive fan of in the form of Riptide, and it won't stop here.
Exactly. That Riptide did not let me down, proved me right, and I love being right.
Well, this is going to be round 3. We're 2 rounds through in the Silver Age event, and I'm really interested to see how things are starting to shake up because, yeah, we've seen a Briar down in our feature match area not actually be successful. And unfortunately for my local, Troy Wilson, Riptide taking him down there. We've seen a couple of interesting other heroes blaze for the very first time in our feature match area. And now we're going to see another wizard this round in Oscilio. What is it that you think makes Oscilio, I guess, a hero that could be viable or could come into contention in this Silver Age format? Is it the new cards from Omens of the Third Age?
Yeah, Omens of the Third Age gives Oscilio access to a lot of very efficient and powerful burn spells. So I'm just so excited to see how all those tools combine in the Silver Age format to see how they play out. So I cannot wait to see how this game goes.
Well, let's wait no longer and head down to the feature match area and meet our players. It is going to be Patrick against Jess down in that feature match area. It is going to be Fi versus Oscilio. It is an all New Zealand battle happening down in that feature match area. I want to go ahead and take a look at the heroes. As we said, Fi is a hero that has had a bit of buzz in Silver Age so far, still awaiting their first champion. Of course, that very aggressive Draconic deck that can, a couple of times in a game even, not just once with Fi, those really big burst turns even, you can really set up some massive damage on that Fi side of things.
Yeah, and especially because Oscilio sometimes might have too many instants, might not be able to efficiently block. Fi will put Oscilio on the clock to find the damage that he needs to win this game. Fi, just one of those powerhouses in Silver Age, just those classic aggro deck. It's going to be exciting to see what Oscilio can bring to sort of show up this matchup.
Oscilio, an interesting one for me, because if I think about Classic Constructed, I think about Gone in a Flash, I think about all the Majestic Sigils, none of those.
None of those.
Exactly, none of that in our Oscilio decks in Silver Age. So what do they look like? I have no clue. Do you know? You spoke to the player. Do you know what these sort of Oscilio decks can kind of look like without access to all these Majestics?
Just lots of new efficient burns. So I want to see how Oscilio actually wins this game, how he outvalues Fi, because when I looked at the deck, I was like, these are all great burn spells, but can you race these aggro decks? And he was like, I can. And I was like, I want to see.
Patrick seems to think that they can do it, and that instant ability as well, you know, the discarding of an instant. We got a lot of new instants in Omens of the Third Age, and I think with all that said, Uhyoung, let's go ahead and find out exactly what Patrick can pull together, or will it be Jess and her Fi being able to take down Patrick in the feature match area? It looks like we're going to lead off with Jess kicking this one off. Typically in this matchup, do you want to go first or second, do you think?
Typically, you want to go second because it is a bit of an aggro race, and typically, aggro races, you want to go second for that tempo to get ahead on the damage race. But because Oscilio can present so much efficient burn spells, against Oscilio, you might want to go first to avoid taking all that free burn damage on one turn.
Yeah, and also for Oscilio, not actually being able to defend that well, to be honest, with all those instants, right? So maybe even going first is okay, as it looks like Patrick already is maybe going to line things up here and try and filter through the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, going to respond here to this blue Rising Resentment that is on the chain, activating that Oscilio. Of course, it doesn't tap the Oscilio, use this ability. Very important now with all these cards that do actually tap your hero, that we represent that in the right way, as you see Patrick doing there.
Yeah, just going to filter through the deck, find something more powerful, see what is coming up to figure out if he needs to block, if he wants to save the cards. Is this 1 damage a bait? Should he be holding those cards to try to send something back?
Yeah, goes ahead and discards that Constella there to the Oscilio hero ability. Now going to go and, wow, straight away, we're going to send out, oh, it's an Ominous that's being pitched away to send some.
So I've heard on the floor that Ominous Excavation is one of those new cards that gives Wizards a tool into fatigue matchups, gives them an interesting loop in the end game. So I'm so excited to see what that will do in this matchup.
Yeah, Voltic Veil being deployed here for Patrick on the combat chain. Not a card I'm actually familiar with, but of course is that Elemental Wizards from Compendium of Wraith and going to prevent 4 damage that is being dealt here. Lightning Bond, not a mechanic we've seen a lot of so far.
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a Riptide cosplay, preventing blocking damage and pinging one on their turn. That sort of counterburn style that Omens of the Third Age has really enabled for Oscilio. So, and we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, and then that Constellar Contemplation is going to be the follow-up here, paired with the Volzar to throw some damage. Patrick is flying through this turn, you see, almost racing against the clock, Patrick. We don't need to go quite that quickly.
Yeah, he is moving at the speed of lightning, some might say. Really role-playing this Lightning Wizard hero. He already has a Ponder set up. He has a 4-card hand. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, going to cash in this instant as well. Going to go straight away. That's Cosmic Flow that's being thrown away. Patrick trying to, I guess, craft the hand here and see what damage we can find. Of course, does have that Ponder token as well. It'll follow up the turn.
Yeah, one of those big staples from Omens Limited, the ability to get 3 resources off a red and also put an instant to the graveyard, activating that new Volza.
Arcane Twinning going to be thrown in here. So maybe not the most exciting thing for Patrick, just 2 damage being paired with that Volza thanks to that Cosmic Flow hitting the bin already and being able to trigger that Amp 1. 2 damage? I mean, Patrick's got to be happy getting through turn 0 at full life total. Should be at 18 here. I'm sure players will fix that up once we see the first point of damage dealt. But Jess now, just 2 damage being face down. Does Jess care about this?
I don't think Jess does. Usually, as long as the hand that she has is deployable on the offensive, wouldn't necessarily want to Arcane Barrier, but maybe doesn't necessarily need all the cards, so attempting to Arcane Barrier there.
Yeah, and then we see another new card here from Omens of the Third Age being deployed. It is that
Red
instant.
Core Reaction, isn't
Yeah, it is Core Reaction, exactly. So that's going to stay around until next turn. We're at the start of Patrick's turn. That will pop off and present some damage, but for now, Jess knows what's coming her way. Let's find out what's coming Patrick's way as Rising Resentment Red is the lead off here. 3 go again.
Yeah, just Patrick deploying so many of these Omens cards. These like sort of limited all-stars showing their strength in Silver Age.
We are burning through the deck here for Patrick. Fatigue not on Patrick's mind. It's just all about finding the damage as you see the players correct the life totals there. Now, can we craft the hand here for Patrick? Jess with a couple of cards to follow this up as well. Does Patrick need to worry about the damage? Absorbent Ether is going to be deployed here. So we're seeing a lot of different cards here on Patrick's side of things.
Yeah, now you start to get a little bit afraid of the burn that's going to come out.
Yeah, Jess just going to send the Searing Emblade into the combat zone. Just 3/3/3 so far here for Jess. It's all 3s all around. Patrick with a bit of a decision to make. Now we have used that Absorbent Ether. Would think we do want to find some arcane damage on this turn. What does that look like? Typically with Oscilio, that can be a little bit more convoluted. A couple of cards. We've already seen Constellar Flow State, for instance. Yep. Are we going to see something similar? Another yellow instant, maybe from Omens being deployed?
Yeah, possibly. I'm so excited to really delve into Patrick's list at some point because all those Omens cards, those instant burn spells, things like Cosmic Suture that gets to prevent and deal arcane damage on the back end of it. Very powerful, efficient counter-burn playstyle.
Yeah, this is a good amount of damage. Sorry, I stand corrected. I was thinking of Constellar Contemplation. We've already, of course, seen in the feature match area here, but this is going to be the Cosmic Suture deployed, so we're going to soak up some of this damage. We're going to have that trigger from the Absorbent Ether as well, plus the Volzar as well. So this looks really nice from Patrick here. I can see why the confidence is flowing. We're soaking up the damage nicely. We're presenting arcane damage back. We're kind of doing both sides. We saw Riptide before doing 2 sort of game plans. Now we're seeing Oscilio do 2 very different game plans, but also attacking on 2 fronts here.
Exactly. And what's really important to note about Cosmic Suture is that it is, in quotes, good prevention. So, for example, if it prevents 3, you can still leave 1 prevention floating for those, for example, pesky Phoenix attacks and things like that. So the ability to block out all these breakpoints that these aggro decks typically want to present is what makes that card so powerful in a format like this.
Yeah, exactly. Going to float that damage across and is going to soak up this 1 damage from that Phoenix Flame that followed up that Searing Emblade, and now yet another Phoenix Flame thanks to that fire activation is going to come through, and that's going to be followed up by a big lava burst here for 5 damage. But Patrick's got more things to add to the combat chain, or more damage to throw, it looks like, as we're going to come in with Strike Twice from Compendium of Wraith is going to be the follow-up here for Patrick. So 3 damage hitting the way of Jess. Just a lot of damage on Patrick's side of things. I think we're going to end this this turn with Jess having taken more damage than Patrick has.
Exactly. Just all these very powerful burn spells that can be deployed at instant speed. These pseudo instant burn spells that have all been added to Wizard's arsenal is what is pumping up Oscilio to become a potential dominant force in the Silver Age metagame.
Now, a very important piece of equipment deployed there from Jess, and it was that Mask of the Swimming Claw. So Patrick has got that out of the way. That is, of course, Spell Voided X, which is number of chain links. So we've stopped that damage that came through on that strike twice. But then the core reaction comes through, deals 4 damage. And Patrick just says, yep, I've done what I need to. Down to 13, I'm at 15, pass it back. Patrick's going to be feeling really good about this as we go back to Jess with a 4-card hand.
Yeah, Patrick doing all that burn on Jess's turn. So cool to see.
Mounting Anger is going to be the lead off here as we 4 go again on the side of things for Jess. 1 resource still floating. I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of play on Patrick's side. Yep. He likes playing on both players' turns as we see yet another Absorbent Ether, this time a red one deployed. And that's going to be followed up on Jess's side by Ronin Renegade. Both our players very snappy, very quick down here in our feature match area.
Yeah.
Do not blink.
So interesting that Patrick is now slowing down for almost the first time in this matchup to have a thing. He has been playing so fast this matchup. I've been so impressed. Now, very pivotal decision he must be faced with.
Yep.
Takes the 3.
Yeah, going to take some damage here. A couple of cards in Patrick's hand. Looks like a couple of burn spells. Looks like another strike twice. And a 0 cost is an Inion maybe from Omens that's in Patrick's hand.
Let's see what Jess has to follow up with, because Jess really needs to start pushing more damage, try to close this game out before Patrick just incrementally gains value and counter burns her to death.
One thing you spoke about back in our first round of the showdown today was how those wizards play on both sides and almost get an extra turn at the end of the game. So the way life totals are right now, do you think that this favors Patrick with that final turn?
Yeah, Patrick is sort of in the game plan that he wants to be. Wants to keep pace with these aggro decks while burning and then being that pseudo turn ahead. So looking good for him so far, unless Jess can present some big damage here, which she may be able to.
Yeah, Jess committing all the equipment on this chain link, pouncing paws. We've had the double cross strap being used, tearing Shuko, of course. That was a crouching tiger that came through for 2 damage, and now that additional resource, thanks to that cross strap, is going to enable Jess to send this Searing Emberblade in for a follow-up 3 damage. And Patrick just, takes it down to 7 life by the looks of it, knows what he wants to achieve with the 3 cards that he's got to play with. Of course, 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Phoenix Flame, the follow-up for Jess here.
Yeah, this is Jess's turn. All that equipment being committed, all this damage coming in, and another lava burst.
Goodness.
Oh my god. 5 damage to close out this massive turn. Patrick is on 6. I mean, Jess has drawn beautifully. This is so much damage back-to-back lava bursts.
Oh, it's a flash bolt from the arsenal there from Patrick. So we're going to push through some damage, but Patrick is going to fall all the way down to 1 if we don't want to commit any defense here, but it looks like a couple of pieces of equipment are going to be blocked with. I believe those are the new pieces of equipment.
Yeah, exactly. So they say that if you've activated an instant this turn, they can prevent 2 each. So they're essentially blocking 4 here.
Wow.
Very, very efficient pieces of equipment to try get Patrick more life, more time to find some burn.
Wow, those are very, that's the Voltic Vanguard as you see there. And yeah, as you say, preventing 2 pieces of damage. Very powerful pieces of equipment, especially the way Patrick has built the Auxilio deck. Very impressive.
Yeah. And just an efficient 0-card burn spell being thrown back. Patrick.
Comet Storm, yeah. The Collision, sorry. Storm is, of course, the 1 cost.
Yeah, Patrick doing very good, keeping life totals even. I mean, we have seen how explosive those 5 turns were, and Patrick has kept pace.
Now, 5 plays 5. Jess has no prevention left. Can Patrick find the killing blow here, or can Jess sustain and present lethal back Patrick's way? 5 Tenant Strike first is coming in here for 3. We're still rapid in this gameplay. Patrick has, of course, cashed in an instant there thanks to the Auxilio ability. What has he found?
What can he do? Can he prevent? Can he throw back enough burn? Vols are being activated.
What's the follow-up here from Patrick pitching that Suture? There's a red Suture.
Oh, red Suture.
That's going to come in for 2 damage and help prevent some damage here. As you say, that's going to 3 here and then float the 1 additional. So it looks like Patrick should be able to survive this turn if nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick really showcasing the powerhouse of these new cards. That Starfall mechanic, sometimes difficult to activate, but Auxilio's hero ability that just discards an instant and draws you another card, so that Volzo is almost always online.
Yep, we're going to block. There's a brand coming for 3 here, thanks to that Fire Tenant Strike first. Patrick's going to block that one out, and yet another Fire Tenant Strike first coming in. It's red again, 3 go again. Patrick's just going to take this one all the way down to 2. What is the follow-up? Will it be just an Emberblade, or will it be another attack?
Thankfully, no more lava bursts left.
We got through all those. But this is going to be... Yeah, that's going to be it. That's it, because there's so much damage coming through there thanks to the fire, Tender Strike first. And, of course, the follow-up would be that Phoenix Flame as well. It's just too much for Patrick to be able to prevent there.
Yeah, Patrick was so close to finding the burn he needed to try close out that game. But, I mean, honestly, those fire turns were terrifying. Jess came out the gate running lava burst after lava burst on those expansive combat chains, blowing up all the equipment. Don't need that arcane barrier, don't need that spell void anymore, because you are about to go down. And what a performance she put on.
I mean, I think the mask was very important in that matchup, preventing 3 damage there, but just the rate of speed that both these players played at in our feature match area, clearly both very confident. They know their heroes very well. And look, Patrick falling to Jess in the end, they're very well played by both sides. And you said Patrick was so confident, I cannot lose. And do you know what? I still believe because the way that Patrick played was very, very strong, very decisive, very interesting Auxilio deck as well that I hope we see more of. I hope that Patrick, I'm going to be a little biased here. I hope Patrick makes a run for top 8 because that Auxilio deck list looks awesome. I need it.
I am on a similar boat. Like, despite that loss, he played in a way that he just fully understood the matchup, knew what he was looking for. He was so confident, played so clean, played so fast. I was just so impressed despite the loss. Yeah,
me too. Well, let's hope that we get to see more of that down in our feature match area. Now, of course, we've got a big few weekends coming up with Nationals on the horizon. And if you attend that National Championships, you can pick up your competitor package, get that nice flow state embodiment. This is a card that I'm interested to see what impact this might have on our format. Of course, lightning action that all 3 of our latest heroes from Omens the Third Age have access to. So I got my eye out for that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. In one of my Seal games yesterday, my opponent attacked me with the flow state, turn 0, and then played 3 instants. Got enough lightning and 2 flow tides, and I kept it very cool.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. That is one way to get it done, of course. Not only is there the national main event, it's the Nationals Festival that's happening all weekend. You've got things like your showdowns. Go ahead and pick up your promo. Runic Reaving, which also looks awesome, and another card. I want to see what happens. And originally we saw this card, just the art, right? And it was like, wow. And now we get to see exactly what this card does.
Are we allowed to show that word? Usurp?
Usurp.
James White has approved this? Interesting. Oh, okay. All right. I guess people know about this mechanic now.
Is there anything you can hint at with Usurp that you're allowed to hint at with Usurp?
Yeah, exactly. So exactly how that mechanic is going to play in the upcoming sets is... No, I cannot say anything, but there is the mechanic out there for you to see. It is very interesting, the ability to destroy a rune chant if able, and if you do, getting +2. And remember, this says any rune chant. You can pretty much destroy any rune chant if you want to. And where have we seen rune chants recently? In Omens.
In Omens, yes, of course. Yeah, we've seen a preview. So I get it. You're teasing me. You're teasing us in the audience. That's fine. I understand it. Razor Reflex, go ahead and pick up your Razor Reflexes, as many players have been doing here at the World Tour Stop in Auckland, including myself, including yourself, Uhyoung.
Exactly.
We've been playing some side events.
That art is sick, and I want my full playset. If I can play the event tonight, I might be able to snag my final copy.
Yeah, they are beautiful indeed, with as many promos to get your hands on in this national season. But there is so much more Flesh and Blood to be played here at our Silver Age Showdown, and we have a name that players might recognize and viewers out there might recognize in our feature match area. Next round is Andrea Mengucci. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, down in the feature match area. Welcome back to your Silver Age Sunday Showdown here at the World Tour in Auckland as we are seeing what is up with Silver Age post the first round of community benchings. And I'll tell you what is up, Uhyoung Choi. It is 6 different heroes in our undefeated bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings after 3 rounds of play here at this World Tour stop. What stands out to you when you look at these 6 different heroes being represented here?
Immediately, Bravo, Flattering Showman, something we haven't seen just yet, but a very powerful Guardian with disruptive abilities that may be the correct metaphor in this field. Oldhim, 2nd place. We haven't talked about Oldhim too much, but definitely one of the most powerful decks in the format and a threat to be reckoned with. And there is that Briar, Andrea, Mengucci, 3-0 up there.
25% of the field, but just 1 of 6 left undefeated. This Briar in the hands of Andrea Mengucci, no slouch, of course. Yeah, we didn't speak too much about Guardians early in the day when we saw that meta breakdown because, well, there just wasn't many of them. But now you see an Oldhim here at 3-0, 1 of 2. Only Oldhims you see, of course. Jess, who we saw in our feature match area, claiming victory with that fight. A Dromai at 3-0 as well.
Exactly. And now I don't care about anybody else except that Riptide coming in rank 7. Tom, let's go. You are 2-1. Please, you can do it. Rip that Riptide straight to top 8 and prove me right.
I think it's safe to say you've got some favorites. I got to point out Manuel Solomon here on that Rhinar as well as we take a look down across to the right-hand side of our page. We don't see our first blaze there until Spencer Horton, the Boost and Spend Dog in 9th place there. But then after that, we see a couple of blazes. Amelia Hulenboba as well, a very good player from Australia, one to keep an eye out for. We see a couple of Icelanders for the first time as well, including calling winner Sean Stanley there, piloting that Iyslander. And then we finally see some more Briars there, including Troy Wilson, who we saw on feature earlier. It's bounced back to turn 1 as we go ahead and take a look at that second page of standings. What about this page? There's all your Briars, Uhyoung Choi, at 2-1 at the moment.
Yeah, so despite Briar being that absolute boogeyman of the format, still performing, but not to that insane standard that may have potentially been feared. But again, early days of the format, we will find out what really happens. But so far, Briar looking counterable. Briar looking very beatable.
Yeah, a couple of other heroes that are still at 2-1 and probably still in contention there. You see another Fi and another Blaze. I want to see how many Blazes we might have top 8 at the end of the day. Of course, we've still got 3 rounds of Swiss left to play. Now it is time to see Andrea Mengucci is going to be piloting Briar, I believe, down the fish match area. Right. He's our 3-0 Briar and is going to be up against a Bravo. Now, Runeblade, Guardian, a tale as old as time, Uhyoung Choi. A matchup that you like?
It is surprisingly technical matchup. I feel like Briar can present a tremendous amount of damage, but Guardians can also block a lot. And it's going to be interesting to see like whether Bravo tries to go on the disruptive damage route to try quell Briar's offensive output, or go for that sort of fatigue outlet to try block out, make sure blocking out burn-up shocks and things like that to try get ahead. So let's see how that game gets navigated.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I think, you know, there's this kind of, especially with Flattering Showman, is Flattering Showman actually the fatigue Guardian or is it more of the aggressive Guardian? I think that's what we're going to find out. And it sounds like the players are getting ready. We're going to go down and meet our players in the feature match area. And a man who needs little introduction, I would say, Andrea Mengucci, a calling top 8 in his own right, is a player that has really embraced Flesh and Blood, been traveling around the world and has been sort of adding to his repertoire of other games that he plays. On the other side of things, it is Dan Griffin from New Zealand piloting that Bravo Flattering Showman. It's Italy versus New Zealand in this one.
Yeah, and I am just rooting for New Zealand, just a hometown hero trying to go up against one of the biggest names in Flesh and Blood. Can he do it? Can he do it on Bravo? Not only repping New Zealand and Guardians.
Go ahead and we'll take a look at the heroes that will be in our feature match area. As we say, Briar. We spoke about Briar a little bit already today. Yukili Bender took it as her Sage deck into the top 8 and Pro Tour Yokohama, ultimately finishing 2nd on Oscilio. And Bravo, Flattering Showman, a hero that, you know, synonymous with Silver Age, I think, in terms of a hero that is a great entry point to Silver Age, but not a hero that we've seen break through just yet in these early days of Silver Age, but still so much time in this format.
Exactly. Bravo's hero ability, very powerful if you get tempoed. Like the ability to chain dominates with +2, like every turn. If you get that ball rolling, Bravo sometimes just looks silly and abusive.
Let's see if Dan can get the ball rolling as we head down to the table. Players ready to go, and it looks like Dan is going to be leading us off in this one.
Ooh, look at that Marvel Bravo. I didn't even know those existed. That looks sick.
Very, very nice. I believe that might have been from skirmishes in this recent season. It's just going to be a Titan's Fist straight away for Dan Griffin. Does that tell you anything about what we might see in this matchup?
Yeah, I think so. Like, Titan's Fist, very efficient, one-card weapon, and it's also interesting to see that he's swinging immediately. He may just be filtering the hand, but also may be indicative of that sort of fatigue concept if he just wants to get 2 cards out of Andrea's deck.
Going to see Andrea commit a couple of cards to defense there, including a Nimblism. Nice to get one of those in the graveyard early in case you have maybe a Nimble Strike or another way you need to banish Nimblism. And we're going to head over to Andrea's turn, flicking those cards. Looks like we've got a few non-attack actions to pair with a Ravenous Rabble, potentially. Looks like Starfall's going to come in here. So you see early Andrea Mengucci potentially prioritizing swinging as much as possible with Starfall. Maybe to your point, thinking about the fatigue elements of this game, possibly.
Yeah, sometimes like the pitch stack may matter if Andrea can't present enough damage in that first cycle. So it's going to be very important keeping track of the cards that will be coming around because this game may go long.
Yeah, and Dan immediately commits 2 cards to defense to keep out, and then a Ravenous Rabble is heading into the combat zone for 4, revealing a Lightning card or Lightning Red, and Thunk is going to join the defensive side for Dan. 1 damage leak through when it's all said and done for Andrea.
Yeah, classic gameplay so far, just blocking and then just going to be most likely just throwing back a very efficient Titan's Fist. So that classic Guardian gameplay, block, 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 value with Titan's Fist. Block, 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 Titan's Fist. It's going to be very interesting to see when Dan can find the moment to pivot and throw out bigger attacks to try to disrupt on the offensive.
Yeah, use that hero ability as we take a look in here. We know, of course, for Andrea's side of things, he's got all of those equipments from the Hunted. He's got that Blade Beckoner. But if we take a look at Dan's side of things here, I've not seen that equipment before, but Magnetic Carapace is one we see. Nullrune boots as well. But what's happening at the top there?
I didn't even know you could get a 1. How do you? What does one need to do to get a 1? Do you need to put it through the wash and maybe
drive a car over it? Maybe
Yeah,
might be what you need to do. As we go back to Andrea's side of things, Andrea did commit that Blade Beckoner Helm to defense on that one, so just starting to soak up some damage. I think what's important for Briars often is if you've got Scar for Scars in your deck, you do want to try and stay lower on life total, so you can see Andrea's stayed at 18 would keep that Scar for Scar alive, but it looks like we're just going to lead off with a red quick succession into a Lightning Surge. We see a lot of yellow quick successions. Red is not one I've seen as much of.
Yeah, but if you can fully utilize that new card from Omen's Quick Succession, you just get a lot of value. Not only are you giving the next card go again, you can cash out 3 points of offensive value as well if you can utilize 3 points of go again.
Dan going to go ahead and block up. Clash of Might is going to create a Might on his side of things, winning that clash nice and easily, as Guardians typically tend to do. And we'll see what Andrea's follow-up here. No damage leak through on this first chain link. What might the second hold in store for us? It is that Starfall. You see Andrea just continuing to persist with keeping the Starfall as the attack of focus. And that's quite nice. Quick Succession pairs really nicely with Starfall, actually.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out, Andrea's pitching a burn-up shock, and he pitched a red Quick Succession as well. So he may be setting up an absolutely massive second cycle. So it's going to be very important to keep track of that, what Andrea might be bringing to the game in that second cycle.
Great call, love that. And a Harness Lightning joins the fray. A card we've seen a couple of times in our feature match area already, and that's also going to... I like this play as well because it gives you that embodiment Lightning off the back. It may not have go again itself, it's going to finish the chain, but a really nice chain ender, and is going to enable Andrea to be set up. But that's double,
oh my God.
double Arcane Polarity for Dan Griffin. That is certainly going to salve some of the life that's been lost, and some. Dan going all the way up to 24 and creating that nice early life buffer to play with.
Yep. When I'm playing an aggro deck and I swing everything that I can and my opponent gains 8, I feel great.
100%. I feel phenomenal.
I feel phenomenal. So let's see if Andrea can recover from this. It is going to be potentially a long game with all that life gain. So let's see if we can start grinding out this Guardian, these notoriously block-heavy decks. Can he punch through?
So we're going to lead off with a path here for Andrea. And you can see from all the pitch that we spoke about, you spoke about it, that burn-up shock. Andrea clearly has an eye towards this potentially being a fatigue matchup and is going to see the damage or the arcane prevented there, pitching there from Dan's side, and we're just going to block up.
Yeah, just being very efficient with the blocks, being very methodical. Dan just not trying to give Andrea an opportunity to leak unnecessary damage here. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see what he decides to pitch next, because that stack may start looking very scary.
Path of the Same Ends is a card that I think, obviously lots of talk about cards like Burn Up Shock, but Path of the Same Ends is a very powerful card, and I think has really upgraded Briar particularly.
Indeed. Omen's providing so many new lightning tools, new Runeblade tools to the Briar deck with all these very fancy and new upgrades.
You see yet another red pitched for the Starfall. Looks like it's a Stinging Sprite this time. That'll pair nicely because of their arcane damage.
Yep. So it's interesting because it's another sort of attack with an arcane damage. And because he's pitched a quick succession as well, this should be able to get go again. So this would be a 4 go again with 1 arcane in that second cycle.
Or if we see it on defense in the in-game to potentially deal some final damage as well, we could see. Could be quite interesting as we see that Starfall is followed up here by a second strike, and Dan has the Oasis Respite. If you wanted to understand potentially is Dan leaning defensive or offensive with this game plan, and Oasis Respite might be the answer you needed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dan is higher life, not going to get that extra additional life. Yeah, first 4 problems. But, so far, still Dan, keeping very high in life totals, blocking very efficiently. And Andrea definitely has a plan for this, though.
That 1 life can matter, though. That not getting that 1 life could potentially matter in the in-game for Dan. Not pitching it or not finding a way to get it when he's lower on life. Those arcane polarities, as much as it was, amazing to come through with 8 damage, they may have come at an awkward time for Dan, right? Because it's now put him higher in life. It opens up the Scar for Scars. It stops the Oasis Respites, triggering all those things.
Exactly.
We see Andrea lead with the yellow quick succession. Looks like potentially into an Arcanic Shockwave. Another path will be revealed to that, so that arcane damage off the Shockwave will be coming the way of Dan Griffin. We'll see how he deals with that one.
Just very good, efficient numbers here. Constantly splitting damage, arcane and physical, forcing Dan to pitch and also block with cards. So a lot of good ways sort of keeping up.
Test of strength. We're going to clash away. Oh, nah. Andrea was confident with that Arcanic Shockwave. He thought he might be able to win a clash there, but Dan says, no. I'm a Guardian. I'm gonna win this clash. Give me my gold.
I feel like if I clash and my opponent reveals their card that confidently, I'm just going to eschew my loss. I love the way he's flipping those cards. It is very intimidating.
It's a power play,
yeah,
definitely.
Power play.
As we see 1 damage leak over there from that Shockwave, and the follow-up is going to be Lightning Surge from the Arsenal from Andrea Mengucci. So he's going to have go again. These quick successions doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I feel like if you really squint hard enough, it's a very powerful card. Go again and just the ability to get +1/+1/+1, or in this case +1/+1. That is a lot of value for a card and sort of enables and smooths out so many of these Briar turns.
Yeah, and the Merculia Helm's going to get involved there, and thanks to that win of the clash off the Test of Strength, is going to get that buff up there, so we're going to use that on this attack to block it all out. Follow-up from Andrea, very consistent Starfall. What I love about the Starfall as well is Andrea is crafting the bottom of his deck. He is crafting that second cycle. It's all at the determination of what he wants those final hands to look like right
now. Path the Same Hands, one of the most powerful cards in Briar as well, that new addition. Arcane damage and 3 physical, just going to be coming back around.
Yep. Andrea is going to throw out that Arcane Seed's life there. A couple of rune chants made. Embodiment of Lightning. Nice follow. And you just see Andrea just so happy just end turns with Embodiments of Lightning and say, I'm just going to set up for future turns. I'm just going to keep the pressure on. He's fine to leave Dan with 1 card. You want to swing a Titan's Fist at me? Fine. I'm at 19 life and I've still got my Blade Beaker equipment, right? I can eat these for a while.
Exactly. Guardians usually typically very happy just to take 4 cards into 4 cards, the 4 cards into 4 cards. So Andrea needs to sculpt those 5-card hands and that beautiful pitch stack to really break through this defense. Because if you're just throwing 4 cards at Guardians all the time, their efficient 4 blocks, their equipments, all of their 3 blocks will just come down and neutralize that threat.
It's important to note, Dan here at 20 life, we may look at it and go, oh, Dan's really in control of this game, right? Andrea's used a number of power cards, for instance. But let's not forget, Dan has already gained 8 life. He's used a number of power cards on his side of things as well for his game plan, which at this point in time does seem to be probably the ultra defensive, probably fatigue side of things.
Yeah. And this game going to be a masterclass in sort of how to navigate this aggressive heroes into fatigue decks as well. I feel like these matchups are quite difficult if all you're doing is just throwing aggressive cards out and just sort of hoping they get through. But there is a lot of depth to this matchup to try break through all that defense.
Andrea really tanked on that block and actually decided to commit a card defensively, which is maybe not something you'd typically see with Briar when you're thinking about fatigue. But a yellow Arcanic Shockwave may be better used on defense than offense here, as we see Rush of Power come in, one of those new quick strike cards from Omens of the Third Age, presenting 4 damage and an on-hit effect of dealing 1 arcane damage.
Yeah, just another powerhouse from the Omen set, essentially becoming a 0 for 5 if not blocked properly.
We're going to see that Helm get used for a second time. Of course, Temper's going to mean that ends up getting thrown away at the end of this. We're going to block out that Starfall, and the follow-up is going to be a Static Shock. We're now seeing some equipment really being committed to the chain there. Unfortunately, that graded 1 gloves is out the door for Dan Griffin. We'll say goodbye to that.
Yeah, blocks 1, but essentially preventing 2 points of damage. So cashing in all that equipment against the on-hits to try minimize the damage as much as possible.
So I want to do a check-in with you here, Uhyoung Choi. We're at 20 to 18. Who do you think's got the edge in this game right now from all the things you've seen so far?
I mean, just looking at the board state, I would say Bravo is like confidently ahead, but Andrea clearly has a plan. So I just want to see what happens at that second cycle. Has he done enough to break through this defense? But for now, he is whittling away that equipment and punching a little bits of damage through to try get ahead.
Sprout Strength into a Ravenous Rebel here. And we, of course, flipped a Snatch off the top. We're going to clash. Andrea knows he's not winning that one. That's a bigger token, I believe, going the way of Dan there. We are going to leak through a damage, and the follow-up is going to be that Starfall. We're going to pitch away another yellow quick succession. So again, Andrea crafting the bottom of the hand. I believe that was a burn-up shock that has gone into the arsenal for Andrea. So he's eaten through some of the equipment. Will we finally see Andrea try and push a burn-up shock through?
Exactly. If he has broken enough equipment, that burn-up shock starts to look very, very tasty.
Titan's Fist is going to be the play for Dan here. Rinse and repeat as we see that Blade Beckoner gloves committed to the defensive side of things for Andrea. And then we'll head back Andrea's way.
Just buying him that equipment suite on Andrea's side, essentially buying him 6 points of life in this matchup. And here comes the burn-up shock. This is going to be one of those big turns where Andrea needs to push as much damage as possible.
And I believe, if we take a look at the hand there for Andrea, that is double lightning press in that hand for Andrea Mengucci. If you want to talk about ways to push through a burn-up shock, that has got to be it, right, Uhyoung?
Yep, this is the turn that he has been waiting for. And a snatch as well. If he makes that snatch connect with an embodiment with double lightning press, there's almost no way Dan can block this out. Let's see what happens here.
Even stronger maybe for Andrea. Does he even need to commit both these lightning presses? Can he actually keep one, pitch it to the bottom for the second burn-up shock potentially, and create that inevitability in the endgame?
Yep. And he also now knows the card that he's going to draw as well. What an advantage.
There we see that lightning press is committed. That is going to be 10. That is going to be 3 going over the top. No, we're just going to throw it out. Andrea just wants to push the damage. So he's done being patient. He's saying it is now time to just push damage. Knows he's going to draw that card off of the top. So instead says, this is the way to use this. It's just push damage. This is going to be, what, 10 damage leaked?
Oh my God. Well, damage is damage. And this is looking very, very impressive. Is that a pitch of a card to at least prevent 1 arcane damage from that burn-up shock? Looks like it, really valuing that 1 life there.
Yeah, so he's going to take 9 in the end, fall down to 9 on the side of things for Dan Griffin. And Andrea is, of course, going to draw that card. And I think probably just set up a 5-card hand here, right? Is there any point in sending now this Entwined Lightning he's drawn off the top?
Yes, I really like this arsenal here because usually a Guardian would keep a blue to swing that Titan's Fist, so it's not going to be much. It's not going to go in the arsenal. It's just 4 damage coming your way. So again, you want to set up that arsenal for another 5-card hand to push as much damage through that defense as possible.
Yeah, Andrea just saying, well, I'm happy to take 4 damage. I don't want to get blocked for 3 on the other side of things. Has Andrea found an attack action, though? Because I saw 3 non-attack actions. Is it just going to be the Entwined Lightning he's going to have to work with on this next turn? We'll have to find out.
Yeah. So it's going to be very exciting to see like what he has lined up because 9 to 12.
Stinging Sprite.
Yeah, so 9 to 12, much more manageable in this matchup now.
Do you want to do a check-in? 2 turns ago, you thought Dan was maybe in the lead. Do you want to change that up yet?
Was I talking about the second cycle? Dan might die on the first cycle with the way these things are going right now. So let's see. Can Dan stabilize? Can he block out enough damage? Or can he throw something disruptive back to try quell this aggression? The key thing to note...
Yeah, can he find a pivot turn?
Yeah, exactly. So it will be very important to see if Andrea ever bricks in this matchup as well. But the important thing is 2 lightning presses are now out of Briar's deck. Dan no longer needs to be worried about a lightning press, no longer needs to be aware of that threat.
It feels like to me the key card now for the rest of this game is that last burn-up shock.
Yeah.
Because if Andrea can keep out, if Dan can keep out Andrea's burn-up shock, 9 life might be enough to do it. We've still got the Carapace in play. We maybe have another Oasis in the deck for Dan Griffin, unknown at this stage. But we are going to lead off here. Andrea Mengucci is going to play that Weave Lightning into an Entwine Lightning, showing that Sprite. This is going to be 7. Go again, certainly with some follow-up. Probably means that Dan is going to have to leak a damage here. He's also run out. We've seen both, or at least one test of strength, right?
Yeah. So just more efficient blocks. Dan.
But this is a block card. This is a block card being committed, so this is going to block out all of the damage here. So we're going to keep Dan's life total nice and healthy. We see Andrea go back to the well with that play. We've seen so many times so far in this game. Every time he's had, except for when he's pushed those big damage turns, he's swung Starfall every single turn, just crafting that second cycle with that pitch as well.
Yeah. Some might say, for example, Starfall is only 2 damage relative to the card that is being pitched, but 2 damage is a very awkward number to block. You're still going to have to commit a 3 blocks. So sometimes you can see Starfall doing a lot more than it might seem to do.
Yeah, Dan's going to go ahead and prevent the arcane damage off the Sprite and then commit that last card to keeping out the Sprite on offense. So Dan is saying, I might be done with the Titan's Fist plan here for now, and I'm just throwing every single card I can to the defensive side of things. Of course, I want to note as well, not only do we have that Carapace, of course, we do also have that shield on the side of things for Dan. So still got good access to some equipment here, and in a way, the second Oasis Riptide has been drawn in the hand here for Dan Griffin. So got a number of defensive options. Can Andrea find a way through them? There's something that I have noticed, and I don't know if you've seen this before, I'm sure you have, with all your vast experience, but getting into those in-game states where actually the Briar with the Starfall can almost end up fatiguing the Bravo just by attrition, right, by forcing him to block so much.
Yeah, because if Dan gets too low, that Starfall is sometimes just enough to win that fatigue race because Dan will be so low. So these life totals very important, and Dan doing all he can to keep high as possible, making sure he's preventing even 1 arcane damage with the whole card.
Twine Lightning revealing Rush of Power going to come through for Andrea, going to leak a damage over the top there on Dan's block. We're going to follow that up with a Nimblism. That's going to be our first non-attack action of the turn. We'll see if Andrea can find a second one to create an embodiment, but it looks like he doesn't have a second one, so it's actually going to be a bit of an IP here for Andrea. He's going to play that Arcanic Shockwave, present some arcane damage, which Dan is going to clean up, and then 7 damage physical coming through here.
Yeah. But the Oasis Respite coming down, gain that 1 life, very, very important in this matchup. Just eking all that value that you can, and life gain so strong against these aggro decks.
Yeah, very strong, but also that means that Oasis is gone now for the burn-up shock turn, and as I believe it's just been drawn up, Andrea is back to that second cycle, including the burn-up shock here, and catches Dan without an arsenal, potentially something like an Oasis. Is this the turn that Andrea had drawn up? Has this come to fruition and in perfection? We'll have to find out.
Look at that beautiful hand. Going to be able to present some pretty good damage this turn. And also, Andrea has also still kept Blossom of Spring, most likely for this turn to try push that burn-up shot, playing very patient. And this is the second time to go all in this game to see if he can close this out.
I think that's what Andrea is weighing up here as he leads off with this red quick succession. He's wondering, doing the math, if I play this burn-up shock here on this turn, can I push the damage? What might Dan Griffin have if I don't? Looks like he might just keep it back, though, for a future turn. He's not, doesn't seem like he's truly fully happy with this hand, or maybe just doesn't need to play it quite yet until he gets through maybe the Carapace, the Steel Braid, Buckler there on the side of Dan Griffin. So it looks like he's going to keep it back, maybe stay patient and pitch it for a Starfall on this turn.
There's also the likelihood that this on-hit is already threatening enough that he knows it's going to get blocked. He may be trying to conceal the on-hit for later in the combat chain as well, or depending on how the turn goes, he might just be holding it for another turn where he knows his stack as well, so he might be preferring that second stack rather than the current hand that he has.
Rush of Power, Clash of Might. We're going to clash and see a Sprite on top of Andrea's deck. Dan wins yet another clash for a Might token, although they've not been super relevant in this match so far. Mights don't do much on the defensive side of things. Andrea breaking the chain there, and are we going to see non-attack action to create an embodiment? It is going to be that burn-up shock as you spoke about, so he's ready to commit it to it.
Yeah, and that ability to also hold off on that embodiment of lightning, that sequencing to make sure that everything is getting go again, very important here. Trying to go wide. The only downside of this play is that it did reset that shield, so there will be an additional block available to try block out this breakpoints. So can Andrea get through with this burn-up shock? This is so critical for this matchup.
And it looks like Andrea, we're back to second cycle. I think maybe 7, 8 cards left in deck to play with.
Yeah.
We'll find out if that's going to be enough. But first of all, Dan Griffin has to survive this. If he can get through this, though, if he can keep out this burn-up shock, I personally would be giving the favor to Dan here. I think this is a pivotal turn in this game.
Yeah, one of the most important things to do against a Briar is to block out a burn-up shock. It turns that 1 card 5 into a 1 card 1.
And doesn't have to worry about a lightning press.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about a lightning press. Very important here. Makes the blocking decisions a little bit easier. but the numbers are still very high.
Yeah, we'll see. Do you think there's a possibility that if Andrea can't push this, he might regret not pitching that lightning press and having just used it to push damage on that turn?
Yeah, possibly.
So Dan choosing to actually defend with 2 cards, not committing that Carapace to the chain. Will this be enough to mean that Andrea can now push through the damage he needs? Of course, we know the Blossom's going to be cracked, as you spoke about, Uhyoung, to push that Starfall. Been so patient on this as well.
Yeah. And I believe this is coming in for 3 as well, thanks to that quick succession. Andrea getting all 3 value out of that quick succession, which will force the card, not the equipment. And here comes a snatch!
What a follow-up. That is the perfect card, and Dan cannot keep this out. This looks like it might be enough. It's going to go down to 1 here on the side of Dan, so he's going to survive this.
And he draws the card. And it's
the Sprite that we spoke about as well, which presents just more split damage. So even though Andrea's running down on cards, he's done the thing that he needed to do. That's the last 4 cards. That's it. It was even less cards than I thought.
Yeah. I mean, this is a perfectly sculpted second cycle. I mean, this is an absolute masterclass of Briar. Like, he knew exactly what was coming. He knew exactly how it was going to punch through. And this is so impressive to see.
Yeah, you can see. Is Andrea Mengucci got a little bit of nerves there? I just saw the hand go through the hair. A player of his caliber, you know, this is still a pressure game, though. He's crafted it up. He's, as you said, been so methodical about this end game. Can he find that last point of damage, that split damage to get through here?
Yeah, because this, he has to leak 1 damage here somehow. Otherwise, he will lose the game. So making sure, running his calculations through.
I think he's got 4 sources of arcane damage, though. I think he's got 2 off that arcane life seeds, 1 off the Sprite and Arsenal, and 1 off of
Path of Same
Path. So he might just, the split damage may just be enough on this turn. He might have Exactsies, Uhyoung.
Yeah, this is so exciting to see. It may not be nerves. It's that thing that I sometimes feel when I'm like if I have lethal
winning.
On the precipice of winning, when I have lethal in my hand, sometimes like my brain freezes up in these tournaments. And I'm like, I need to do this calculation.
Got to make sure of it.
Yeah,
that's what Andrea is definitely doing here. Just laying out the cards. Okay, if I do this, you block this. This is the turn. I mean, if Dan keeps this out, this is the game done, surely.
Yeah. I mean, so impressive here. And man, I mean, these are the kind of thrilling moments that you want on stream. You know, you craft that perfect second cycle and you get that perfect payoff and you get to show the world what you're made of. Or might this not be quite enough? Let's find out.
See how it goes.
Yeah, we will see. He's got a couple of different lines here, I think. Some include making the embodiment, a second strike in the hand. So that's never getting the buff because the condition on that buff is dead.
Yeah.
Your opponent being dead.
Yeah, because he may actually just not have enough. It's going to be...
It's a knife edge.
Yeah. It's all coming down to this.
Okay, Path of Same End's going to lead off. That's going to be our first bit of arcane damage. 3 coming in, so Dan can clean it up very nicely. Just pitching that 1 blue.
Prevents a 3. This means he will have to pitch for the go again. But that's okay.
But that extra resource, you can swing the Starfall, right?
It's okay. Starfall coming in for 2 will demand another card.
And then we've got the split damage, right?
And here comes the split damage. 1 arcane, 3 physical.
The Sprite coming in here.
And
that's going to get it done. Andrea Mengucci takes it in an absolute nail biter there against Dan Griffin. And you can see how relieved our Italian is. He got it done. He drew it up perfectly, had the right amount of damage, the right amount of split damage at the end there. And you can see that we spoke about it, a classic, a tale as old as time, that matchup, Runeblades versus Guardian. And personally, Uhyoung, that's why I absolutely love that matchup, because of what you see just there, where you on the side of the Runeblade as well, you've got to craft it perfectly. But actually, so did Dan. And I think in that game, I wonder if Dan will look back at like that Oasis Respite that was used early, the Arcanic, that were used early to gain that life as well. Could he have maybe tried to craft it a little bit differently to get some more value out of those cards later in the game?
Exactly, because theoretically, 1 more life would have kept him alive and won him the matchup possibly. So like, it is such a knife edge. And it is crazy to see these games being played at this level.
Yeah, we're seeing some high-level games here down in our feature match area. Now, you might be thinking, Silver Age. What if I want to go play some Silver Age at my local armory? Well, what can I go and pick up? Get in there, and you can grab yourself some of these beautiful gem packs. It's Gem Pack 5, Uhyoung. I've cracked a few of these myself, I must say.
Must be nice, because I haven't had the opportunity to get them yet. But can I just say, the packaging on those gym packs is also so sick.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing 5. I've had my share. Actually, I haven't cracked any 5s yet. I've only 3s and 4s and 2s. And so I'm looking forward to 5 here as we go along and look at some of those chase cards that you might be able to pick up in those gym packs, including a favorite of mine, Diadetic Carapace, a card that I've been known to dabble with, that's for sure.
Very powerful, Arcane Barrier 2 and Tempo. And I just love that micro text box, really highlighting the art and just getting that clean text box in there. Big fan.
We go along and look at cards like Teklo Pounder, cards that we have seen time and time again, absolute staples of our game and cold foil. You can go and pick those up. New cards as well. Conflicting Thoughts, a card I spoke about earlier in terms of Blaze, a card that Blaze can use. And talk to me about Stardust Spike.
Yeah, just a classic, powerful Ziggy card from that Armory deck. In that EA, very exciting.
Path the Same Ends, a card we just saw down in our feature match area doing some absolute work, as well as Constellar Uplift. You think about building Oscilio, I tell you what, after seeing Patrick down in the feature match earlier today, I am thinking about cards like Constellar Uplift. As you see, some of our new weapons as well from Compendium of Wraith. You've got the Power Driver, Lion Claw Maul, and that is a card I am looking for actually personally early on. So if you open one, please send it my way because I am wanting to build up Life currently.
More than happy to do that as long as you send me your Pile Driver because I love that weapon and that art. So good.
Big old plank of wood. So get out there to your armory events, pick up your gym packs, find your run roughshods, your brimming blades, your toughen ups, bling out your deck, make your Sage decks look good. Got a shout out to all of our viewers out there tuning in to the Silver Age Showdown. Great to see a number of you there. Love hearing from you in the chat, but we have got a lot more to play here and we're 4 rounds down now at this point.
Yes.
We are into the business end of things. People are playing for like a player like Andrea Mengucci. Is probably locked at this point.
Yeah.
But we've got players who are fighting for their tournament life, players who are playing win-ins next round. So we have so much more to play. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action from here in Auckland.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the light. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the light.
Welcome back to our Sunday Showdown here in Auckland at this World Tour stop. Action has been thick and fast in our feature match area, and I'm still recovering from that last game we saw down in our feature match area, actually, Uhyoung, honestly.
Yeah, Alec, absolutely electrifying. I'm just so impressed whenever I see some of that classic second cycle setup. I mean, that's one of the key things that really made me fall in love with the game of Flesh and Blood, where I first saw it for the first time. And I still have chills from my early days in Flesh and Blood, where I used to verse on my friends and would get the second cycle and they'd be like, your hand is this card, this card, this card, so you can't block this. And I was like,
how?
How are you doing this? And that really highlights sort of the skill levels that can be expressed in Flesh and Blood, which makes the game so exciting.
Hey, look, as an OG player of Flesh and Blood, second cycle is one of my favorite concepts. I may have been outspoken on it in the past. People may have memed on me in the past talking about second cycle. I'm a big second cycle gamer. Anyway, Uhyoung, I want to go and check in and look a little bit about how the Sunday Showdown works, where we're at right now, just temperature check. 6 rounds of Swiss. We have 4 rounds through. We've got 2 rounds left to play, and then we're going to cut to our top 8. Want to shout out as well, during the stream, after our final, we will have a giveaway for our Drinking Buddy promo card that you see it in all its glory. Make sure you get into our chat, you're active, and you can get your hands on the Drinking Buddy. Uhyoung, let's take a look in at how our players are shaping up in this event, and you see the man we just saw on stream there, Andrea Mengucci, has moved through to 4-0, joined by a couple of New Zealanders there, and a Dromai and a Rhinar at 4-0, Uhyoung.
Amazing. I mean, Rhinar, if given the right hands, can present some absolutely silly numbers that punches through any defenses that can be presented. So I am so excited to hopefully we get to see that Rhinar deck.
Yeah, and I want to shout out as well, as we start to shape up this top 8, we're actually going to be watching a number of those top 8 games. We're not just going to go quarterfinal, semi-final, final. We're going to try and watch as much as we can of that top 8 and see this diversity that is really unfolding as we take a look through there on that left-hand side of our standings. I think I see 2 double ups in those, and it's Dromai and Blaze. Those are our double ups at the top of the standings right now.
And most importantly, the Riptide is still alive, baby. 3-1. Let's go, Tom. Please, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, as we look down to our second side of our standings here, you can see Patrick, unfortunately 2-2, probably out of contention for top 8 now, but still in contention, of course, for that top 16, which is cash prizing here at our Sunday Showdowns. A number of heroes playing for their lives at X and 1, a number of players probably playing for a win-in in this round, or at least a win-in in next round, so there is still so much more to be played here.
A lot on the line, and I cannot wait to see how these games unfold. What sort of mastery of their heroes people are going to express, some of the tech, some of the new cards that come in, and just see some good Flesh and Blood.
It's early on in this format as well. You know, in terms of not only is Silver Age new, we've seen it since just before Yokohama, and then of course on the big stage at Yokohama. But now we have the benchings, we have the whole dynamic changed, all the favorites like the Iras, the KOs, Kano, Blaze is in the scene now. So things have just changed up so much. Players are having to adapt. Sounds like our next feature match is ready. Why don't we go down, Uhyoung, and meet our players that will be competing here in round 5 here in Auckland. It is Freeman. I got the pleasure of losing to Freeman yesterday evening on Iyslander. Actually showed me a thing or two, and I was actually playing a Guardian. I was playing Terror. So Freeman on Iyslander here. Excited to see if he learned something from me. Maybe, you know, it was a very close game. I think, you know, we had some good back and forth.
Exactly. I feel like he would have learned how to take a free game when it's given to him.
All right. Lee Mackley on the other side of things here on our Oldhim. It is Australia versus New Zealand. A trans-Tasman rivalry is alive and well as we take a look in at our heroes here. They are 2 ice heroes, well known throughout the history of Flesh and Blood. This matchup, have you had much experience in before? What do you typically look for in this matchup?
Yeah, so personally, when I play it, I feel like it's ever so slightly Iyslander favored if they're given enough space to find those combos.
My experience too, yeah.
Yeah, but when I talk to the community, it feels like one of those 70-70 matchups. Every time I talk to Oldhim, they're like, yeah, no, Iyslander can't punch through. And Icelander's like, how do I lose that matchup? So I'm excited to see how this matchup plays out.
Well, let's wait no longer as we head down to our feature match area. Our players are ready. It's going to be Freeman against Lee, and it looks like Lee is going to be leading things off, and I already see a card that's going to be pretty important in this matchup. It looked like a Steadfast in Lee's hand as we lead things off with a Titan's Fist here.
And let's figure out how much AB Lee is rocking. There is 1, there is 2, there is 3
Count 'em.
AB, not 5. So let's see how that plays into this game.
Yeah, that's exactly actually what I presented into Freeman yesterday when we played in our side event. And that makes me think that probably Lee needs to be presenting some damage, needs to try and find maybe a pummel turn, something like that. On the other side of things for Freeman, I know he plays a lot of attack actions. Is this going to be about, whittling down life total? Or is it actually about setting up something like maybe an Ice Eternal, for instance?
Exactly. And here comes Scar for a Scar.
Yep, leading off nicely. Doesn't, or it should have go again here. Yeah, the life totals look a little wonky there as the players will fix that up.
Yeah.
But this should be on 18 for Freeman, I believe.
Yes, but we'll get that corrected very soon.
Yeah, players will sort that one out as we see Look Tough hit the combat zone, and we're going to be swinging for 7 damage at Lee here.
Yes, a classic wizard attack, 4 go again into 7. Just getting pummeled down. Sometimes you love to see it.
There's that Steadfast deployed for Lee Mackley. And actually, that's really important. I want to note that because that is a Steadfast that is not going to be taking care of arcane damage. One of the only ways potentially Lee has to deal with arcane damage or tall arcane damage in this game.
Yeah, one of the best answers Guardian has access to really answer those extreme big spike turns. But 1 down, 1 less to worry about.
Back to Lee's turn, and we're going to pitch away that Mantra Grande and send back a Titan's Fist the way of Freeman.
Yeah, just going to be much like sort of those aggro sort of Guardian matchups, preventing as much arcane damage as possible, blocking out, and then just throwing Titan's Fist to just sort of grind for that value, and then waiting for that right opportunity to maybe Oldhim swing a bigger damage if you can.
Yeah. So you can see, yeah, players just fixing up the life totals there by the looks of things.
Me too.
All right.
Not nervous at all. I swear.
We're going to go back to Freeman's turn here. It's going to be a Ravenous Rebel. Can he find a red off? That's a blue. Just 2 damage going to be coming through here. The way of Lee Mackley on this one.
Yeah, one of the downsides of running Ravenous Rebel in Iyslander, but still, it is 2 go again. It still allows him to convert the hands when he wants to. So 2 is better than 0, I guess.
Speaking of 2, looks like Lee is going to go ahead and activate this Oldhim ability. That looks like a yellow being pitched. So will we see some follow-up here?
Just past by 6.
No, okay, it's going to be... So, oh, is that a yellow? It must be a blue. Oh, there's a card underneath it. So he did pitch 2 cards there by the looks of it.
Yeah, so here comes that chest puff, just another efficient attack, getting 2 cards out. Lee holding on to that 1 card, most likely another Titan's Fist.
Titan's Fist is going to be sent back the way of Freeman here. He's got that Arsenal set up now as well. So are we going to see a blue ice card deployed from the Arsenal for Freeman?
Yeah, so Freeman is always looking for these opportunities to maybe leak damage. When Lee's defense is down like this, 0 cards in hand means there's no more AB. So if Freeman can play some instant speed arcane damage, these are the moments to try punch through all that damage through that Guardian defense.
Yep, we're going to get the Blade, Beck, and the Helm involved in things here. Important to note here, both players at X and 1, so a loss probably means out and the win means in. So this is a win and in and a lose and out for both these players here. So got some top 8 on the line here in this match as we see.
Yep.
Going to go back to Freeman's turn now.
Yep, so it kind of signals that maybe Freeman's Arsenal isn't a arcane damage blue spell, so we'll see what he has here.
It's going to be a red Ice Bolt paired with a Crucible of Aetherwave pitching a Stir the Aetherwinds. Now that's interesting. If we do get back to second cycle, this is, I know, an in-game that the Icelanders quite like now is setting up the Stir in the Arsenal.
Exactly, one of those powerful cards that really helps them punch through all that damage at the right timings to kill an Oldhim. So very important in this matchup. That's 1 pitch, most likely a second one in the deck as well. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that one.
AB3 is going to be pitched to, over-pitching with that on the horizon, probably just to get rid of that. It's awkward. You have these cards like on the horizon. It just hasn't lined up within a physical attack here from Freeman from these Bullander-style deck here. And unfortunately, Lee has found it during an arcane damage cycle.
Yeah. Oh, but here's a snapback. Going to strip 1 more card most likely here.
Yeah, Lee, of course, is floating 1, so he can at least pay 1 into this. Maybe want to pitch another card and salve a little bit more damage here. Can keep all of this damage out if Lee so chooses. The problem with Lee is, Lee does need to find a way to, I guess, win this game eventually. And this is a lot of damage that's been coming his way. And he, to your point, no AB5, so can't keep out these tall arcane attacks.
Yeah, another blue card being pitched, which means most likely Lee's final card is another blue. Oh, he's going to play the Arcane Polarity.
There we go. That's going to do some work. Get the life total back up on the side of Lee Mackley.
Exactly. Very important for this matchup. That additional life makes it very helpful for this matchup.
So I think what we've just realized is I think we've got potentially the life totals mixed around here. Yeah, I was a little bit confused, but I think the players have maybe mixed around the life pad on the table. I do believe that our life totals are swapped around here. So Lee Mackley should be on 19 here, and Freeman is on 10. That is, unfortunately, something to do with the way the players have done this down the table. So we'll just keep a note of that as the game goes on here. And we are now back to Freeman's turn, I believe, because Lee just blocked that out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're actually at the end of Lee's turn. Yeah.
So this is definitely the time to try leak some of that arcane damage if you can.
Ice Bolt Blue going to be deployed from the arsenal for Freeman. No. It's a clash of bravado by the looks of it. The only card that Lee has available. So Arcane Barrier 1/3 is going to leak through here.
I'll draw these three and then the one.
It's very interesting because Lee on the previous turn cycle had one floating, but elected to pitch the blue to prevent 3 in that turn cycle. Keeping a red in his hand. Maybe he was trying to bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So-
unfortunately not paying off here.
Lee is going to fall down to 16. Just a reminder, that is Lee at 16 and Freeman at 10. So this Wounding Ball is going to come in for a damage here.
Yeah.
We're back on the physical turn cycle. We're back on that bull side of the Bull-lander equation.
Exactly, and that's what makes Iyslander so tricky and sometimes quite powerful, is this ability to pivot between arcane and physical. And what you do is you throw a big physical attack, get a bunch of blocks, Arsenal Arcane Burn, Blue Spell, and then when their defenses are down on their turn, that's when you try to sneak some arcane damage through.
Lee's going to commit a defense reaction and a clash card there, one of those Guardian Yellow clash cards, and that Bastion of Duty as well. It's going to block it all out. And importantly, had the kind of physical block for the physical turn this time, so it's worked out a lot better on that turn cycle for Lee.
Yeah.
Titan's Fist going to be the reply on Lee's turn. Freeman back with that card in Arsenal and a grip of cards. And I actually do believe, if we take a look in at the hand there of Freeman, we do have that Ice Eternal. So does have that in-game. Looks like both of them are in the hand there. Does potentially have that in-game if he needs it. But the Tall Arcane might just be enough.
It may be here, and here is a blue Emeritus Scolding, just one of those perfect blues you want to play from the Arsenal when the defenses are low, but had kept that blue in hand, able to prevent 3, very huge.
Yep. Lee is going to fall down to 14 there, and Freeman is on 10. Just a reminder, with our life totals are swapped in this round. I'll keep you up to date on that one. We're going to see the Blade Beckoner Gauntlets committed. That's going to leak through 2 damage, put Freeman down to 8 life here.
Yeah. Freeman doing a very good job of just making sure to sort of leak arcane damage, keep pace, and now he's just going to be setting up and making sure he gets the opportunity to finish Lee off.
Back to the well here for Freeman. It's another Wounded Bull sending 8 damage the way of Lee. This is the play, right? Just leak you say, just chip the damage down, send 8, force cards out.
Yeah.
Will we see at some point maybe the Civic Duty get in there? We probably need to start blocking with that soon, maybe. I mean, still a decent life total here for Lee at 14. A reminder there, Lee at 14, Freeman at 8. But also, we've only seen 1 Arcane Polarity as well.
Yeah. So equipment going to be presented here just to make sure he gets that clean block, and Lee gets to hold 2 cards on his turn to try prevent some arcane damage as well, while also swinging that Titan's Fist. So trying to keep his defenses up on both sides of that turn cycle.
So we're going to see that Titan's Fist head back the way for Lee there. Just, again, we've seen this a couple of times in our feature match area, a bit of rinse and repeat here.
Yeah. And interesting thing for Freeman is, like, he needs to determine whether that final card Lee has in his hand is a blue to prevent 3, or if it's a red that Lee maybe strategically held to put in the arsenal so that he can throw something much more threatening back later on. So
it feels to me like Freeman's pretty committed to that line of play, though, as he falls down to 6 life here after committing those Beckoner boots.
Yeah. Let's see if he can throw in some big arcane damage here when Lee goes to pass.
Looks like, yeah, we're going to
He's
move
going to
to
respond.
Yeah.
Here comes that Crucible.
What have we got? It's a blue this time around for Lee, though, so just 1 damage is going to leak down as Lee, again, reminder, falls down to 13 life there by looks of it. And Freeman at 6 life as we go back to Freeman's turn here. Ravenous Rebel finds a red this time. We haven't hit yet another blue. This one is going to come in for 4 damage. Lee's going to block that up. Has found the 4-block yellow card, so found the right turn for that. But here's that more of that tall arcane damage. 6 for the Vaulted Bolt coming in here.
Yeah, most likely can only prevent 3, so another 3 damage is going to leak through. And that means Lee's going to be on 3 life left. Oh, no, the other way. Yes,
yeah,
he will be
Freeman,
back to 11.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. This is confusing.
We're just testing you here in the feature match area, you know.
You know, we've been casting these exciting games. I just haven't quite had my lunch yet. Once you start flipping the life totals, man, my brain goes into
Yeah, you got to keep up with everything. We're really putting you to the test here, Uhyoung, as we see Lee just weighing up how he wants to arcane barrier this potentially. Yeah, I believe the life total should be 13 plays, 6 here as the players fix that one up. Again, reminder, Lee is on 13, Freeman is on 6. See how Lee wants to try and draw this up. It looks like from the hand, though, yeah, a root bound. So this is not the turn you want to find root bound plus that yellow block card, unfortunately. Yeah. Interestingly, decided to use the yellow card for defense rather than the defense reaction, maybe expecting more physical on that turn.
Yeah.
In comes the Titan's Fist from Lee's side of things. 4 more damage heading the way of Freeman.
No Arsenal for Freeman this time, so no burn spell most likely coming in here.
Yeah, you got to feel a lot better if you're Lee. And maybe that was kind of what Lee was working out, knowing that he wouldn't expect Freeman to have the ability to do that. Can only do that so many times that when you lead with like something like a Rebel or a Scarf or a Scar. So was able to keep actually that red defense reaction back.
And Freeman down to 5 life, which is quite critical. He no longer has any armor blocks left. These Titan Fists are almost lethal. So
Findle's Fighting Spirit going to gain back 1 life though. So Freeman is going to go up to 6 life. Lee sitting at 13 there.
And swing 7. Demand some cards here so that maybe Freeman can find another opportunity to burn on Lee's turn.
Yeah, it's almost like Freeman's doing these off-on turns, right? We'll come with some physical damage. Maybe we'll set up a blue to play out of the arsenal, and then we'll have to take a turn off maybe to block, to send a couple of attacks, and then we'll set up another blue. What life total do you think Freeman needs to get Lee down to in order to maybe be able to reach with a final big push?
Yeah, just a little bit lower. Once you actually start getting down to 4, 3, 2, it looks so threatening. Those Titan Fists are no joke coming in for that 4 breakpoint. And also on the other side, Lee on 10 life at the moment, but if this game continues to drag on and you can't find a little bit more pressure, Freeman will have the space to find his stirs and just set up an impossibly large arcane damage that's just going to wipe Lee off the map. So yes, Titan's Fist, he's preventing, he's grinding out, but he needs to feel some pressure that he needs to find something a little bit more proactive to try close out this game.
Yeah, it looks like Freeman has found that Stir the Ether one's back again. Again, this looks like quite a physical hand. A couple of blues, got the blue Ice Bolt, of course. Findle's Fighting Spirit. Will we see that on defense maybe? Again, just a reminder, Lee is at 10 and Freeman is at 6 life here. So to your point about getting Lee down to those sort of low single digits or mid single digits, we are not there at this stage. 10 life for Lee here. Going to net take 1 off of this Titan's Fist. Going to fall down to 5 for Freeman. As Lee says, okay, happy to pass it back. I've got a card protection if I need. And Scar for Scar is going to lead things off. Was that an Oasis I saw potentially for Lee as well?
Yeah, and also just like these go-again attacks, so powerful in Iyslander. The ability to pressure more cards, push more damage on a turn. Instead of just swinging 7, the ability to swing 11 is so huge because you strip enough cards to try burn on their turn as well.
Yeah, we're going to see the follow-up being an Emeritus Scolding. So this is going to come with a 5 arcane damage. Yeah, it's interesting to your point. Yes, there is that physical damage element, but when you have cards like On the Horizon, these block cards, they can, as long as they line up well, can kind of blunten that advantage.
An important note, that second Stir the Eighth Winds going to the pitch zone, so that inevitable endgame steadily being built.
As we've seen Oasis Respite deploy, they're not going to gain a life for Lee, of course, because our just keeping you on your toes here, audience. But Lee is at 10 and Freeman is at 5. But it is going to keep out that damage and going to keep Lee's life total nice and healthy at 10. As we see Titan's Fist swung in with again. And what's that card in the pitch there? I was just trying to get a view on that one. Oh, it's the Conquer. Yeah, so there's some interesting cards in Lee's list I haven't seen from a lot of Oldhim lists as well. And a movable, not a card I expected to see from the Iyslander side either. And used on a Titan's Fist, no less.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes a good block card is block card. And also, you just get rid of that movable out of the deck so it doesn't plague you later on.
Okay, we're really starting to stack up this arcane damage here. Here is a red Ice Bolt. Can Lee... But Lee looks like he's got another Oasis Respite to possibly answer this Ice Bolt. And we've gone through a number of tall red arcane spells on the side of Freeman.
Yeah. And also, I believe Lee still has 1 Steadfast left, which is going to be very important to sort of preventing out that tall arcane one more time. So Lee still with a lot of tools to stay alive and grind this matchup out. Freeman waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that opening to try eke this game.
Have we seen that second Steadfast? Or are we just assuming that there is 2? Because what if he only has 1?
True. That is true.
That could be, if he has 2, I think this is going to be very hard for Freeman to get through because just, again, an update, a reminder, Freeman at 5 life here, Lee at 10. Our life totals are unfortunately switched. Players have swapped that around accidentally. And there is another polarity. The second polarity is going to take Lee up to 12. So going to actually net 2 life on this turn.
Yeah. That polarity is just such a powerful card in this format. The ability to gain 4 life against arcane damaging heroes gives you so much of a buffer, so much more ability to play into them. Just a staple in this metagame.
Back at it for Lee Mackley here. A Titan's Fist into the combat zone. We'll see how Freeman wants to draw this one up. Maybe we can take a peek in at Freeman's hand here and see what he's got to work with. What are you seeing there, Uhyoung?
Seeing a bunch of blues, seeing a big physical attack, and seeing a big red burn spell. So Freeman has an option to maybe chuck out a big physical attack or an arcane. He's got a bit of choices here, and he probably most likely wants to block out this 4 power.
Does he need to protect that Voltic Bolt, though? He doesn't have much tall arcane damage left. Does he need to kind of wait on that, or is he just needs to send damage?
Possibly here, like because Lee just gained up to 12, like he must be very conscious of the damage he has left in his deck.
Freeman going to send a blue Ice Bolt out of the arsenal, paired with that Crucible Aetherweave. Has remembered his Frostbite trigger as well there. Make sure we get those on the side of Lee in case there's any kind of pummel follow-up. Looks like, you know, Lee is playing pretty much without cards at this point. We are going to block this Titan's Fist with a chest puff here. Going to take 1 damage.
And they're just going to commit to that red Ice Bolt, I believe it was, on his turn.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no, Voltic Bolt.
Voltic Bolt, yeah, but to the point of the decision is Tall Arcane.
Yeah, Tall Arcane.
I think, you know, Freeman's been beaten down by or sending these physical attacks and just being blocked out time and time again by 1-card 4s, right, on the physical side. And now is just saying, actually, you know what? I need to prioritize. If I'm going to block, I'm going to block with the physical attacks.
Yeah.
And I'm going to send the Arcane. That's priority number 1.
Yeah, and these Tall Arcanes pressure out tools like Oasis, Spite, Steadfast to be used as well. So Freeman knows that he needs to go through all of them to essentially find the opening to kill Lee. So he's happy to throw out these Arcanes, keep pressuring Arcane Barrier, or leak the damage, or commit one of your very powerful prevention tools.
And we saw that on as early as turn 1, right? As Steadfast was committed to physical damage, and I'm sure Freeman was cheering at that point.
Yeah.
Things have definitely probably fallen on the side of Lee since there, as we see both players take a look at, okay, what have we gone through in this game? For Freeman, it's looking at the Arcane Polarities, the Oasis, the Steadfast, to your point. For Lee, on his side, it's looking at all the tall Arcane damage. And you were right, Uhyoung, because there is that Steadfast.
Yeah, very, very powerful card. But that is a slightly unfortunate pitch here. 3 reds going to the bottom of the deck to commit to that Steadfast. A little bit unfortunate, because that could have been an opening where he's Steadfast, pitching blue, and then throwing a big attack in response to try get some of that tempo back, especially when Freeman's on 5 life. But not quite lining up, having to pitch 3 red cards, but still, Steadfast is Steadfast, and he's not going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, and just, again, an update on those life totals. If you've just tuned in, Lee is at 12 and Freeman is on 5. So Lee's still got a nice buffer, even if Freeman was maybe able to find some of that Arcane damage. However, we're now out of all those damage prevention effects. As far as we know, the Steadfast are gone, the Oases are gone, and we'll see. Lee just passes it back. It looks like, I think it might have been like another red card, another clash or something.
Yeah.
So it doesn't choose to arsenal that one. Of course, block cards in the arsenal do not pair well, Uhyoung.
No, and that's sort of the downsides of like picking a hero like Oldhim, where you have all these very powerful, efficient block cards, but depending on the matchup, they just become quite burdensome.
So this is going to be an Emeritus sending the way here for another 5 damage, potentially, unless I've missed an amp somewhere.
Possibly.
Sorry, bro, 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Freeman's on top of it. I just want to quickly peek in here as well. Say the thought.
Yeah. One of those new cards that are so powerful in this matchup and so key. Once you get down to the sort of final few cards in Iyslander's deck, you're going to have blue stirs and you're going to be low on red burn cards. So you start recycling some of those red burn cards back into your deck, pair them up with your stirs, and go for that finishing blow.
I'm getting flashbacks to my game against Freeman yesterday, where that's basically exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I ended up finding 2 pummels on my. I'd set up a pummel for the end game. Unfortunately, I had to pitch 2 pummels at the same time.
Oh,
ended up with a red in hand. Freeman finds the stir, catches me with a red, and deals exactly lethal to me. Maybe history will repeat for Freeman here if he can set up these stirs on the back end.
Yeah.
As the players, update the life totals there. So just a reminder, Lee is now on 8 from that previous turn of arcane damage, and Freeman is on 4. So life totals have really closed up here now.
Yeah. If Lee only prevents 3 here, he's going to be going down to 6 life, and then that is close. Like 6 life is danger zone for Lee. It's going to start looking a little bit dicey.
2 damage going to be leaked through here. By that Emeritus, it's going to take Lee down to just 6 life, and he's going to come back. There we see it. We looked at this card in the pitch zone before. It has conquered the icy terrain and is going to be played out here. When this hits a hero, they may pay 2. If you don't, you can destroy a frozen card in their arsenal or a frozen permanent they control. Of course, nothing frozen right now. This is just 5 damage. 5 is greater than 4 of the Titan's Fist, so Lee's saying, let me just send the 5.
Yeah, and just one of those nice staple cards that have come out of Compendium. Nice blue, ice, 2-block, damage in a pinch, so big fan.
Yeah, thank you for balancing some more 2-block ice cards instead of 3-block ice cards. I really appreciate you in the dev room there, Uhyoung. I know you've been a big leader behind that, so thank you very much. As we take a look here to see how Freeman might decide to try and defend this one. Got to be thinking about the end game now.
Yes.
Getting Lee down to 8 life as an update, reminder, 4 life for Freeman, 8 life for Lee. Whittling that down, Freeman's got to be thinking about the in-game state now, knows there's that save the thought.
Yeah.
Not a lot of big damage from Lee's side, so can Freeman just now start to like block up, play patiently, find that save the thought? Hasn't seen a pummel or anything to worry about, right? And we're back to, or pretty close to being back to second cycle, so doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
Exactly. Freeman would be feeling like he has enough space to set up the end game, but he's just making sure he gets there correctly. He needs to make sure he's playing around everything correctly, saving as much life as possible, and then he has that inevitable end game saved in his deck. So he now just needs to execute and avoid anything crazy coming out of Lee.
Yeah, and avoid mistakes as well,
Yeah.
right? You can come down to these in-game states where arcane damage rather, you need to find almost sometimes exact damage. You know, we saw it in the feature match earlier today with our Oscilio player, with our Blaze player, just 1 damage short of being able to kill our Dromai player. And sometimes it comes down to that. You can be really careful on your math and make sure that you have got it.
Exactly. Like, all these damage, all these points matter, and that is like the defining difference between a good player and a great player. Just making sure that they eke out every single point of value to try get to that end game and close the win.
Yeah, you talk about value. 2 block left on the side of Lee Mackley on a couple of pieces of equipment there, and I wonder if that could be the difference. That, you know, you talk about all this accrued value. If Lee dies and is 1 or 2 damage short, could it be the fact that we haven't been able to use the equipment? Because I think Freeman is basically out of physical damage at this point. I think we've seen the chest paths, the look tafts, the wounded bulls, the fighting spirits, the scars. I'm not sure there's any more physical damage left in Freeman's deck.
Yeah. Has burned through a lot, so we're really getting down to the last of everything. So
that is going to be a Timekeeper's defended with, and 2 damage is going to leak through, putting Freeman down to 2 life. That is Lee at 8 life as a reminder, so 8 plays 2 as we head back the way of Freeman. Will he have anything end of turn? Lee does have 1 card left in hand.
Yeah, 3 cards in the grip and an arsenal.
Looks like we're heading back the side of Freeman here, though, with, as you said, those cards in the grip.
Let's see. 2 Ice Eternals. I mean, that is a very powerful endgame if he wants to go that route. But sometimes they're just a solid blue, trying to figure out what gets the most damage through. Because they are simply 3 blue spells, and Lee has a full grip. It's going to be very hard to push the damage through, but he needs to make sure he strips enough cards from Lee at the very least. Otherwise, Lee's going to be swinging a very big attack back at him.
Yeah, and here we see Ice Eternal, 2 blues being pitched into this Ice Eternal. So, to your point, Freeman's made a decision that, you know what, I don't have a lot of damage in my hand. I don't have a lot of damage left in my deck. I've just got to get through to the next turn, and is going to throw out those 3 Frostbites there. But no Ice Fusion, so no damage, of course, is going to be dealt there.
Yeah. And for example, let's see how many blues he has if he is able to pitch through this.
Yeah, looks more than... Also has things like fruits in hand. So actually, Lee's maybe found... Freeman's blanked, right?
Yeah.
Has Lee found the kind of right answer and the ability to just gain some more life off the back of this as well?
Exactly. And the thing is, if Lee can't punish a big pass like this, he's going to be in a bit of trouble because, as I've been saying, that inevitable endgame is coming. So Lee feeling that pressure to punch through damage when given this opportunity. But the thing is, 3 Frostbites, it's no joke. If he pitches into the Frostbites as well, that's 1 less card in his hand to prevent for arcane damage. But he's going to play it safe, just pitch into the weapon.
Yeah, and Lee's got to start to think about things like that stir, right? So yeah, keeping cards back so that stir doesn't... 6 life for Lee, reminder.
Yeah.
Freeman could now kill him from 6 life. We are in the danger zone like you spoke about, Uhyoung.
Exactly. So, what does Freeman have in his arsenal? And, man,
in hand as well, right? Because this demands some defensive attention from the side of Freeman. This is lethal. Just a reminder, 6 life for Lee Mackley here. That is 2 on the side of Freeman. Freeman's got a decision to make. We've got to give a card to the defensive side of things here. Which one is it going to be, and what can we craft for this next turn? We're well into second cycle now. We're well into the business end of this game. We've still got 7 minutes left in the round. Plenty of time for these players to close it out, but there's a lot of things to consider, especially on the side of Freeman here.
Yeah, and this 4-attack breakpoint, not a joke when you're on 2 life. 2 more hammer swings, if you're just doing a 3-block, will get you out. Can Freeman do it? What does he have in his hand? I believe he does have a stir in his hand, though, which he needs to get into his arsenal. But what does he have in his arsenal?
Yeah, can he clear it, right? That's often sometimes the problem is. I think that's maybe to your point what Freeman's thinking about. Like, how do I actually clear this? There's so many things to think about. Yeah, it's a grip full of blues, right?
Yeah, but there is that stir, there is that blue Emeritus Scolding. Like, these are 2 premium in-game cards to try leak that damage. So he's trying to figure out what he needs to save, what he needs to swing on this turn. Oh, and he might be committing that close.
We're going to do something. But there also has 3 blocks as well, right?
Yeah. So Titan's Fist.
Just want to see what the card is.
Are we going to save the
thought?
thought? Oh, it's stir.
It is that second stir. All right.
Yeah, and I think Lee has thought about this, though. Has a card left in hand.
Add 1 to your next attack.
And I believe it's that blue fruits, right? Because Lee kind of had it covered. Keep the blue fruits, either gain 2 life or pitch for the arcane barrier if needed.
And here's that blue Emeritus Scolding coming through, which is a very powerful piece.
Yeah, but unfortunately not a red, right? Like,
Not a
Freeman
red.
hasn't been able to get back to that Save the Thought and find those reds back in deck, so has to just send... And isn't even able to Crucible here either because can't afford the resources.
Yeah, and Lee having that blue, able to prevent 3.
So Lee down to 4 life. There's 2 life for Freeman here as he blocks out and is going to actually fall down to 1 now, committing that Voltic Bolt to the chain. So every single Titan's Fist is now effectively asking for 2 cards.
Yeah, and Freeman has that final stir in his arsenal. So he has the tools set up to find lethal.
Oh!
Question is,
Macho Grande
Macho
from
Grande.
the arsenal for Lee. So this is it. This is the turn. Freeman needs to be able to find the final 4 damage. There's 2 floating on the side of Lee. Mackley here, plus a card in hand. Can we get it done?
It's a bunch of blues, but he does have the stir in the arsenal. Can he do it?
A bunch of amp as well. Can that be enough potentially?
Yeah.
This is going to be... I'm not sure this is going to be enough. I think we talk about all those points mattering. I think he might be 1 short because it looks like he's got the ability to amp 3 with the twinings.
Yes.
So...
But the thing is, he will need to pitch into the stir as well and leave a burn. So it's going to be possibly a little bit short. And I really love this Macho Grande that was arsenaled and coming out. Like, Lee's like, I've been patient. I've been waiting for my time. You are now out of time. Here is lethal. You better have lethal yourself or this game is ending. And Freeman might be, a little bit upset about that Save the Thought that got pitched earlier. If he'd maybe played it out, he may have been able to get those red burn spells back into his deck so that his reach could have been higher. But unfortunately, he hasn't been able to deploy it, so he's still stuck with some of these blues.
Yeah, I think he's only got 5. I think he's only got 5 damage here, and I think Freeman's coming to that realization, and I think you've got it, but he's going to try and see what he can find here as we pitch the frosting into this blue, stir the Ether Winds. What is the follow-up here from Freeman? Looks like it's going to be that Photon. Going to double throw away the Arcane there, rather the Amp, and it's going to be 5 as we spoke about.
It's the every 3.
And that's going to be it. The fist bump there from Freeman to Lee Mackley. Macho Grande gets it done. You talk about second cycles. Lee was able to at least set up some dominate. Didn't have a lot of red physical damage, but was able to set up an end-game Macho there. Kept his life total high enough to get things done down in the feature match area.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about that second cycle a lot, and that Save the Thought got saved for the... Got saved a little bit too low. It was a little too deep in that second cycle where like that is just too slow and the game ends before you even get there. So some of those sort of pitfalls of playing for those like end game states when your opponent finds the right opportunity to swing lethal at you and doesn't give you the time to deploy it.
Freeman held that thought a little too long, I would say, in that game. Now, we saw Oldhim triumph in our feature match area thanks to, we've seen some cards from Mastery Pack Guardian. That's not the only Mastery Pack that is headed your way. We have Warrior coming to you very soon, August 7th in stores, and it's also going to release some new Silver Age heroes playable as well.
I'm so excited. I'm just trying to figure out on the spot what I can say and what I can't say because I know.
Don't worry. I'll tell you what, Uyong, I won't put you on the spot with this one. We can move on through. It's okay. Mastery Pack Warrior, very exciting as you see. Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy, a hero that we saw way back when with the release of that Rhinar versus Dory deck that introduced us to the Quicksilver Prodigy. Not a hero we've seen a lot of since then. It featured a little bit in Blitz, but wasn't necessarily a hero that people love to play.
And that Dawnblade art is so sick.
I mean,
I mean,
I'll tell you
I
what.
would love to get one.
I'm not a warrior player,
Yeah.
but I have to concede.
Yeah.
These cards look fantastic.
They look sick.
I will give the warrior players that one. As we look at Hala as well, also going to be introduced, of course, with that armory deck that's now available. But we're going to see Hala Young be able to play her and Sage as well.
Yeah. Very
Zenith
exciting.
Blade?
I mean, like, Mastery Pack Warrior brings so many new exciting tools for Warrior, and I cannot wait for people to see it. I mean, we've been cooking in the
Yeah?
room, and there's some gas in there. So just hold out. Just wait.
Well, you don't have to wait too much longer as we take a look at our third warrior that we'll be seeing there, Olympia, the Golden Grail, just those beautiful, beautiful art treatments on those weapons. Return of cards like Valiant Dynamo, Sharpening Sparks, all of the like. August 7th, you can get that Mastery Pack Warrior in stores. You can get your hands on some great playables, and maybe, just maybe, we'll start to see Warriors back in the limelight in all formats, Class Constructed, Silver Age.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this, Olympia.
Yeah?
Kinda spooky sometimes.
Okay, do you know what? If I'm looking at any Warriors, I'm a greedy guy. I like a bit of gold. Maybe Olympia is the Warrior for me. Well, there is so much more to play. And I have, it's been all Uhyoung, Riptide, Oscilio. There is a Rhinar down in our feature match area for our very next round. So do not go anywhere.
It's not Riptide.
It's not Riptide. It's not Riptide. It is Rhinar. Don't go anywhere because I will be calling one of my favorite heroes in this next round. Stay tuned for that one. It's the business end of things here at World Tour Auckland, our Sunday Showdown Silver Age. One more round left to play before we cut to our top 8. And Uhyoung, things have certainly heated up, and then they've cooled down in our last round thanks to our two ice heroes. However, we are much, much into the business end of things. I want to just remind everyone of how we got to this point and what that metagame looked like as we stepped into today, because it looks a little bit different now as we head to the home stretch.
Yeah, so starting the day, we had a very big representation of Briar, as sort of expected, followed by Blaze. and my hometown hero Riptide also in there with that 4% representation. But I'm so excited to see how this developed because it hasn't quite gone the way that people may have expected.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Briars down our feature match area. It has not gone easy or not come easy to our Briars. We saw a Briar rather get absolutely dismantled, as you said, by that Riptide. And then we saw, you know, one of the best players in the world, and one of the best TCG players in the world as well.
Yeah.
Briar in hand there and had to really fight for it with almost exactsies to get it done. Why don't we go and take a look at how the standings are shaping up now and reflect on that versus the metagame. You see the said player, Andrea Mengucci, locked his way into top 8, 5-0 there. What else catches your eyes? You look down this host of 4-1s who I believe will be those that are playing for top 8 here.
Yeah, just that, first of all, that clean 5-0, very impressive.
Clean.
Dromai coming in at 2nd place right now with that 4-1 record. Like a hero that typically tends to struggle into the aggro matchups, but really must have adjusted and found their angle. So I'm really excited to see that deck play out. And that Rhinar, I mean,
well,
Rhinar.
that gets me going. I have to break it to you though. Tom Hartley, we saw down in our feature match area earlier today, just decimating Briar with that Riptide and that Talishar. Looks like his day might be done. However, still got one final match to make top 16 and grab some cash. I believe it's our top 9 that we are looking towards. We're definitely going to be looking at a win in our next round for Manuel Solomon playing up against, I believe it'll be Jess on Fire in this round as well. So we're going to see Jess for a 2nd time in our feature match area. But I just want to point out the diversity again because, like you said, 25% Briar. Our top 8 ain't going to be 25%. Well, I guess actually it could be if Rob, Rob gets in there. But I guess underneath that as well, we're going to see the likes of Dromai. We've got Dan Griffin, who we've seen earlier there as well. We've got Oldhim in the mix. We've still got one Blaze, and I was really hoping that we would see a Blaze in our top 8. So that Blaze is going to have to win if they want to make it into the top 8, though.
Yeah, an absolutely fiery introduction into the Silver Age format and really leaving their mark. So yeah, let's see how the final round before the top 8 plays out.
Let's get into it. One more round to play before we cut into our top 8 here at this Sunday Showdown in Auckland. And as we said, it's going to be Manuel versus Jess. It is Rhinar versus Fi. It is a matchup that, personally, as a brute player, I don't love Uhyoung, I'll be honest, playing into those ninjas.
Exactly. That, what was it? That Intimidate, a very powerful ability of getting past blocks and disrupting your opponent's game plan. But when your opponent is Fi, a ninja that typically doesn't want to block and just keep the hand anyway, it's not necessarily generating that much value, but it will be interesting to see how this plays out because Rhinar can present some devastating numbers.
It's going to really come down to those early turns, I think, as we take a look in at our heroes that will be down in the feature match area here. There, Rhinar awaiting their first champion. You know, I've always hoped that it would be me, selfishly, Uhyoung. But you know what? If Manuel can take down this event today, I'll be happy. I'll be very happy. Fi, as well, as we said earlier in the day, has been a staple of this early Silver Age format, yet to make it with a big breakthrough. Maybe this weekend is it. Taking down a Showdown would be a good start. Players already down in the feature match area. Let's go and find out who is going to be in our top 8 here in Auckland, as it looks like Manuel is going to be leading things off. Would you like to be first or second in this matchup?
I mean, if you can draw the right Intimidate hand, you almost always want to go first as Rhinar and just leak a ton of damage. So has he managed to find the pieces? And here we go.
Barraging Beatdown's going to lead it off. It's a blue Barraging Beatdown here, going to get straight off to the races with a piece of Intimidate, taking away one of Jess's cards here. And I need one of those. I've fallen victim on stream many times to some unfortunate Intimidates, unfortunately for me. I want to peek in just quickly here as we see, is that the Fear? That smell fair, it is. So we're going to discard that Bear Fangs. We're going to beat Chess, getting rid of that Bear Fangs. We're going to Intimidate for a second time, but in response, Jess is actually going to activate Fi and not going to return the Phoenix Flame. Doesn't want to clog that up in the hand. Of course, they get intimidated and stuck there.
Yeah.
So just going to pitch away the cards because I think Jess wanted to basically craft the hand. Wasn't happy with those cards.
Exactly. Good piece of tech here because Jess knows she can't block with that hand. And this way, she can just get rid of all those cards and get a better fresh grip for next turn.
Yeah, but this is the turn you were talking about. This is turn 0 and leaking a bunch of damage with this Ravenous Meat Axe and this Barraging Beatdown.
All that Intim coming through, forcing Jess's hand. The one down thing is that Manuel will not get an Arsenal, but I mean 9 damage on turn 0. That's
who needs
almost half Jess's life to all that equipment just immediately coming onto the chain. Jess just wanting to save some life.
I think Manuel's going to be okay with that trade, I'll be honest with you. We're going to see the equipment committed to the combat chain there for Jess. Get out of the way now. Break points on hits, etc. aren't going to matter too much in this matchup, at least for Jess and her defense. So let's get that out of the way now so that we can use it at will whenever we need to start that crouching tiger. That could be as early as this first turn, potentially, depending on the hand.
Exactly. The next hand might be so good that just wants to pop everything. So just being proactive, blocking with all that equipment, getting that block value first, and then free to cash in it all on this turn.
As our players draw back up post that first turn, I want to point out something. It's the equipment on the side of Manuel. Now, Ninja and Brute typically very favored for Ninja, but in a shorter format and with this strong equipment on the side of Brute, I think it's a lot more even than you might see in something like Classic Constructed.
That is a lot of block value on the side of Manuel, so it's going to help him keep his life total higher. Like, all that block out almost buys him an extra turn, so it is very meaningful here. But here comes a 3 go again, just starting off that turn, and I also spy another very powerful turn coming from Jess, a Lava Burst. So we saw early on the stream just how well Jess used those Lava Bursts. So can she line up 2 Lava Bursts again and just go to the races and just blow up Manuel with those powerful chain enders?
I love Clash of Agility. I think it is the way that you can set up these really big hands. Now, Manuel, looking down at the hand, are we actually going to do anything more on this turn? Or are we actually just going to try and send a big turn and use the agility? I think the awkward thing for Manuel is I think I see double barraging beatdown.
Oh, very powerful card. But yeah, if he could utilize all his cards from the offensive, he would prefer that, because if you're just blocking out Fi, you eventually get whittled down. So Manuel has to look for those aggressive openings to punch his numbers through, because his cards simply do better on the offense than defense if given the opportunity.
Brahma Cyndacle, the follow-up to that Ronin Renegade for Jess here, and Manuel's going to say, send me the bill on that one, taking the full 3 damage. Yeah, I think the awkward thing for Manuel is because there's not a 6 attack in the hand other than the Bare Fangs, and that Ravenous Meat Axe also demands a discard, unlike something like, say, the Romping Club.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how Manuel kind of pulls this together other than maybe just like knocking the top of the deck and saying, I hope they hit the right 50-50.
Yeah. So he may just elect to block here, maybe set up an arsenal and just send an efficient weapon swing. We'll see what he wants to keep, what he wants to block with, and how he wants to navigate this matchup, because he needs to find one absolutely massive explosive turn to try get ahead in this tempo race.
Pouncing Paws is going to be broken on the side of Jess and paired with that Tearing Shuko as this Crouching Tiger comes through for 2, go again. Of course, thanks to Brahma Cyndacle, this is also going to be a Draconic Chain Link, which means we can get back straight to that Phoenix Flame if need be.
Yeah. And we're really thinking on the blocks here. Very important, deciding what to keep. And so terrifying. Jess just...
That's a stacked hand.
Yeah, that's a lot of more damage coming through.
That's another 9 damage, right? Because we can get this Phoenix Flame back. And yeah, Manuel says no blocks on this one.
Here comes the Phoenix.
Yep. 3 Draconic Chain Links, as Jess points out there. I think it's time to get the equipment involved. Yeah, I like this. I think...
Just cashing in the blocks when you can.
I think time to get into it. Cool to see the Monstrous Veil, a card I really like as well. Yeah. Here comes Inflame, the Firebrand, and there is 4 Draconic Chain Links. Well, there's actually 5, so this is going to be 4. Go again.
Into a Lava Burst. These are very, very big numbers being presented.
Looks like Manuel's pretty... Yeah, sort of wanting to keep this hand, right? Pretty committed to keeping this hand.
Yeah, barraging into barraging. A little bit awkward, though. There is the option to maybe block out with the 2 barragings and then arsenal the Bare Fangs, because it is quite powerful. But if you can line up the barragings together, it's also something quite huge.
I think that's what Manuel's agonizing over, right? Of like, how patient can I be? Because if I block this out, like, I think Manuel needs to find 2 turns.
Yeah.
This next turn and the following turn. Now, if Manuel chooses to block out here, he's got to find next turn and the following turn after that as well.
Yeah.
And can he survive long enough to get to that? That's the question. I think that's actually what he's weighing up as well.
Yeah. Fire can be so explosive, like, they won't give you that much space. But he is electing to take 4 here.
Yep, going to fall down to 11 as this Inflame the Firebrand connects, and it will be the Lava Burst from Jess as the last chain link, a massive 5 damage, and you just see the nod there from Manuel. Yep, makes sense.
Again, agonizing over this block. It is so tricky to find and calculate the correct avenue to swing back. I mean, 3 block here might buy him an extra turn, or he may just be playing into Jess's game plan of using your cards on defense, which leads to damage leak and just eventually losing the game.
It feels like he's really set on using this agility token. What would you do if you were in Manuel's spot here, do you think? It's a close one, right?
It is very tricky, and I do not envy this decision being made. I feel like this line has been committed already.
I kind of feel the same because if you throw one of the barraging beatdowns now onto this chain link, you can block it out. I guess you can just send it back to Bare Fangs.
Yeah, Bare Fangs.
That's good value.
Which might just be good enough to keep that efficient number.
No equipment left for Jess. Fine, not a deck that typically defends well. If you can connect with that full 8 damage,
No, he's just going to throw the equips,
okay,
though.
all right, Manuel. We're here to gamble. We're here to play.
Yup. I kind of like this. He's saying, I don't want to keep blocking because his opportunities to swing back might get worse. He's saying his current hand is good enough that this is the opportunity he wants to use up some of his life for, swing back, and then he'll block with a worse hand. Or pray for a very good hand follow-up to try close the game.
But no matter all the lines here rely on the top of the deck, whether it's Monstrous Veil, whether it's just playing the Ravenous first, attacking with the Ravenous first rather, whether it's Bare Fangs first. Everything relies on probably a 50-50, I think. I can't see a line in this you see something.
He could...
So you can barraging, and then you can monstrous, right?
Yeah.
No, it looks like...
Because the second one is the yellow.
Yeah, but the challenge is if one barraging is only going to intimidate twice, right? So Jess can stop that one.
Yeah, gets the 2. It will just be an easy 2-card block here.
But we are going to go for that.
All right.
Can we catch Jess with a no block? Yellow is flipped off the top thanks to this Bare Fang, so that is going to be a second intimidate here. Going to leave Jess with just 2 cards on defense. Now, if one of these cards does defend, that will mean that we can stop. And they both do defend.
Yeah.
So we can nullify on Jess's side this barraging beatdown if we so wish.
Barraging Beatdown, a very powerful card, but you need to be able to stop them from blocking with 2 cards to get the full value out of it. Here, unfortunately, he couldn't quite keep enough cards to get the full effect out of this. But it's also interesting because Jess may elect to just keep the hand if she likes what she's holding.
I really thought we were going to see the gamble. I thought we were going to see either the Monstrous Veil or we were just going to swing the Ravenous Meat Axe and kind of cross the fingers because, of course, we do also have that plating available as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and here comes under 2 cards, just making sure that Jess gets this huge value block in this matchup and just stays ahead because she's currently ahead. Happy to keep it that way.
Yeah, as we see Jess take 4 damage down here. Going to go back with 2 cards in hand, so still some cards to work with. Falls down to 12 life, so potentially in the range where if Manuel can find that big final turn, take away all the cards with Intimidate, but does, of course, need to survive with the onslaught that may come back from Jess. But 2 cards is a lot less threatening. It means it's a lot harder to return the Phoenix Flame, things like that.
Yeah, one good thing is that Manuel does get a bit of tempo here. There's no way Jess can present lethal on this turn. So if this hand is good enough, he may not be blocking, but
don't love it.
Quite.
We're going to see, looks like the Clash of Might onto the chain. Clash is going to happen.
Ooh.
And Jess is actually going to win the Clash, barraging beatdown versus Inflame the Firebrand. So that Might token is going to go the way of Jess. That could be devastating for Manuel.
That is not what he wants to see on the top of the deck. I mean, one of the downsides of running all those barraging beatdowns, which is that kind of powerhouse play that got him to this position right now, but can have these very low floors.
Now, you also know as well that that's the card on top. So if you want to do something like Ravenous Meat Axe, you know what you're potentially drawing and discarding, which is, you know, these Clash of Mights are nice when they show you a 6 attack on top. When they don't, a little bit less so, especially when they're giving your opponent a Might token for the following turn.
Yeah, and especially when you see something like that, you want to sort of almost commit the whole hand for blocking, but because Jess blocked with 2 cards, this is the end of the turn, so he won't even be able to to block with his whole hand either.
Okay, but Pat Call is going to be committed to the chain against this Searing Ember Blade, which means we will send that beat down to the bottom. And we're going to get back that Phoenix Flame with the last resource thanks to that blue that was pitched and send this in for another 1 follow-up. Manuel's going to take that, go down to just 8. That feels like a dangerous life total, 8, in terms of if Jess can find even a solid 4-card hand. We know Inflame the Firebrand is on top of the deck.
Yeah.
Strong 4-card hand here. Might be enough to present lethal and take cards away from Manuel. We'll see what he can come back with on this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to strip cards from Jess's hand, and that's what Manuel needs to do. But unfortunately, not going to be able to. And then pitch, he's going to need a really good red card to go into the arsenal.
Or is this a turn we're going to have, oh, it's a yellow barrage and beat Dallas pitch. I was going to say if we had the blue here, we could potentially use the plating and send a second attack, but that's not going to be an option.
It's a pounce.
Is the pounce, yep. So it is going to mean this meat axe is coming in for 5, and we're going to intimidate.
Yeah, that would have been a very good card to go into arsenal as well, though. Let's see what he... So this card will be the random card that goes... Oh,
it's a blue. I think it's a blue clash. I think it's a blue clash of might.
Oh, no.
That is not the sort of card that you want to see off the top of the deck.
Yep. Because he sunk the previous card as well to try dig for a better card. Again, not being paid off. These clashes have been rough. The top of the deck has not been friendly.
This game has definitely slowed down. It looks like Jess has a couple of blues in hand, so it's actually going to, I think, consider blocking with a blue dragon power here just to be able to use the full hand. And that means that Inflame the Firebrand is a lot less threatening on this next chain link. So Manuel may be okay here.
Yeah,
Jess might have bricked.
Yeah, both bricking just a little bit, which means I want to put that in favor of Manuel, because if he gets to leak a little bit more damage, get one more opportunity to set up that huge Intimidate turn, and 10 life is kind of doable when you have 5 cards.
Yeah, and it's bad enough that Jess has to lead here with a blue Rising Resentment. Manuel got to be chuffed about this one.
Yeah. The question is, did he find the hand this time to crack back?
Of course, that might token has pumped it up to 2 attack as well.
Oh, Clash of Agility.
That could be the catalyst that Manuel needs, but again, it's that blue Clash of Might in the arsenal. What can we put together on this turn? I don't know if Manuel's going to be able to find enough for lethal, that's all.
Yeah. Plus that 1 prevention. Very efficient blocking here.
There was 3 blues in the hand for Jess, paired with that Inflame the Firebrand. I would assume that's probably going to be set in arsenal for a big final push for Jess on the final turn.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets the Clash of Agility here, he could send out his arsenal and then swing the meat axe to at least have a decent
Okay.
shot. Okay.
Bear hug
6
beating a brand of Syndiclaw. Manuel finally gets the victory on the clash there after losing that might one last turn.
Yes, a moment of reprieve. The deck going his way.
Phoenix Flame, the follow-up here, coming in for 1 damage.
That 1 prevention is still floating though, so very efficient blocking.
Yeah, just can actually throw out this. Yeah, this is going to be for 4 because this will be the 4th chain link. So it's still, it may not be super threatening on this turn because we had to lead with the blue. You kind of lose the value there. But this is still 4 damage on the back end. Manuel has blocked out a lot of damage on this turn. Does that mean that we're happy to just maybe take this one and keep the 3-card hand, the 2 plus the 1 in arsenal?
Yeah, or he blocks at the Clash of Might, wins the Might, and just swings the meat axe. But then you don't utilize the agility token.
Yeah, and can you survive the following turn? I mean,
Yeah.
now you know that Jess will only have a 4-card hand to work with. That's a lot less threatening than a 5-card hand.
Yeah. And I mean, there's been one sort of brick hand from Jess. Maybe there's another one. All these things that you sort of got to calculate, these numbers that don't necessarily have a defined number that you need to generate, figure out what is good and what is bad here.
Yeah, this game is very, very tight. And this is honestly Silver Age. It is, it's the 1s and 0s. It's the, you got to take care of the pennies in these matchups, that's for sure.
Exactly. Every point of value is so important in a 20-life format. These are just such significant numbers.
And I think Manuel thinking through exactly the line that you were discussing there, Uhyoung. Do I block with 1 card and just block with the Clash of Might and send my Ravenous Meat Axe? Can I get through to a following turn? I think I like that line a lot more now that we've seen that we will not be facing a 5-card hand on the following turn. We still have the Blade Beckoner as well, but that is our final piece of equipment.
Yeah, especially because if he doesn't block here, he'll be taking 4, going down to 4. And that is a very scary prospect against a deck like Fi.
That's probably going to rip your full hand. And then you start getting into the territory of being almost like what we, quote unquote, Kadachi locked with the Phoenix Flame, right? So it almost feels like this decision point is I block. I think if you don't block here, you've got to be able to take cards from Jess's hand.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like Manuel's hand actually does that.
Yeah. The one thing is, yes, and he goes, no blocks.
Wow.
He's going to go wide. He likes his odds, so essentially, he's going to throw the best numbers that he can. He's going to try utilize his agility token, favoring that in this turn. And this also means he'll be able to get his arsenal out. And then he's going to have to do a bit of praying to make sure he doesn't go out on 4 life.
We know there's that bear hug on top, so we will not miss on this
Oh,
Ravenous Meat Axe.
But he's going to start with the meat axe, try find a better attack here, one floating.
Yeah, would... Also,
No.
maybe the Monstrous Veil is going to get involved. The Monstrous Veil could also potentially get involved here, depending on how Jess decides to defend or not defend this first attack. It is the bear hug that gets discarded off that Ravenous Meat Axe. That is going to be one trigger on Intimidate, thanks to Rhinar.
Yeah. Maybe very important here.
Meat Axe is going to be 5 damage, staring down Jess, and if Jess declines to block this...
Which feels quite likely.
Yeah, going to say no defense on this one, down to 5 life on Jess's side of things. What is the follow-up? Manuel got go again, of course, thanks to that agility token. Is it just sending the Clash of Might for 4? It's not lethal, though, unfortunately. That's not lethal.
Yeah.
And lost the bear hug as well, right? Do you head to the Monstrous Veil here, try and find a 2-cost, crack the plating, hopefully a 2-cost that actually presents lethal? I think if you don't pull a card from Jess's hand, Manuel's in so much trouble. I'm not sure he gets another turn.
Yeah, 4 life is just not a good place to be. He is again weighing up the odds. This is kind of that brute life. We're gonna see it. At points like this, you just gotta take the gamble. You gotta find the winning line somehow.
I love this. What is the card? I think it was a pack hunt. So it's unfortunately going to be 2 3-costs in the hand here, I think. Yeah, that's the sorry, brother, pack call, rather, not pack hunt. That goes to the bin there off that Monstrous Veil. It's going to be another trigger of Intimidate.
Yeah, Manuel, 2 random discards and draws, and he's still kept with the same card he started the turn with. Second Intimidate.
Are we going to see this Clash of Might be follow-up here?
Can you do it for the brutes?
I mean, the only other line is you can discard the... Is it a wind-up in the hand of Manuel? Is that the card that was... So you can discard the wind-up, but no, we're just going to send this for 4.
Yeah.
I think Jess is just going to say, sure, I'll go to 1.
Yeah, and keep 4 cards. This isn't lethal. If this was like a red Bear Fangs, it would be crazy, but it's not. It's 4, just goes to 1, and you are not dead as long as you have 1 life.
Don't have to worry about Reckless Swing, of course, in Silver Age, the nightmare of many players. I mean, how many Reckless Swings do you think people have died to? And not in just a feature match area, but just in life.
I'm going to say not as high as people think, but they definitely remember those games. Like, you feel so bad when that's the thing that gets you out.
Going to lead off here with a red Rising Resentment on the side of Jess here. And it looks like we've got pretty good 4-card hand for Jess. We'll see how Manuel can try and navigate this turn.
Yeah, he's going to need to start blocking. And there is a no block, I believe.
Yeah, it's Wild Ride. And a couple of 2 blocks as well.
Yeah.
Or at least 1, Buck Wild.
Yeah, so can he survive here?
Bastion's going to get onto the combat chain, is going to basically soak up all 3 damage, 2 block plus the 1 damage prevention. And then Flame Call Awakening is going to be the follow-up here, pitching away that blue Cinder Skin. So importantly, a blue being pitched here, which means we will be able to send the Searing Emberblade at some point on this turn. Phoenix Flame is found out of the deck for Jess.
Yeah, it is looking pretty lights out for Manuel. I mean, he's been a very good sport about it. Some of the RNG not quite going his way, but sometimes that's that brute life. You die by the RNG, sometimes you win with the RNG.
Yeah, might be able to survive this turn. Does, of course, have the Blade Beck in it. May be able to survive this turn, find himself with a Wild Ride in the arsenal, and then just cross the fingers, knock the deck, touch wood, and hope that, you know, maybe there's a blank on a starter from Jess's side.
Exactly.
Is that the line now?
Yeah. You arsenal that Wild Ride, pray to James White, Jess just 4 bricks on like 4 blues, and then maybe forgets to take an action.
Accidentally passes through the turn.
Yeah, accidentally passes priority.
Looks like Manuel lining up the defense here on this Wrecker Romp, going to get involved. Try and cover up this full 3 damage from the Flame Call Awakening. But we're waiting. We're pausing. Yeah. Okay, no blocks. We're going to go down to 1.
I respect it. He's saying, I'm already out. My hope is that you
misplay?
Giga Brick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that you misplay because we already know there's a Flame Call, Phoenix Flame here and 1 in the bin, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, going to have to get the Blade Beckoner involved here.
Yeah.
I think Manuel,
No, he
just
missed it.
forgot about the second Phoenix Flame there, and now is going to have to commit a full card to this as things stand. Yellow Brammer Syndical is going to follow up. That's also going to demand a card here as well. And presumably Ember, yep, we're going to swing in with the weapon searing Ember Blade last. And that's going to do it. Gets the fist bump there for Jess, winning down in our feature match area, taking 5 through to 5-1, locking up a spot in the top 8. Meanwhile, leaving Manuel to sweat it out and see if he gets in on breakers.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting if that Rhinar does make it, but man, that could have been the case here. He could have clinched that victory, but some of that random discard, random draw is not quite going his way.
As you say, Uhyoung, you die by the RNG, you live by the RNG. Well, let's wait no longer. Let's take a look at who is going to be playing in our top 8 here on this Sunday Showdown here at the World Tour in Auckland. And a breath, a sigh, a breath of relief there for Manuel Solomon as his Rhinar does punch a ticket to the top 8. 7 different heroes are going to be represented in our top 8 here at this first Silver Age Showdown post our benchings from the community, post Omens of the Third Age, and with all this newness that's happening, yes, a couple of Briars in there. We're going to see first and 8th seed. They're going to be squaring off in the quarterfinals, but 7 different heroes.
I mean, so exciting. Like, this is such a diverse metagame, at least at the start of the season. I'm excited to see how this develops throughout the future.
Yeah, what's next, right?
Yeah. But I believe that, where's my Riptide?
I know it's a tough day for you, Uhyoung, but in saying that, we've got Blaze. You're excited about Blaze at the start of the day.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, Oscilio, you see there Kieran Carnegie on that Blaze, a very well-known wizard within New Zealand, has no Kano left to pilot, but has found a new home with that Blaze Firemind. As we look down to, we've got a couple of interesting matchups in our quarterfinals. Down the bottom there, we've got our Guardian Mirror. It's Dan Griffin against Lee Mackley. We've got Andrea Mengucci in first seed, cleaning it up, going to take on Rob Davenport in that Briar quarterfinals. And as we said, it's Dromai versus Blaze. That is going to be a very interesting matchup. And then we're going to get a repeat, actually, of that match we just watched in our feature match area with Jess Arnesen against Manuel Solomon.
Yeah. Can he do it this time? Can he find the right cards? Can he find the Intimidates?
Can he get the RNG?
Will the dice go his way? This is such a diverse metagame for this top 8. And I cannot wait to see how these games play out.
Yeah, I don't know if I was necessarily expecting quite this amount of diversity in our first top 8. I think I definitely... Briar has the target on the back, and I think it's felt like that through the day so far in terms of Briar's obviously had some accomplishments so far heading into this quarterfinals, but also has had its, people have been preying on it, right? We saw it with Riptide in the feature match here. We've seen these Bravos, these Oldhims also trying to do that. So I want to ask you, when you look at this top 8 bracket, where do your eyes get drawn to? Which hero do you think has potentially a nice run through to the finals? And where would you be putting your money right now, Uhyoung Choi, on this top 8?
Looking at this top 8 spread, I think if I had to put my money on it, I think it's Kieran Carnegie.
Yeah?
That Blaze positioning, decent place to take out the Dromai. I believe he's informed me that he's pretty favored into Briar.
As is everyone today.
Yeah. And then if there's Guardians on the other side that make it through, he may be able to have a decent matchup into a Guardian. And also, I versed him piloting my dash deck against him yesterday, and he crushed me. So I believe he is an excellent player. So I'm excited to see how this goes out. What about you?
I've lost to Kieran before. I would say I've got my eyes on Manuel. If he can get that RNG and overcome Jess, I think, a Blaze in a finals would be great. Potentially, I think Rhinar against Guardian, typically Guardian favored. So I think our Rhinar player, Manuel here, if he can pull it together in this first round, is in a good spot to make a run to the finals and potentially take this down. And we are going to be featuring that match as one of our 2 quarterfinals matches that we're going to be looking at. Let's take a look in at the final standings and see how it all shook out. As you see, Phil Nagel there in 9th. I believe that's basically our player that missed out when all things were said and done. You can see a couple of players there on 4 and 2, including one of your favorites getting into things, Patrick, who we did see in the feature match area. And you know what? I'm still going to be asking Patrick for that for that deck list, rather.
Yeah, that deck that utilizes so many of the new cards that came out in Omens, being that sort of lone Oscilio, like the lone old Oscilio, really repping that arcane damage and what Omens could do to this format, especially when it gets explored a little more by more players.
You heard it here from Uhyoung first. As one of our devs, keep an eye out for Oscilio, Tom Hartley there in 10th on that Riptide. Painstakingly close to top 8, but is going to clinch up a top 16.
So close.
We almost had
could
it.
have been?
We almost had it. A couple of blazes there in the hands of Boost and Spendog there in 11th, Piper Allen in 12th. As we go down, you see a number of blazes that have actually made it into this top 16. So when you look at top 16, yes, there is a number of blazes and Briars, and I think that's a signal of where this format is.
Yeah.
But also just then you look at the diversity in the top 8, as well as things like Iyslander, Oscilio in our top 16.
Yeah, what does surprise me is that the Icelanders didn't quite make it to the top 8, but still a very formidable deck in this metagame.
Yeah, you've got to get the pairings on the day as well. You know, you might have a great Briar matchup, but how are you into some of the... We see such a diverse meta, right? So how are you into the other heroes that are showing up? How are you into the Blazers, for instance? We're going to learn so much more over the coming weeks as we go through National Season. Of course, we're going to see more showdowns. We're going to see more Silver Age at these events. Players are going to learn what works, what doesn't. The beauty of this event, though, Uyong, is that we get to feature weekend #1 post all these changes, post the release of Omens of the Third Age. And I think if you're out there playing, you're thinking about, okay, head into my armory, maybe going to head to a Nationals festival, going to play some Silver Age. I think we've been able to showcase a number of decks that I think are pretty viable in this format right now.
Yeah, all these decks can do powerful things, all have their place in the metagame. It is anyone's game, especially for this top 8.
If you were heading to an armory this week, or you were thinking about building a Silver Age deck, of course we know precons, go and pick those up.
Yeah.
But what hero is
Riptide.
picking you?
Riptide. Everyone get out there, play Riptide. Is your local armory infested with Briar players? Play Riptide. It's free.
Well, you've heard it here first. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Riptide in this top 8, but we are going to see a number of different heroes. Our top 8 is just around the corner. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back very shortly with 2 quarterfinals matches for you. Quarterfinals time here at our showdown on Sunday at the Auckland World Tour. I'm Hayden Dale, joined by Uhyoung Choi, Legend Story Studios developer, and we are ready to see how things are going to shake out. We have 2 quarterfinals matches to bring you, but before we get into all of that, I want to take a look, Uhyoung, at exactly what is in store for these players if they want to make it a run in this top 8, and check our bracket. As you see there, the match that we're going to be featuring. First up is Kieran Carnegie versus Karl Eagle. It's going to be Blaze versus Dromai. What do you think about that matchup?
I feel like I have to give it to an advantage to Kieran Carnegie. Blaze, absolute new powerhouse in the Silver Age format. All that arcane damage, the ability to play big, go tall, play at instant speed, very powerful. But the thing is, if Dromai can get set up early, can maybe find that arcane prevention, find that arcane polarity, find that sand cover early, Dromai might have a very big shot in this.
Yeah, our second quarterfinal is going to be Jess Arnesen against Manuel Solomon. That is a rematch of our round 6 feature match, and a chance for Manuel potentially to redeem himself. We will see if he can do that elsewhere. It's going to be a Briar mirror and a Guardian mirror to see who's going to be playing in our semifinals. Let's take a look at what these players are playing for in this top 8. As you see there, 5,000 USD of prizes. Not too shabby for a Sunday Showdown. Good amount to win there.
Yeah. And the World Tour points up for grabs as well. And this is not a joke. Like, participation prize, those tournament packs, some very high value, exciting cards in there. Like, if I'd enter this tournament, that's the prize I'd be getting.
Yeah, I opened some tournament packs in my last jaunt out to Shanghai for actually playing some Sage, and picked up some nice flick flacks at that one, for instance. Yeah,
so must be nice.
Exactly. World Tour points, as you said, as well. And of course, that Champions Prize card, that gold cold foil, Blossom of Spring, and a staple in this format. As you called it earlier today, Sage's final spring tunic.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone calls it, and I just want everyone to keep calling it that. Yes, the tunic, the tunic of the Silver Age format.
Yeah, very, very fair. Well, we've got 2 quarterfinals that we're going to hit. We're going to see a real diversity, as we spoke about. But we're going to see Rhinar versus Fi in that rematch.
Yeah.
But before all that, we've got that Dromai versus Blaze. And you spoke about, you're giving that edge to Kieran Carnegie. Well, we have actually seen this matchup already today on stream. And of course, in that one, we saw John Wardan on the Dromai get it done by exactly 1 life point in the end.
Exactly.
And against Sage, of all players.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that is a player's name. Sage as well, who's a local here in New Zealand. But we've seen Dromai take a win against Blaze already. It's been super exciting, I think, to see Blaze in our feature match area for the first time. And you know what, Uhyoung? I want to do it all again. I want to see some more Blaze action. Let's meet our players for this first quarterfinal. As we said, it is Kieran Carnegie on the left-hand side there, a well-known New Zealand Wizard player. I think basically plays almost exclusively Wizard whenever he can.
Yes, and very skilled indeed. And just an upstanding, friendly player to, verse and be around.
Pillar of the community up against Karl Eagle. Not to say Karl isn't a pillar of the community as well. Dromai player here. And I think we'll be feeling maybe good about playing against a Wizard if he's got the right tools in the arsenal in that loadout. We'll have to see. I want to take a look at how our players got here as we take a look at that records. Kieran actually started off with a loss and then has gone undefeated after dropping a game to Freeman, who we saw on stream earlier with that Iyslander. Has beaten Briar, has already beaten Karl actually in round 5 as well. So this is a rematch.
And like, we talk about the diversity in the top 8 metagame, but look at that diversity that he had to fight through to get here. Really showing the power of Blaze into just a diverse field, having plans and power into all these decks and different playstyles.
Yeah, I had to go play it through players like Kale McCreath as well, as we take a look at how Karl has gotten to this point. As we said, had that loss. Actually started off the opposite. 4-0, really hot run, and then losing to 2 other players in our top 8, Andrea Mengucci in round 6 as well. That's always going to be a tough one when you're up against a player of the caliber of Andrea. Lost to Kieran, but before losing to Kieran, as you see there, actually took out 2 other Blazers.
Yeah, so he knows the matchup. He knows how to win this. Can he find the right cards and get revenge on Kieran? I'm so excited to see this.
Yeah, that's a battle-hardened champion that he took down there in the form of Boost and Spin Dog. Let's take a look in at the heroes that'll be in our feature match area. Is, of course, as we said, Blaze, Firemind, our first time down in the feature match area this weekend, up against a returning favorite in the hands of Dromai. Who you got Kieran, don't you? Oh, you know what?
Yeah,
Okay,
Kieran.
I'll take Dromai then.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Let's see. I think that our Dromai is going to be able to get this one done.
I mean, according to the previous games, Dromai is due for a win. Because he lost, he is now due for a win. I believe that's how odds and statistics work. So he
Feels like Kieran maybe has his number though.
Yeah, possibly. All right, let's
Players
find
are
out.
ready. Let's find out, as you say. Looks like we're going to be heading off with Kieran on the play here. Do you think Kieran is the higher seed? So he got to choose here. Would you want to choose first in this instance?
Yes, a very good place to be. You want to set up some opt here to get some counters early to push them burn through. And you also want to stop Dromai freely setting up a bunch of dragons on that turn 0. So a very promising start here.
Yeah, Crucible Etherwaves straight into 6 damage on the side of Kieran Carnegie with that new card. He's going to be able to create a Ponder token if he wants to as well.
Yeah, turn to Mindfire, just a new staple in the metagame. That ability to create that Ponder token holds so much value in this metagame, especially when Blaze doesn't mind being tapped. So that cost, free.
Yeah, unlike some of our other heroes. And you see there, it looks like we're going to immediately, we're popping this Glory Seeker, pitching 2 reds and a blue into it on the side of Karl that is going to net 2 Ash. And we will, of course, go ahead and draw that card, see what we can find for Karl, and if we can stop or soak up. It looks like we've got an Oasis, actually, in hand for Karl, so he's going to be able to soak up some of this, if not the entirety of this, because it does also have Arcane Barrier 1 on the boot, so we'd just be leaking 1 damage here.
That is such a good start for Karl. Exactly what he wants to do, preventing that arcane damage, getting a bunch of dust, and getting set up for his turn 1.
That really hot start. I mean, I guess the only thing Kieran might have wanted to do more of was opt and set up those blaze counters, right?
Yeah. So because Kieran hasn't managed to push like that much arcane damage here, and he also wasn't able to set up any opt counters, looking a little bit rough for the start, a little bit of a stumble, but at least a snapback.
That is nice because Karl did actually pitch into that Silken form as well to just sink the additional red in as well to create some more Ash, and Kieran's been able to punish that with a snapback. Of course, now is going to not end the turn with any arsenal, but has been able to push through a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, no, that was fine.
Yeah, 1 Aether Ashwing set up now. So now Karl has access to 2 Arcane Barrier, which may be huge. As we saw in our early game today, that 1 Ashwing that could really turn that game. So it's going to be important to see what this Ashwing and this access to additional Arcane Barrier can do in this matchup.
Yeah, hard for Karl to be disappointed with that start, I think. A couple of Ash and Ashwing on the table, but we did use up 2 pieces of equipment to do it. Kieran with no arsenal, I'm sure that's what he would have at least wanted to have, was push a little bit of damage and get an arsenal, if not some opt.
And is that a red rake for the turn start as well? That is such a powerful card for Dromai. And yup.
Going to lead off with Rake the Embers here. As you see the face there from Kieran Carnegie, a return of one of my favorite cards, I'll be honest with you. Rake the Embers was, of course, originally banned in this format, was unbanned.
Correct.
And you're seeing the power of this card, especially into a wizard. And this is kind of exactly the start Karl would have wanted to see here as he goes ahead. Pitches in that red. He's going to get 2 Ash tokens, 1 off the pitch, 1 off the Rake itself. And then he's going to turn 3 Ash into Ash Wings. We've got AV5 available now if we need it.
This is an absolutely fiery start for Karl. 4 Arcane Barrier on the board, 4 Ash Wings on the board, 4 go again. I mean, what more could you want?
How about a Blaze Headlong to follow it all up? 4 damage coming the way of Kieran here. We're looking to line up some blocks potentially. What does Kieran need to do in this next sort of turn cycle? What is goal number 1 for Kieran?
The game has started so fast for Karl. Kieran is already on such an aggressive clock, and he still has no opt counters on Blaze. He needs to find the ways to get opt. He needs to push some damage and needs to get Karl into much more of a lower life total so that he can threaten lethal. But this is quite the back foot to start off. But a popper being deployed, absolutely huge.
Yeah, so the Ashwing coming in there from Karl Eagle, and that is met with a Findle's Fighting Spirit, and that's going to gain 1 life for Kieran Carnegie as well. Probably the perfect place to be as we see Red Emeritus plus Crucible Aetherweave followed up on Kieran's turn. This is going to be 5 damage hitting the way of Karl. Now, of course, we do have access to Arcane Barrier 4, but do we have the resources to pay for that?
And he does. He found a blue as well. Oh no, Kieran.
This is going very nicely for Karl so far, I would say. And I believe that's for a sand cover. That could be a perfect arsenal target to follow up this turn as well for Karl.
Yeah, Karl is prepared for this matchup, and he is finding all the cards that he needs. Yep,
Kieran's, yeah, gonna go ahead and pop that talismanic lens. He's like, I need to start getting some counters onto my Blaze Firemind here.
Yeah, he is sort of aggressively popping that head now because not only does he need the 2 counters, he needs his next hand to be good. Otherwise, he's going to keep falling further and further behind. So that very proactive pop of the headpiece to get ahead.
Might be a judge call here on the side of Kieran. I think a fairly simple one. I think instead of putting his pitch on that turn, he's... he was starting to put his pitch at the bottom, and he's saying, can I still lens? Carl said, you're fine, go for it. He's caught it in time, nothing's happened. So, yeah, judge says, go ahead, do your opt. And as we see, Kieran opting to there, getting 2 counters on that Blaze Firemind. We're going to go back to the turn of Carl. And yeah, you see that sand cover in the hand for Carl. Save that one for later, I think. Oh, that's an Uvia being played. Invoke Uvia for Carl. Going to net a Ash off the back of that as well, because he'll pitch 2 reds into this, and Uvia is a good way to keep that sort of train of Ashwings going, isn't it?
Yeah, which means Carl's just going to have access to all the AB he pretty much wants throughout this matchup. So Kieran going to have to navigate this very difficult board.
I like this play here, swinging with Uvia first, so that if there's a popper, Carl's saying, well, I don't really necessarily want to churn my Ash to more Ashwings. I've got enough Ashwings. I just need damage now at this point, and maybe a backup Ash for my sand cover.
Exactly, exactly.
As we see another Ashwing, and yet another Ashwing. Enter the battle zone here. Kieran says, okay, you're on the combat chain. I'll take the damage down to 13. Life falls Kieran. He wants to keep this 4-card hand to try and maybe set something up.
Yeah, set something up, or at the very least start pushing a bunch of damage. Kieran needs to get on the front foot here and get Karl into a much more manageable life total. Let's see how we can convert this 4 cards that he held.
Crucible Aetherweave pitching a Voltic Bolt and an Emeritus, and it's going to be an Aether Spindle. I have a feeling this is going to be met by Sand Cover, because Carl has found yet another Sand Cover in the hand, along with an Arcane Polarity. Do you think...
Oh my lord. Like, Aether Spindle is exactly what Kieran needed on this turn to try get ahead, to push damage, to get counters. But the Sand Cover is going to be absolutely brutal here.
Do you think Carl was thinking about Wizards when he built this deck? Is there any sense you're getting of this?
I feel like he was aware of at least one, I believe.
It looks that way. It looks that way. So Carl, the great thing for Carl as well is he's just got this Arcane Barrier. He can just pitch additional cards if he wants to, play it really safe, and just build up Ash as well.
Exactly, and there's a very good reason Carl's beaten 2 Blazes already. This is just going to be another notch in his belt.
He's not gonna Sand Cover here potentially. So the Arcane Barrier is a replacement effect, so you do need to, so a little bit out of sequence, but Kieran's explaining, make sure if you're going to play the Sand Cover, get it in there now so that your replacement effects are in order, and we've done that. We've kept out that entire Aether Spindle, which means, importantly, no counters on Blaze.
No counters. So he really needed that Aether Spindle to connect to really start ramping up those counters, but again, staying on 2. That was just from the headpiece. Can Kieran find another avenue to try get some counters on and get that hero ability online properly?
The Bannerman there, by the looks of it, a card that is new from Compendium of Wraith that we're seeing a number of these Dromai decks look towards.
Yeah, Dromai getting access to new tools, getting that unban, and depending on the metagame, Dromai, an absolute threat, force to be reckoned with.
You're going to find that Phoenix Flame for Carl here. And on Kieran's side of things as well, the last 2 turns have not gone his way. However, Blaze is capable of putting out some immense damage, right? So by no means is this game over for Kieran.
Exactly. Karl needs to stay on the offensive, keep pressuring Kieran, because, again, if Kieran is given enough space, Blaze can do some absolutely nasty work.
Yep, that Phoenix Bannerman is going to as well get that Vigor token. That's the chest edition. Of course, there is one for each of the, you one that makes Ponder token. You've got all these different pieces relative to what your equipment would typically do as well.
Yeah, but essentially turning on that player red card this turn.
Exactly, yeah, great starter, right? And then now comes in the first Ashwing, and it's going to be followed by probably the second and third, but at least for now, Kieran's going to take the first one. Carl will decide what is next.
Yeah, and if he takes the first one, most likely meaning he doesn't have a popper, which he would have loved to have had this turn.
Second one comes in, Kieran down to 11, and probably going to take this one down to 10 here as well. Carl now thinking about the follow-up. Actually, awkwardly just has a lot of defensive cards in this hand. So we've got the Polarity, we've got the Sand Cover, and then that Phoenix Flame that we just picked up. But we pitched away that Dust Up, so not a lot of offensive output here.
Yeah. But like, those are the cards Carl definitely wants to see in this matchup. It's one of those things where he's sort of suffering from success. He's found all the tools that he needed at the same time where he can't necessarily utilize all of them as effectively. Another question is...
He's going to IP effectively, right? Like he's going to end up IPing here. And
Yeah.
Kieran has got to be happy about this. I wonder if Carl is now thinking, maybe I should have pitched that Polarity to instead of the Dust Up so I could have kept presenting damage, because this might be a whole turn that Kieran has just bought off the back of this potentially.
Yeah, or Carl might be thinking that those two cards are so impactful in the matchup that he'd rather just IP one, not even throw the 4 attack, and just stay ahead and sort of lock this game down in that manner.
Kieran's going to go ahead here and pitch away a blue Voltic Bolt, and we're going to see Emeritus come in, but not pitching for the Crucible of Aether Weave. Tells us maybe there's a snapback in the future here, or at least a Blaze activation. We'll have to see what follows, but that's Billowing Mirage being pitched to Arcane Barrier, and Carl says, okay, I'll take the remaining 3, being very patient on that Sand Cover, likely because he wants to play the Polarity this turn.
Yeah.
And there is that follow-up snapback. Going to come through for 3. And actually,
3.
yeah, 2 cards in Kieran's hand, so not opting to pitch away a second card. What is the follow-up going to be?
Maybe
Presumably...
another follow-up here, possibly. Arcane Polarity, though.
Yeah, or is the hand so good that he's just going to keep 2 cards back here?
Very possible.
Yeah, it looks like it. Rather than just blocking for 1 damage on that last turn, right? Because also didn't know what the follow-up was going to be, and actually Carl just didn't have a follow-up as it turned out. So Kieran kind of with an okay IP there, an IP that you're okay with. And when I say IP, what I mean is he's almost intellect penalty himself. He's kept a card back unintentionally.
Yeah. And because Carl was holding 2 cards like that, Kieran just assumed there was going to be another card follow-up that he wanted to block more efficiently. But because he didn't swing, Kieran also IPing 1 back here.
Carl going to insulate against those potential poppers here by developing Miragai. That's Invoke Miragai being played. They're going to use an Ash and the resource of that Vigor token actually as well. So just really efficient here for Carl, and is going to swing with that straight away. Of course, this will have no Phantasm thanks to that effect from the Miragai here.
Yeah, that board state becoming even more threatening. Kieran needs to find a popper, which is going to be one of those main things to try get him ahead. But now, Miragai preventing the first one from being popped, which means guaranteed damage sort of leaking through every turn.
See how Kieran wants to deal with this. And Kieran may be thinking, is this actually all the damage is so, it's like Kadachi's, right? Just cut, death by 1,000 cuts. So if he's thinking about, I want to commit a card to defense here, is this the chain link where you actually need to do it?
Yeah. Oh, and he has found a popper.
Ah. We can still use that on the second.
Exactly,
so we just, maybe it's take 2 damage here. It's just whether maybe does Kieran, can he use that 3rd card? Is he going to be left with a card in hand again that he can't develop? But what if there's a Chromite after this? And I think that's what Kieran is thinking about.
Yeah, yeah. And there's also the threat that, for example, if he doesn't, if he blocks this, he might telegraph the popper too hard, even potentially. So there's all these micro mind games that are possibly happening.
Yeah, although does taking this much time on your block here also potentially
a lot of things
tell your opponent, a lot of information about potentially having a popper. Hard to say. Is going to go ahead and take the 2 damage here. See how Carl wants to follow this one up now. Now Carl's thinking after this, how do I want to approach this?
Possibly sniffing out the popper. Possibly playing
But what do you do about it? Like, are you ready to send Uvia now? You've got 1 Ash. That's kind of your sand cover Ash, probably, right? Oh, although actually no. Sorry, we're still on. So
Kieran might be committing to something crazy here. Cindering Foresight, opting 3, going to give him 3 more counters. 1 card to the top, 2 to the bottom. He definitely found one thing he likes.
It was pretty quick. He snapped that off very quickly. Tells us he's probably found something he likes here. So yeah, he's going to Cindering Foresight on this attack chain link when he has priority. How are we going to follow this up here? Let's take a look at what Kieran is working with here. Looks like a couple of blues, Worship the Oracle, looks like a twinning, and then that Final Fighting Spirit. So I'm curious what he's wanting to pair with this.
Was he looking for a way to maybe deal arcane damage to the dragon here?
Potentially, but this is just going to pop. He's going to gain a life. Yeah, so we're going to go back up to 8 life. Okay, what do we do with the Cindering Foresight, Kieran?
Or he may have just been posturing here. Like, this may just be another sort of mind game. Yep, So
He just couldn't
Karl-
use it, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because it's only on your own turn that you can play this at instant speed. So I guess Kieran just wanting to get the opt-in effectively, just add those counters onto Blaze, which is really, really super important. And on Kieran's turn, we're just going to go ahead here and Whisper of the Oracle, go again, and then take care of an Ashwing. Kieran trying to whittle down those Ashwings so that he can potentially push through a big, tall piece of Arcane.
Yeah, and Kieran has navigated this kind of beautifully. Now there's only 2 Arcane Barrier left on Karl's side. Kieran has sort of stabilized the board state, and he's got a bunch of counters on Blaze ready to go. So, I mean, anyone's game here at the moment. Can Karl capitalize with all this space that he's been given?
Yeah, but Karl finally looks like he's finally found an aggressive hand here. We're going to lead off with the Ravenous Rebel, revealing is that a Red Hot, I believe it is, off the top of the deck for Karl. This has been coming in for 4. That's going to be met by an Absorb in Ether from the side of Kieran Carnegie. Karl, of course, does have that sand cover, that backup protection in the arsenal.
Yeah, it's just so much prevention on the side of Karl, but Kieran must be confident with the hand that he has because he kind of snapped that Absorb and Aether out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and all of this as well, Kieran's actually gotten Karl down to 13 through all of these prevention effects and life gain and things like that. As we see Miragai into the fray here, into the combat chain. And Kieran's going to actually go ahead and Blaze to banish a Dampen and then point the Dampen at the Miragai, which is going to effectively end the turn here. So a really nice play there for Kieran, utilizing those Blaze counters on just I guess, game sort of preservation, life preservation there.
Exactly, and for viewers that may not know, that dragon has go again, but the thing is, before the go again can even activate, you kill that dragon, so the dragon doesn't get
goodbye go again.
Yeah, goodbye go again, and your turn ends.
Here comes that Nucleus Aetherbolt, a card that we talked about earlier in the day as being an absolute all-star off of the Blaze ability. In this instance, it's just going to be sending 3 damage to start with, but it could possibly be 4.
Yeah, preventing I can bury 2, taking 1, which would give Kieran the opportunity to tap and ping for 1 more.
And then I'll tap my hero to kill your Ashwing.
Red Hot going into the pitch there with Dust Up.
And the ping killing the Ashwing. Very nifty here. Now that's down to 1 Arcane Barrier. Kieran navigating this so well. A board set that looked terrifying. He has found a way to neutralize it, stall, find the poppers in the right moments, clear that board. But Uvia, popping up more Ashwings.
That's the problem, right? Karl has Uvia here, and this is really a game of like whittling down life totals on both sides of things. It's dealing in 1s for Karl, and it's similarly dealing in almost 1s at this stage for Kieran as well. He's trying to take care of these dragons. And yet another Miragai, which is going to help insulate against some of, if Kieran's got another popper. We've seen 2 finals fighting spirits so far. Is there any more for Kieran?
Yeah.
And we're going to swing that Miragai first off. So 2 damage coming the way of Kieran. I wonder if he considered just sending the Uvia as the first attack to try and prevent against arcane damage killing the Miragai and to your point, breaking the go again.
Yeah.
But he may be thinking, well, actually, if you're going to throw arcane damage at me while I'm developing Ashwings, this is the end of the world.
Yeah. He may actually just be happy with that trade and then just get another Ashwing and just sort of turtle up. Ooh.
It's a red Cindering Foresight. We're going to go again. Let's see if Kieran can finally make something happen with this.
Oh, we just missed it.
I think that was all 3 at the top, though.
Wow, he must love what he sees. And he has out counters at 8 counters as well.
He is rich in counters on this Blaze Firemind. That is for sure.
I mean, the board that Karl has, like, won't necessarily strip cards if Kieran doesn't want to give any of his cards up. This might be just a lot of damage coming up.
Yeah, well, Karl doesn't have a lot of damage on this turn because we've pitched that Scar for a Scar to this Miragai. We did a bit of blocking on the previous turn. Looks like there's an Aether Sling in the hand for Kieran Carnegie to pair with yet another Cindering Foresight, so we can stack even more counters, any more energy counters if we need to.
Exactly. Also, Kieran might be thinking about using the Aether Sling on his turn to try get go again, because technically there'll only be 3 AB on board.
Yeah, but we're just going to at least go for more counters and more damage at this stage with another Cindering Foresight. This one is yellow.
It's looking pretty scary. 10 counters.
Kieran doesn't even bother opting because he just loves the top 2 cards.
Yeah.
Going to, cracking the Spellfire. We're going to get ourselves a resource, which is going to go into this Crucible. And we're going to actually point the arcane damage, the 0-cost spell for 4 at this Miragai. Rinse and repeat for Kieran here.
Wow, really valuing sort of neutralizing that board state, buying himself more time, getting a Sigil as well. It's going to opt 1 at the start of his turn, which he doesn't need, but it will get a counter. Very, very powerful play.
Yeah, that Sigil Fate token looks awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
So, I guess, what is Kieran trying to achieve here? Because he's don't want to say spinning the wheels, but he's just killing these dragons. What's the end goal here for Kieran?
I feel like he's achieved a lot here. He's stabilized that board state. He's got a bunch of counters on, and now he's got tempo back, which means this game has actually swung heavily in Kieran's favor. He has so much time. He has so much more time now to find the answers that he needs. And especially with 10 counters on his hero, he can rip any spell at instant speed he wants from the top of his deck now. So, very powerful.
Is this time for for Karl rather, to say, okay, I go to 7. I've got the sand cover as backup. I need to actually start presenting damage, because it does look like if we check in on Karl's hand here, we have a Billowing Mirage. Looks like we have a Dunebreaker Centipie as well. We have a Scar for a Scar. So we have a lot of damage in the hand here for Karl. Is this time to say, I've got to start to try and find my way to win this game, because the momentum, as you said, has started to swing Kieran's way.
Yeah. I mean, Karl trying to figure out what the correct prevention line is here, like when to commit the sand cover.
Now, by the looks of it, the sand cover is going to be utilized on the side of Karl, which means we are going to take just the 1 damage that's going to leak through here, putting Karl down to 11 life against Kieran 7.
At the very least, Kieran has now seen both red sand covers. He no longer needs to play around that. So even though a lot was prevented there, Kieran now starts to smell blood.
Yeah, we're going to turn that Ashwing, turn that Ash into an Ashwing rather, and then we're going to follow up with this Dunebreaker Centipie. I'll be honest with you, not a card that I have seen much of or played much of since Limited Uprising, say, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah, but 5 go again is 5 go again. Very, very powerful in this matchup, especially when Kieran's already ripped through 2 of his poppers.
Yeah, and they may be the only 2 poppers as we take a look at the hand here. And yep, a lot of arcane damage stacked with things like Aether Spindle. Looks like we've got another Absorb and Aether. That's pretty good on this turn, but no poppers. And this is kind of the perfect sort of, we're saying, Karl needs to start pushing some damage. Dunebreaker Centipie is a pretty good way to do that.
Absorb an Aether with another red Spindle. That's just a lot of arcane damage and a lot more opt. Yeah. Kieran almost doesn't even need more counters at this state.
Can Kieran just set up sort of a 2-turn back-to-back, do something on Karl's turn, do something on his turn, then do something again on Karl's turn, that kind of, 3 sequences in a row to really push home lethal damage?
Yeah, exactly. Depending on the next hand as well, he might even be able to do it in 2. So let's see what he does here. If he can, as long as he can survive this turn and leak some arcane damage through, his next turn is going to be just roaring to go.
Kieran goes ahead and deploys that Absorbent Aether on defense as a defense reaction there, pitching away that blue dampen, going to float those 2 resources, going to take 1 from that Dunebreaker Centipie down to 6, but now has that nice, juicy, amp-like effect for the next spell.
Yeah. And I do spy that Scar for a Scar in Karl's hand, but unfortunately he is higher life.
We're going to send that Uvia into combat chain. Very hard to kill this Uvia. And this is kind of what I was wondering earlier on, if Karl, I think he was playing around poppers as opposed to playing around arcane damage, and Kieran really took advantage of that.
Yeah, but he's set up enough Ashwings, and he has found enough damage. This is still just 1 damage that's going to come through, and then the Ashwings come through, and then he can end the turn on the Scar.
Yeah, we have to block something here, right?
Yeah.
Kieran's going to have to, does have the Unyielding though, but really wants to keep, I think, that spell in hand, right? Doesn't want to use both cards here if he can help it, but he may be forced to commit another card on defense here, because we've got the boots, that's 1 damage. What have we got? Another 6 coming the way, so would actually need to commit something else.
Yeah, he may be able to just activate Blaze Firemind, send that Aether Spindle out offensively, get 0 cards in hand, block with the Unyielding Grip and the boots, and survive this turn.
Yes, you think just because we have 2 resources floating at the moment, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think we just commit the whole hand and just send that Spindle out, try and set up the next hand, try and craft the top of the deck?
Yeah, possibly. With the amount of damage he might be able to leak, he might be able to just see enough cards into his deck to sort of guarantee this game. But a lot of calculations going into this. So let's see.
Yeah, who said Silver Age was mindless, straightforward players? You are seeing at the highest level Silver Age, and it is very intricate play here. What a game we have on our hands here in our first quarterfinal at our Sunday Showdown here in Auckland at the World Tour stop.
Yeah, and this is the first time sort of Blaze hits this competitive scene. So very excited to see what she's doing. And also Dromai really coming back, finding a niche in this metagame.
Scar for Scar is going to be the play here. So no Ashwings being sent in. Doesn't want to get them blown up by some arcane damage here. Interesting. This now means that this is not lethal damage being faced down by Kieran. So Karl making a decision there to not send in those additional Ashwings.
Yeah. Also very interesting here. Sort of Karl is kind of telegraphing that he's holding like a red in hand that goes in the arsenal, but he's actually holding a blue. So he'll be able to prevent 3 on Kieran's turn.
Let the chain link resolve. Looking to take 1 damage.
So
You have cards.
unyielding grip. Yeah, so Kieran went to block with unyielding grip, but does have cards in the hand here. Would have to play out the cards before committing.
It was
So
me thinking I was playing cool and calm.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I'm throwing, boys.
Kieran having to weigh this one up and make sure he... Yeah, because we do have the 2 resources floating. Right?
Yes,
So if we want to
yes.
commit the unyielding grip, we're going to have to pitch away that final card.
Yeah.
Probably, you can Crucible, right? You can Crucible, you can play the card. You can use all your cards here if you
Yes,
want
yes.
to commit that unyielding grip. But is it worth just blocking with a card as opposed to doing that?
Yeah. That was my assumption on the play that he was going to make with that block, but he must have miscalculated something here.
And then you see the blue Emeritus is committed to that chain. That's going to leak 1 damage over the top. Kieran, of course, is still floating 2 resources, so can follow up with this Aether Spindle. Won't be accompanied by a Crucible.
Yeah. And definitely these players have been playing all day. I mean, that fatigue, that pressure, that stress that comes with the top 8 matchup, I don't blame Kieran for anything here.
Yeah, this is coming in for 6, but 3 damage prevented, as you said, sort of showing maybe I've got the red, but actually has the blue on the side of Karl. Arcane Barrier 3, that will be 3 counters back on Blaze, and an Opt 3 here for Kieran. But
Yeah.
Opt 3, much less significant than Opt 6. You can't quite craft your hand, maybe in the way that you want to for Kieran here. And we'll have to see what he thinks of these 3 cards. I saw at least 1 blue, I think an Arcane Twinning on top.
Yeah. And also, Dromai doesn't necessarily run that many blues. And Karl has already seen both 2 of his blues already. So Kieran may also be calculating that even though there is 3 Arcane Barrier on the board, he may be able to push through much more arcane damage than he would expect.
Yeah, Karl down to 8 life here now.
Very much within lethal range if he finds the right cards.
Might depend on what Karl draws up on this next hand in terms of aggressive damage as well.
Exactly.
Kieran really in the tank here on these 3 cards with the Opt. The challenge is as well, if you put cards to the bottom.
Ooh, top 2 though. He likes 2 of them.
2 to the top, 1 to the bottom. But yeah, if you end up with cards on the bottom, you're kind of gambling of like, well, I just hope the 4 cards are better. So
Yeah.
Kieran's found at least 2 cards that he's at least happy with, let's say.
Exactly. It's always very frightening when a wizard keeps a bunch of cards on top because you go, yep, you found what you wanted and I am scared.
So Kieran's turn is just going to be pass on back to Karl here. See what Karl has as well. I think I see another Rake the Embers in the hand for Karl Eagle, of course. Can maybe create another Ashwing over if he wants to.
And an Arcane Polarity, which might come in huge here.
Oh, and that's a Themi. That is Invoke Themi for Karl Eagle. This might force the issue for Kieran Carnegie.
Yeah. Kieran will need to respond right now if he wants to do something.
Yep. Of course, that Themi is going to prevent any sort of instant speed effects happening on Karl's turn. Post it resolving, it looks like Kieran is thinking about the resolution of this Themi.
And Karl also has an Arcane Polarity in his hand as well.
And 8 life. I think if Kieran could find a way to deal 8 damage in one go, that would be obviously ultra impressive. It would also take out that Arcane Polarity, but not going to be the case here as we see Kieran lets that Themi resolve. Uvia hits the combat chain. That's going to be defended up by that unflinching foothold. Has go again. Karl, yep. Make sure he... Karl is 3D chessing, thinking, you know, oh, do I have to worry about my dragons being killed here? And then remembers, nope, I have a Themi. I am well insulated as we see an Arcane Ashwing, an Aether Ashwing put Kieran down to just 3 life. Imagine we'll follow up with yet another Ashwing to put Kieran down to 2.
Yeah. That's also how I like to get into the mental of my opponent. I go, oh no, what if you kill a dragon? Oh no, you can't.
Mind games at its finest.
Yeah.
Themi's going to be the follow-up here, and that demands defensive action from Kieran. It is going to be a foreboding bolt.
What a terrifying board state now. There is 3 Arcane Barrier on the board. Might be going to 4 here. And that Themi stopping any of Blaze's sort of instant speed on their turn tricks. Now Kieran needs to navigate this and find lethal damage on his turn or deal with that dragon.
Yeah, I think there's an Aether Sling in the hand, so does that get pointed at the Themi here and we try and... Or do we just say, well, I have to... Yeah, this feels really tough, a position for Kieran here.
Exactly. Every time it looks like Kieran might get an opportunity to start sending some spells at Karl's face, another must be answered threat hits the board, and Kieran's faced with another very difficult decision.
I think if I'm Kieran, one thing I'm thinking about is if I kill the Themai here, that is a play that is trying to get me some more turns. I'm trying to find a way to kill Karl on his turn. I am trying to buy more turns. If I point arcane damage at Karl's head right now at his face and just say, okay, ignore the Themai, that means you probably need to win next turn. You might be able to buy another turn, but you're on 2 life and you've got 3 sources of 1 plus a source of potentially just damage in the hand coming your way.
Exactly. 4 arcane at Karl right now will achieve very little because Karl keeps his full grip and just sends everything to you, and you're on 2 lives. So Kieran, thinking his lines through, he most likely will need to get rid of that dragon.
I think, yeah, I like getting rid of the dragon because then you bring Unyielding Grip into play as well with an offensive play.
Yeah.
For me, that's where we've got to live. Oh, and there we go. The Blaze activation to get that Nucleus for just one counter.
Yeah.
Of course, because it does have an effect that says 1 damage on it. And this is going to hit the Themai for 4. And then Kieran will still have the ability to follow this up with that Aether Sling if he wishes to.
Yeah, very, very sort of tricky decision here. He could tap his hero and deal 1 damage to Karl or get rid of
another Ashwing.
Another Ashwing. Like
Ashwing is worth a card potentially though now because Kieran is at 2 life.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game we have here. Kieran is tanking. I want to shout out to all of you, our viewers out there tuned in here to the Auckland Showdown at this World Tour stop. A reminder, we have a giveaway for that Cold Foil Drinking Buddy promo that you can only get by being tuned into the streams here. Make sure you stick around for that. Get active in the chat. We'll be drawing that after our final. This is quarterfinal number 1 here in Auckland. Kieran Carnegie in the tank trying to find a way to best the Dromai. Things have been going mostly all Karl's way so far in this match. Kieran turned the corner a little bit and Karl said, hold my Themai. I'm coming back into this one.
Exactly. And 8 life is a lot to get through. And we also know Karl has access to another arcane polarity. Kieran is doing some extreme calculations here. What a matchup.
It's so tough.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to see not killing this 8th Ashwing, though. And this Kieran is thinking that I just not sure I have enough damage if I do that. What is my out in this game? Is it actually just Karl having all red cards and I have to just disregard Arcane Barrier at this point and just think about pure numbers, pure damage?
I'm personally tempted to send that Arcane Face, but I can't be sure. The thing is, he knows he can't strip cards. So if he sends the Arcane Face, he might get a prevention. Is the way that he kind of strips a card here?
Oh, because with the Mind Fire, so that's actually, I thought it was an Aether Sling, but it was a Mind Fire. So that's what we were actually tanking on, was the Mind Fire because of the Ponder.
Exactly.
Kieran says, okay, the damage at the, I was wondering, I was like, surely it's just the 8th Ashwing.
Yeah.
But that 1 damage at the 8th Ashwing, Kieran says, no, knock the top of the deck. If I'm going to win this game, it's going to be through getting a little bit of luck on my side and finding the card that I need off the top of the deck.
Yeah, what a decision point. Like, Blaze is a hero that doesn't necessarily tap for her ability. So tap may not be considered a real cost, but in this situation, when you have 2 spells that tap your hero, suddenly it's a real cost with a real decision point.
Then what can Kieran find off the top with that Ponder? Of course, does actually have to connect with the damage. Can Karl have something to say about that? Only has access to Barrier 3. We've seen both of the Oasis go out now, right? We've seen both of the Sand Cover.
Yeah.
We've seen both of the Polarities.
Oh, I believe
but there's Polarity in Arsenal.
Yes, I believe he still has 1 left.
Okay, so 1 source of prevention left. But all that's said and done, the Polarity was used, so it's just the prevention effect, as you say, that's left here. Mind Fire being weighed up here now by Karl. I don't think he has a way to stop this Ponder token, and then Kieran's looking for something like Yellow Cindering Foresight. We've seen both the red ones deployed so far.
But this is most likely connecting, and he's found another blue.
Are we back to second cycle?
Must be so.
I believe we pitched that, right? So, and there's the Polarity from the Arsenal.
Yep. Kieran tilting his head back. All right.
I was second guessing myself on whether
Can we
that
see this
Polarity was
Ponder
still
draw
there.
here?
Oh,
It's a blue spindle, I believe.
it's not great.
It's something.
It's damage. You can. The problem is you really want something like a 0 cost, or really so you can make sure you can unyielding grip is the main thing. It's gonna be really hard to send that damage back.
Yeah. But important to note that Blaze can't necessarily use her ability for a spell in the arsenal anyway. So not going to matter too much, but it would have been ideal if it was something much more powerful. But Kieran will manage.
I guess the thing is if Kieran wants to deploy unyielding grip on this turn, that means they said no cards in hand, so we can't send that Aether Spindle back. But Karl is up to 10 life here. How is Kieran going to try and navigate this? As we see on Karl's turn, it's Invoke Asvali coming in, so this is now presenting lethal in many different ways for Karl on this turn. Can Kieran get through this turn somehow?
Yep, and Kieran has no arcane barrier. So this arcane going to start becoming very, very relevant. Oh man, can Karl do this? Can Karl close this out? Or can Kieran find the damage he needs?
That doesn't look like a bunch of damage.
There is a, I believe, is that a yellow Emeritus Scalding?
Looks like it to me.
But it's not going to be enough. So yes, it is committed for the block. He needs to buy another turn because his hand is not enough to push through 10 damage.
Yep, Ovia gets led with, of course, because that Kieran cannot kill that with arcane damage. The question is now, Azraeli will definitely get that 1 arcane damage ping through.
Yeah.
Then Kieran will need to clean this up.
Yeah. Yes, and he kills Asvali here, but he will take the 1 arcane damage.
Do I kill it before the arcane?
Yeah, I think the question is, and I am actually not sure on this one, is when the Asvali, I think if he declares the attack with Asvali, then it's already, he declares the attack. I believe you still get the trigger, would be my understanding.
Yeah.
Because the only other option would be to kill it before he attacks with it, in which case Karl wouldn't attack with it.
yeah, in which case Karl could swing the other dragons and also threaten lethal again.
Yeah, so Kieran's going to clear this up with our judge at the table here. But yeah, this is potentially going to put Kieran down to 1 life. It will end the turn for Kieran.
Yeah.
Then he's facing down a wall of trying to find a way to deal 10 damage. This has been such a fascinating game of Silver Age Flesh and Blood here.
I mean, Kieran is just working through all these dragons. Every time he kills one that is so threatening, another one that threatens him in such a different angle comes out. But Kieran keeping his cool, controlling all the board state and dragons, trying to find the avenue for lethal. He is working so hard to survive.
And I believe judge call has been resolved. It sounds like actually the arcane damage doesn't come through as the calling. So I actually haven't encountered that in quite some time. I can't remember. I have to go back all the way to Uprising draft, I think, because that was a play you would see out of the Arsenal for Iyslander kill. But I was never lucky enough to draft Asvali. So
I mean, that sounds like a skill issue.
All good enough, to be honest. I think more of a skill issue.
Just get me out of anywhere, which is tricky.
Sounds like Karl is deciding how to follow this up now, if anything.
Matchups I've had where Ash isn't a problem.
Yeah, or we may be checking with they may have escalated with a judge, so we'll just find out what's going to happen here. But yeah, Uhyoung, how does Kieran get back into this game? Let's say this turn ends, as we believe it will. The turn will end. Go back to Kieran's side. What does that pathway out of this look like?
So this spell kills this dragon. It goes to Kieran's turn. He sends out that blue spindle in Arsenal. Try leak maybe 3/2 damage. And then on the next turn, on the fresh 4-card grip, he needs to find like 9 arcane damage. Somehow.
It's going to be very difficult to do. And that depends on the resolution we get of this arcane trigger as well.
Yeah. Because there is still 3 arcane barrier on board for Karl.
It's almost like you're in this kind of like Kadachi lock situation. As you see, the judge call is resolved there, and no arcane damage goes through. So we've checked that. We've had an appeal there from Karl's side, and no problem with an appeal. Just want to check, right? Just you may believe one thing, and you just want to get it checked by a second set of eyes, and that's what we've done here. As we go back to Kieran's turn, and as you said, Uhyoung, that blue Aether Spindle is going to go directly at Karl Eagle's face. Now he's going to have to decide what he wants to do here. This, of course, will mean opting, which could mean Kieran can craft the hand a little bit. It's extra counters on Blaze. And a grip. It looks like a couple of chromais in the hand there for Karl.
Yeah, and importantly, 4 reds, so won't be able to fully utilize that 3 arcane barrier sort of efficiently. But it's going to be very interesting to see how much Karl values his hand here.
Yeah, and in theory, Kieran knows. We've seen the blues being pitched recently. Should only have reds in hand. Is this the way we can find enough damage? Looks like Karl is pretty keen to arcane barrier, which makes sense, right? If you're going to arcane barrier anything, do it to the damage that has on-hit effects. Do it to the damage that has, you know, the opt attached to it.
Exactly.
But Karl is just really tanking this one, considering what the play is. The Dromai is, I think, essential, because the Dromai is going to mean that you get to play around that arcane damage pointed at the dragon on the next turn, because you get that additional action point. Oh, it's going to be an 83. We're going to stop it all.
Yeah.
Yep, committed to that. So we're going to stay at 10 life here for Karl. We're going to soak up all that damage, stop any opt potentially coming through from the side of Kieran, and then we'll head over to Karl's turn once he reorders his pitch at the bottom.
I like this play a lot, because he's saying, I'm sick of you killing my dragons and destroying my action point. I'm just going to pitch 3, save 3 life, and I'm only going to make a 1-card play anyway, so you can't IP me.
And I stack up all this ash to keep making ash wings if I need them at the start of the turn. But it seems like we're just going to hold on to that ash rather than turn it into an ash wing. And here comes Chroma, and you can see the discomfort from Kieran. Is this going to be enough for Karl to potentially end the game here?
And did Kieran find the right cards? And he just hides it from me just as I'm trying
Sorry,
to look
Uhyoung,
at it.
you're not allowed to see.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not allowed to see. This is for Kieran's eyes only.
You know what? I'm not looking at the hand cam again. I'm going to...
Chroma hits the combat chain here for Karl. We're going to see the block up here from Kieran. Feels like the writing might be on the wall in this one.
Yeah, blocking for 3. And then 1/1/1.
Technically, we can live.
Technically.
But that is going to be all the cards pulled out of Kieran's hand. As you see, Centering Force that yellow committed to that chain link of Uvia. I imagine we'll see an Ashwing head in next for Karl.
And he may respond with a Blaze, potentially, depending on his hand.
Yeah, the challenge is there's one more coming after this because of the Chroma, right? You've got the action points. So, yeah, Kieran's going to go down to 1 by the looks of it.
Okay.
And then block up that last Ashwing. Get to keep 1 card for Kieran Carnegie here.
Yeah. Oh, man. Dromai. What a threat. Kieran Arsenals draws 4 very low on deck. He needs to find lethal on this hand. Can you do it? There is a yellow Emeritus.
Oh, there's no pump effects. There's no amp effects as well, though. I think he's blocked with a lot of those twinnings and the splices and things like that. So what can Karl pull together here? It looks like we're going to lead off with, is it a Billing Mirage? Is that the card that's sitting in Arsenal? Okay, Uvia trigger at the start of turn. We're going to create another Ashwing. Feels like we just have to send... Oh, it's a Yindarai. Invoke Yindarai that's going to come out of Arsenal here for Karl. Develop yet another dragon. Soak up one of those pieces of ash. But he's going to importantly keep 3 cards back. He's played the red he needs to for the turn. He's got the Chromai and is able to just send dragons here. I can't really see what the way out of this one is for Kieran.
Yeah. This is looking dire. Yeah. And the blocks just start coming through.
2 action points.
2 action points. 3 cards still left. An Oasis Respite, I believe I just spied.
Oh, that's the last piece of damage that you spoke about, the prevention that we spoke about. So Karl potentially just has everything he needs to get this done as Yindarai comes in, met by a blue Emeritus Scolding. Uvia is going to be the follow-up here. That is the yellow Scolding. 1 card left in hand for Kieran here. Karl's going to send an Ashwing here. 1 more.
Active sheer vindictiveness killing.
Blaze, and it looks like just a bit of consolation to kill that Ashwing potentially as... Oh, but Karl, does he forget that he's got...
You've got 2 action
Okay, Karl forgetting he's got an action point there.
And you got no hands and cards in hand.
Yeah, Karl saying no cards in hand.
Yeah. Playing it.
What's the follow-up? Swing the Ashwing, Karl.
Yes.
Unyielding Grip's going to get on the
Unyielding
field.
Grip.
And there's going to be the last one. That's going to be the final point of damage to take this quarterfinal match for Karl Eagle. What a game we just saw. We went almost a 3rd cycle in that one.
Yeah.
Turn after turn. It looked like Karl got off to such a hot start in that one, and then Kieran was able to pull it back. It looked like he might actually be able to do it after that amazing start from our Dromai player, and just at the end, Karl was able to wrangle back control.
Yep. Did I say Dromai was favored? I believe I did. I believe I said Dromai is clearly favored in this matchup. I have no doubts Dromai is going to make it through. But honestly, that was played beautifully. All those key preventions at the right time, setting up the right dragons, attacking with the right ones to get that damage through, set up in a safe way. playing to your outs, like it was very impressive to watch.
Yeah, and that was just our first of 2 quarterfinals that we're going to be looking at in this top 8. Why don't we go ahead and take a look back at that bracket and see what that means for this top 8 so far after quarterfinal number 1. As you can see there, it means that we will be having our Dromai meeting up against Andrea Mengucci, who's already closed out his quarterfinal match, taking down another Briar. That Briar mirror, our first seed, moves through to play against Dromai in our semi-final 1. And now Lee Mackley has also taken out that Guardian mirror and awaits the winner of our final quarterfinal, which we will see next, which will be Jess on Fi, Manuel on Rhinar, a rematch for the ages.
Exactly. And I believe, according to the script, it is now Manuel's turn to win because he lost last time. So he's due a win because that is how Flesh and Blood works.
I believe as well. I believe in Manuel. I can see it. You know, as much as Jess has been playing very well on stream today, I just something about the Rhinar, you know, the brute life. And also, if I disrespect brute again, I'll be honest with you, probably means I'm going to lose to every single Rhinar I meet on stream from here to eternity.
But I am also excited to see Jess Arnesen perform because she has been really ripping through this competition on Fi, just putting out constant damage, playing clean, and just really showcasing that there are other aggro decks in this format outside of Briar.
Yeah. Also means that we will have 4 different, not only heroes, but classes represented in our top 4. But this isn't the only event, Uhyoung, that is happening this weekend here at the World Tour Auckland as we take a look in on our top 8 of the Calling Auckland for our limited side of things. And you can see, wow, a bit of a stacked top 8 there that we had as well. And
wow.
When I say stacked, I mean insanely stacked. Sam Sutherland, Dennis Zhang, Andrew Key, Edward Kim, Jacob Clements there, Brody Spurlock, Simon Nielsen, a number of limited all-stars there.
Oh my lord, those are some big names. I mean, I wish I could have seen these games as well because it's so exciting.
Yeah, but this limited format, we're going to see so much more of this limited format over the weeks to come. We've got Nationals, we've got Minneapolis next weekend. So you'll get to see a lot of this amazing limited format as we head into Pro Tour Vegas. But yeah, we'll see who can take this one down. A number of big names still in it, and all 3 of those heroes represented. We'll keep you up to date on that one. I want to check in if you're thinking about more Flesh and Blood. Of course, you're tuned in and focused to us right now. But coming up next weekend, we have US National Championships. It is Minneapolis. It is the all-star team led by Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bhojwani, alongside Bryce Platts and Pro Tour champion Michael Fung himself.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the metagame that develops by the time US Nationals comes out.
I will be tuning into that one for sure. Following that, we have the Calling Shinjuku. Bryce Platts and Mercy Bicknell will be with you to take you through that one. And Japan, I love events in Japan. I feel like the atmosphere in the rooms at all the events I've been to in Japan is electric. Japanese players just love playing card games.
I mean, that is one of the biggest homes of TCGs in the world. So just the fact that Flesh and Blood gets to be there, be a part of that sort of TCG culture, so cool.
Yeah, well, we have a lot more Flesh and Blood coming up. It's going to be Fi versus Rhinar as a rematch of our round 6 feature match. We'll have to see if things pan out differently, or will it be Jess on Fi taking down our Rhinar for a second time? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that quarterfinal next. Auckland Showdown time. We have one more quarterfinal left for you, and it is an absolute, I'm going to call it a banger, I think, because it is going to be a rematch of our round 6. So we can be in for nothing but a banger. We have held this match so that we could watch it because selfishly, honestly, to be honest, I just said I need to see more Rhinar on stream. That was basically it.
And I just feel like as a player, if you ever lose a match on stream, you're like, I need to get my rep back. I need to get back on camera. And the opportunity to run back a matchup on stream, kind of exciting.
I've had my fair share of experience of losing on stream. Anyway, that said, let's take a look at our top 8 bracket and how we've gotten here so far with one quarterfinal left to go. It is finding out who will be the opponent of Lee Mackley in our semi-final number 2. Will it be Jess Arnesen on that fight, or will it be Manuel Solomon on Rhinar seeking some vengeance? As you see, we already have booked in place our semi-final number 1, Andrea Mengucci, our number 1 seed against Carl, who we just saw in, honestly, maybe my favorite game, or at least second favorite game of the weekend so far.
Yeah.
Watching Dromai against Blaze, I that's a matchup I'm going to want to be playing some of.
It's so technical, and it is amazing to watch that sort of skill expression on the big screen.
Well, let's not say anymore. Let's just get straight into it. Our players are already down in the feature match area. It is going to be, as we said, Jess versus Manuel, 2 players we're already very familiar with so far. And let's go and take a look at how the players got here. If we take a look at the record for Manuel Solomon, and you can see there, he started off nicely with those 4 wins as we spoke about. You know, he's 4-0 and then dropped game to Andrea Mengucci, dropped that last round to Jess Arnesen, but thanks to that solid 4-0 start, was able to clock it into the top 8.
And again, what a diverse run he has had to run through to get here. Very impressed with Rhinar's performance across that board. Yeah,
and you see in round 2, actually took down a Fi in round 2 in the hands of Jay Haskett. 1-1 in Fi. Will it be 1-2 or will it be 2-1? At the end of the day, we'll have to find out as we see Jess's run into this top 8. And worth noting, with that record that Jess put together, 5-1, she is going to be the highest seed and going to choose the play or draw in this matchup. I think pretty important against Rhinar versus Fi. As you see there, only loss was to Karl, who we saw previously in our feature round. So could we see, you know, a future finals matchup there?
Exactly. Jess won the last match by going second against Rhinar. Will she elect to go first? Will she prefer that, or will she prefer to go second for the tempo?
Yeah, we can take a look. I believe Jess is going to be going first in this one. 5 versus Rhinar. You see both awaiting their first champions. Selfishly, of course, I would like that to be Rhinar finding some success today, but we'll have to see how things play out. I'm not biased. I just really like Rhinar, obviously. Let's head down to our feature match area and find out how it's going to play out.
And it looks like Jess has elected to go first, wanting to get that damage leak, wanting to avoid those huge intimidate turns that Rhinar can present on turn 0. So Jess, on the play, let's see what she wants to do.
Yep, no differences in the equipment loadout for our 2 players here. We see that absolute wall on the side of Manuel Solomon, and we see that somewhat defensive, somewhat aggressive set of ninja equipment on the side of Jess as we lead things off with a mounting anger here. 4 damage hitting the way of Manuel.
Yeah, and some of the important things to consider in these sort of opening attacks is that attacking like this gives Manuel the option to potentially filter and get these clash effects for additional bonuses and get ahead. So let's see if this turns out to be worth it.
Manuel does win that clash, as you say, thanks to that clash of might. He was losing a few last time against Jess. Will the RNG gods favor him this time? We'll have to find out. Does get that beaten trackers onto the chain as well. So I'm sure Jess won't be too upset with buying a piece of equipment on turn 0. That's always something you're angling to do.
Yeah. And important to note, I believe Manuel has 1 no block in his hand. So if Jess really does decide to push, it may get a little bit tricky.
Yeah, we may be able to leak some damage here on the side of Jess through this turn 0 as Manuel figures out the microphone. No worries, we've sorted it out there for Manuel. What will the follow-up be? It's going to be a Searing Ember Blade hitting the combat chain now on the side of Jess. 3 damage. Go again. I'm sure Manuel will be pretty keen to block this one up. It's going to be a Smell Fear, blocking 3 there. Inflame the Firebrand will be the follow-up. There's 3 chain links here, so it's just going to be 2. Go again, just trying to push some damage. See if she can catch Manuel with no defense in the hand. It is going to be a Buck Wild. We're going to return that Phoenix Flame thanks to the Fire ability. 1 go again, and Manuel's going to say, you know what? I'm just going to get my equipment on the chain here.
All right. Coming out quite unscathed there. And Manuel gets to keep that red Wild Ride, which is going to be an absolutely explosive card you want to keep going second because it goes again, it swings for 6, and will give him the tempo that he needs for this matchup.
Yeah, that's a great call, Uhyoung. You know, we spoke about it in Swiss that you talk about going first and just intimidating the whole hand and pushing damage, which Manuel was able to do a little bit of. But going second and having a card like Wild Ride plus a Might token as well, like this is set up for a real big push of damage, and the first player going second to actually be able to push the tempo and take the tempo here for Manuel potentially.
Yep, 7 go again. Oh, and he didn't have a blue before, but he just drew a blue, which he would most likely want to keep.
Let's see. Well, he needs to keep it, right? Because otherwise he will not have go again here. Was it a 6 attack? Was it a Wrecker Romp?
Yes, it was a Wrecker Romp.
Okay, so he's safe. But it is a 6 attack yellow hitting the bin here. 7 go again. Wild Ride coming through here for Manuel Solomon. We're going to intimidate a card out of Jess's hand, of course, as well, thanks to that random discard. And we're looking down at least 12 damage here if we want to send that Ravenous Medex, but we might have an even bigger follow-up than that from Manuel's side.
Yeah, these brute numbers, when you get go again, can start to look pretty ridiculous.
I think what's nice for Manuel as well is he already has a red 6 attack in hand, so he can easily swing the Medex and keep back a card and, you know, start to play some RNG.
Yeah, taking a bunch of damage here, Jess.
But defending with a Flame Call Awakening. So
yeah,
I think you're always, especially the Rhinar versus, or the Brute versus Ninja matchup, I think you're cheering whenever you get cards committed to the combat chain from your Ninja opponent, especially when they say 2 on the bottom right-hand corner.
Exactly. Jess must not have liked her hand because usually you don't want to be cashing in these cards for blocks. You want to be sending them on the offensive, but the hand must have been a little bit clunky. Pressure to block here.
It is going to be the follow-up of a Ravenous Medex here for Manuel Solomon. We'll have to see what the draw and discard is.
Yeah,
we take out 2 reds, I think, though. So it's going to have a good card in the arsenal following this turn.
Oh, the Clash of Might going into the grave. So, I mean, the other card is also red.
And really pulling apart the hand here for Jess. I wonder if either of these cards are ones that Jess would have preferred to defend with. No choice, though. Medex in for 5 now.
Yeah. And all that equipment just being blocked with right now to try cash in so that he can, so that she can go break them and use them on the offensive on a turn.
Yeah, and does, as you say, block it all out, stays at 15. And we talked about it before, no real on hits apart from you've got, I think, maybe 1 in the deck, but just cash it in early, have access to that Crouching Tiger if you need it. And we're going to go back to Jess's turn following that block out. See what Jess can put together here. And as a look on the side of Manuel, it looks like he's running another Wild Ride in his hand.
Yeah, I just spied a lot of gas in Manuel's hand. He's probably just going to want to keep everything if he can.
Fire that burns within is going to be the lead off here for Jess. We're going to discard that Phoenix Flame.
Unfortunately, a yellow pitch. She would have loved to have pitched blue here, so it would have curved nicely into that Ember Blade, but a yellow pitch, not necessarily all the cards that she would have wanted. Definitely a bit of a slower start than she has had in her other future matches.
Yeah, actually drew the blue off the top, drew the Dragon Power off the top, so just a little bit unfortunate there for Jess. This game looking a lot different to our last game, where by this time I think, I'm counting it, I believe, at least 1 Lava Burst being played by Jess Arnesen on a massive chain, and then it was followed up by a similar play on the following turn. As you see, Manuel saying, I'll take that one.
Yeah, it's just 4 damage.
It's just 4 damage, and yet 2 cards having to be pitched on this turn just to send the Ember Blade. And will we see some equipment? It could cash in the Blade back in the arms here just for value, potentially.
Possibly, yeah.
I actually bumped into Manuel as I was quickly dashing off to the bathroom between rounds earlier after his Swiss game, and he said, I'm sorry to let you down by not winning on stream. He says, I'm going to try and get the next one for you, buddy. So we'll see if he can bring that to fruition here as he looks to line up these blocks. But I'll tell you what, someone else has something to say about that. That's Jess Arnesen on the other side of things. Not the ideal start that Jess would have wanted here. She's looking to try and leak some damage. You see that plating committed to the defense on this combat chain, and the follow-up is going to be a resource paid to the fire ability and that Phoenix Flame, 1 card remaining in Jess's hand as Manuel takes 1 down to 15 there, I believe.
Yep, definitely a bit of a rough start for Jess here, but Jess has been playing so clean this weekend. If anyone can claw back the sort of tempo loss, it's going to be Jess. So I'm excited to see what she can do.
15 plays 15 on this side. Is Jess thinking about the follow-up here, potentially?
believe Manuel was thinking about the block, but he decides to take it immediately.
I'm with you, yep.
Pass priority. Okay. Nothing from me.
All right. One card in the arsenal, and she's going to pass. Not necessarily going to be happy with that turn. And now Manuel has all the gas he wants. He takes in a deep breath.
Oh, look at that hand, Uhyoung. Oh, my goodness. That is a Bear Fangs. That is a Wild Ride. That is a blue. And the yellow is a 6 attack to pair with it as well. He's kind of got it all here, unless he bricks off the top here.
It's nothing but gas.
Oh, and I think that was a wind-up, a yellow wind-up drawn off the top.
Yeah.
Are we going to go 3 wide here with these beaten trackers on this turn potentially?
Oh, my Lord, possibly.
As the Bastion that hits the bin. Bit of a decision here for Manuel. I honestly think we might see the beaten trackers deployed here.
Beaten trackers trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Let's go. It's beaten trackers that's going to be activated here by Manuel Solomon. We will also have an Intimidate trigger that's going to follow this up.
Yep, this is Rhinar doing Rhinar things. Intimidating, messing up blocks, presenting ridiculous damage, going again, action points.
All of the above.
All of the
D,
above.
all of the
What
above.
did all of the above.
Yeah, we'll see if Jess can kind of hold this turn out. This is going to be a big turn here from Manuel. We are going to crack those beaten trackers, as we said, so we're sitting with 1 action point plus the go again, so that means we're going to be able to follow up with 2 attacks.
Yeah. Intimidate, very annoying here.
One card intimidated away. We'll see how Jess wants to try and think about defending this potentially. Yeah, Manuel's just going to represent the second action point available there. As we take a look in at Jess's hand there, looks like a Bramble Cinderclaw, a Snatch I see as well. A couple of 2 blocks though.
Yeah. I mean, Fi, not really known for blocking. And when you're pressured to block, because Intimidate keeps messing up your hand and you're not drawing everything you want.
Is there a chance that Jess might be dead on this turn?
I mean, if anyone can push lethal like this, it is Rhinar.
Well, Jess is going to take 4 down here to 11. Looks like the life totals just aren't quite updating there, but Jess is going down to 11. This is going to be a Bear Fangs follow-up, which is going to intimidate 1 more card. Oh, but it's a miss. Wow, that is huge. Jess breathes a sigh of relief there. That was really needed by Jess, because I actually think it may have been lethal or close to lethal if Manuel hit off of that, because it would have been 8 into 5 potentially, another 13 damage with Jess down at just 11 life.
And importantly, it would have also intimidated a card as well. There's so much damage loss for this turn cycle.
Yeah, and we may now see this Snatch on the combat chain. Now, the thing that Jess has to think about, Jess is actually at 11 here. The life totals haven't quite updated, but Jess is at 11. So this would be falling down to 7 by taking this. If we then Ravenous Medax off the back of this, that will mean that we're down to just no cards in hand.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I wonder if Manuel thought about that Monstrous Veil at all. I guess he had the Bear Fangs. It's too important. You couldn't give away that Bear Fangs. So just a reminder, life totals we've had a bit of a freeze here on the life totals, but 7 will be, well, Jess is actually currently at 11, but once this damage resolves, Jess will fall down to just 7 life here. Of course, this Bear Fangs did, for Manuel, miss.
Yeah, that timer also playing out, but it's all right. The game is still going. 2 resources, enough for that axe.
Is it going to be the actual 2 cost? Because I think this is a 2 cost red attack in the arsenal.
It's interesting. You can get the bigger damage number here, or you can get the potential Intimidate trigger with the weapon, but he elects to just send the 6. He's valuing the damage here.
Yeah, down to 1 for Jess, saying, nope, I can't afford to throw a 2 block in front of it, because I believe the last card is yet another 2 block. Jess trying to keep cards in hand to actually be able to put something together here. Needs to try and present some damage and then get through Manuel's next turn. As Jess is going to have the few cards in hand here, plus the card in Arsenal. It's 2 in hand, plus that Arsenal card.
And to clarify, Manuel is on 14 and Jess is on 1. So this is dire straits for Jess. Can she do something with the limited cards that she has?
What can she pull through here? This is going to be Ronin Renegade that heads into the combat zone. And then Manuel just says, yeah, take it. So Manuel down to 11 life, and this is going to be a follow-up with the Brand Cinderclaw. Life total as a reminder, 11 for Manuel and 1 for Jess here. And Manuel says, yep, send me the bill on that one, down to 8 life. We're going to see the equipment cracked, those pouncing paws, and the Shuko used so we can send a Crouching Tiger for 2.
Yeah. Manuel's pretty much just looking at it, nodding. Is it lethal? Nah. Then I don't think I need to block.
Jess doing everything in her power, though, to try and force the issue here, try and force cards out of Manuel's hand, but it hasn't worked so far. Of course, we do have no beaten trackers available now for Manuel, so we need to find a natural go again. Does he have a handful of reds? No, there's a blue and there's a pounce in the hand, plus, of course, access to that monstrous veil. Looks a little risky, though, maybe.
Yeah, can't necessarily go wide, but it will still be very powerful, efficient numbers.
This is really nice for Jess here as we see that Phoenix Flame being brought back by Fire, and then Fire that burns within is used, throwing away that Phoenix Flame that was brought back, going to draw Jess a card, 4 damage hitting the way of Manuel now. So Jess saying, hold on a second, this game isn't quite over. I've got something to say about this. I'm going to try and force the issue and take some cards from your hand here.
Exactly. Down but not out. Jess presenting a serious amount of damage here. 4 go again.
No, down but not out. That's a different card.
Oh, down but not out. Oh, that's a Brute card?
That's a generic card from Heavy Hitters.
Oh, yes.
But it's all right. I know that was the last time you got to play event of Flesh and Blood before they banned you.
Yeah. The last event I played was the Queenstown World Prem for Heavy Hitters.
A time where we did see Rhinar. Now Manuel thinking about this block, of course, is at 6 life here. Does he want to fall down to just 2? Now, one of the problems with falling down to 2 is you're in that, that Kodachi lock, Phoenix Flame kind of range, right? So does Manuel actually need all of these cards? So I guess what he's thinking about is every card he blocks with is a potential miss. I think he's going to Monstrous Veil, right?
Yeah, no, I see that.
So if you Monstrous Veil, you do have a blue in hand that is a whiff.
Yeah.
Does he just block with the blue here, maybe? The Might?
I mean, depending on how feisty he's feeling.
Yeah, the problem is you block with your Clash of Might, then you truly are out of blues in your hand.
Yeah.
So Manuel actually has some decisions here. This game is... It looked like it was all Rhinar here, and that Manuel was just going to kind of stomp through, but Jess has had something to say about it.
I mean, what an impressive turn from Jess to really claw it back from how far behind she was.
Rough Up going to be played on D, or used on defense there, rather. I see the Searing Ember Blade followed up, and that is going to buy that piece of Blade Beckoner equipment there from Manuel. He's going to fall down to just 4 life now. That is going to be it for Jess's turn.
I mean, very impressive, but... Will it be enough?
Can Jess survive this turn? Jess preparing the Intimidate token, ready to go, and we'll see what Manuel... He's going to start with... He does have a miss. He does have a miss in hand.
Oh, my God.
And I believe just drew a wind-up. Was it a yellow or blue? Let's find out.
I think. So it's a 1 and 4?
Monstrous Veil. If this hits the blue... If this doesn't hit the blue, though, I think this might be it. Oh, it's the Mighty Wind-Up off the top. Okay. So that's 1 Intimidate trigger. Or 2 Intimidate triggers, rather.
1-1-1.
Yep, so this is going to be the first of our Intimidate triggers thanks to that Monstrous Veil. No doubt there'll be a second one that follows this up.
Yes.
Savage Feast.
It is 1 life.
But we have the pounce, right? So we get the go again. So we've just got everything we need because we can pounce into the Medax here.
Yep, and he's managed to keep the blue, so this is all available to him.
And Jess has, it looks like, only 2 blocks in hand here. So this is going to buy all 3 cards.
It wasn't that 3 block. All right. I was, in fact, doomed. I will block the 7.
What a game. No cards left in Jess's hands.
And this Ravenous Medax is going to hit the combat chain. And I believe that will do it. That gets the fist bump from Jess as Manuel Solomon, our Rhinar, makes it through to our semi-final, booking the last slot in our semi-finals. Our Rhinar gets it done. A rematch. Takes that loss, uses it as pure rage and energy as a green brute, and gets the win.
Exactly. I mean, to be able to bring it back, those numbers Rhinar presented, what a force to be reckoned with. Those numbers were not a joke.
That is the Rhinar that I'm used to seeing in a feature match area. That was super exciting. Well played there from Jess as well. It looked like it was all but over as soon as turn 2, but Jess really did claw it back. There was a great Fire that burns within turn, tried to find some damage, but just unfortunately wasn't able to draw enough cards out of Manuel's hand here. He was able to keep 3 cards he needed to go pounce into Medax and finish things off. Let's take a look at how our top 8 is shaking out as we head into the semi-finals. It is going to be 2 semi-finals. We're going to be watching both of these semi-finals. Number 1 is going to be Andrea Mengucci against Carl. We're going to see Briar against the Dromai we've already seen. Excited to see how that one plays out. I've heard from Dromais that they think they're okay into Briar potentially.
Yeah, traditionally a matchup that kind of favors the aggressive deck, but the Dromais that I've been talking to as well feel like they have enough agency, have enough power, have enough tech to actually handle these Briars.
On the other side of things, it's going to be Manuel Solomon, who we just saw there take down a fight with Rhinar up against Oldhim, a matchup that would probably typically favor Rhinar with all that Intimidate.
Yeah. Rhinar's Intimidate so powerful into the Guardians that want to be blocking and playing these efficient turns. But Rhinar's Intimidate ability, an absolute monstrous power against Guardians.
Take a look in it. Not just the only, this isn't the only event that's happening this weekend, as we have, of course, the calling. And we take a look. One player has already booked themselves a final slot, and that is some guy named Sam Sutherland. And actually, wow, click my fingers, Uhyoung. And Ben Dodd has also made the finals, taking down Jacob Clements, the Globetrotter himself. In that other semi-final, it is going to be a Australia versus New Zealand trans-Tasman battle in the finals, while calling Sam Sutherland on Oscilio against Ben Dodd on Aurora. Two players that people might have heard of, I would have thought.
Exactly. Two absolute powerhouses from Oceania. So very, very excited to find out what happens.
Yeah, and not just this weekend, we hit straight into things with US Nationals around the corner. That is our next event, of course, in our World Tour. It just rolls on. It is the behemoth that is the $2 million World Tour for Flesh and Blood. You see it there. US National Championships coming up in Minneapolis next weekend. Make sure you are tuned into that, or that you're there playing. Not only do we have Nationals, we have calling, limited calling. We have Showdown. Maybe you're learning some things about Silver Age this weekend watching this stream. You want to take some of those tidbits. We'll have some deck lists coming up for you very soon. You can pinch some of those and maybe go and play them at your Showdown. We head straight into Shinjuku after our national season wraps up before the big one.
Yeah, and Pro Tour Las Vegas. What an exciting destination to have a Pro Tour. Lots of sites, lots of good food and buffets, and then some competitive Flesh and Blood to top it all
That's
off.
kind of the spiritual home of cards in the US, I would have thought. Edinburgh happening at the end of July, and then Bangkok. Great to see the Thai community out there getting themselves a calling, Silver Age calling. So you know what? Lots of Silver Age to be played over the coming months as we head towards Hamburg. After that, that's back to Classic Constructed, Kansas City, and then the one that I'm pretty excited for, I'll be honest with you. We got the Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul.
Exactly. I am ecstatic about going to my hometown Seoul to play some Flesh and Blood, along with the Set 20 World Premiere. I mean, Set 20, guys, we've been working really hard in the dev room, and this set, it's something. It is.
I can feel you within every fight of you being holding back. That's how excited you are about Set 20 and what's to come, and trying to make sure you don't say anything.
James White is watching. I was going to be very careful about my words, but the cards have attack values.
Okay, well that's something.
Yep.
You make sure you go. Well, let's make sure you got a job to go to on Monday.
Yes.
As not the only big event coming up to end the year, of course, at the World Championship in Paris. We're heading back to Europe November 5th to 8th for our World Championships, as we'll look to crown, count it, 4th World Champion now?
Yeah.
Wow, craziness. Much more to come. We're almost ready for our semi-finals here at our Sunday Showdown at the World Tour Auckland. Don't go anywhere, because next up, we've got our Oldhim in the feature match area. Semi-final time here at our Sunday Showdown Auckland World Tour, and we were meant to have one Andrea Mengucci, but he's gone MIA. So we're actually going to start with our second semi-final as we take a look in here at our bracket and see our semi-finalists and what we're playing with 4 different unique heroes, Uhyoung.
Amazing. I just love seeing diversity in Flesh and Blood formats in Silver Age, and especially in this early period as the meta develops. It is so cool to see.
Uhyoung holding back the I told you so's about this format, and knowing that there's a lot of decks that prey on things like Briar. We've got a lot of, things like, I mean, I get excited about things like Rhinar, I'll be honest with you, but also even seeing things like Dromai that we haven't. Rake was unbanned, and we didn't see a lot of Dromai immediately. Yep. And now, has there been a hero that I've been seeing a lot more of, like locals at Silver Age events? We've had it in a couple of Showdown top 8s recently as well. So, yeah, I love seeing it. And of course, that is the second match we'll be featuring, but our first match is going to be our Rhinar versus Oldhim.
Which I'm cannot wait to see, because Rhinar's ability is so good into these Guardians. So I want to see how that ability lines up, because Intimidate so strong into heroes that want to block.
Let's go ahead and meet our players for this first of our 2 semifinals. Of course, we will be watching both these finals, and then we will also share with you, before we get to those finals, deck list to give you some ideas for Silver Age. It is Lee, Mackley on Oldhim. We've seen Lee down in our feature match area already this Sunday, as well as Manuel Solomon on that Rhinar. I want to go ahead and take a look at how these players got here. And for Manuel, that journey looked like a lot of wins to start the day, and then a couple of losses. Of course, got revenge on Jess Arnesen in that quarterfinals match. Has already played Lee Mackley in round 4 and won. So this is another rematch in our top 8. We're seeing a lot of rematches here.
Yeah. And I mean, that game probably went as we would usually expect. Intimidate Rhinar into Guardians. Intimidate all those block cards out of your hand. You're holding these awkward red and yellow block cards on your turn. Devastating. Well,
those red and yellow block cards have been doing some wonders for Lee Mackley up until this point, at least. Number of wins to start the day up against players like John Wardan, Dickel Dixon there as well. A win against Freeman that we saw on stream, but lost, as we said to Manuel earlier in the day, and then lost to Kieran Carnegie, who is now out of our top 8. Our lone Blaze that lost in the quarterfinals. As we meet our heroes that will be playing in that feature match area, Oldhim, a hero that we've seen, of course, Tommaso Vasido took Oldhim to top 8 in that split format of Pro Tour Yokohama. He was also piloting Marionette in that one. Rhinar, though, awaiting their first champion, and today could be the day, but Oldhim has something to say about it. What do you think?
And Rhinar chose to go first as well. So that amazing intimidate, bunch of damage into Oldhim on turn 0. And then he's also expecting that Oldhim, when he gets a full grip, they usually can't convert that hand that offensively unless they draw some gas. So Rhinar going first, huge deal in this matchup.
Play draw, very important. And let's go down. It sounds like our players are already in the feature match area, and find out just how important it might be, and see what Manuel can string together on turn 0, leading us off here as we check in at the hand here. Uhyoung, what are we playing with?
We're seeing a blue barraging beatdown. Didn't quite see all the barragings that he might have wanted to see. Not quite seeing many more Intimidate sources either. Yeah,
this doesn't look like the sort of hand that pushes damage on turn 0, unfortunately for Manuel, or fortunately if you're a Lee Mackley fan.
Yeah, there is the aggressive pounce, which he would love to put in the arsenal and go wider on a future turn, because that is just such a powerful card. So not necessarily the best hand for an opening, but there are some tools in there. If he does swing that axe, though, he might lose that card. He might lose aggressive pounce. So trying to calculate his odds.
Maybe just Pack Hunt gets sent into the zone here just to get that out of the hand, and you can set up for your next turn, as you say.
Yeah, because you do want to filter a little bit here.
Yeah, it's going to be unexpected backhand instead. So we are going to filter the hand for Manuel, but he values keeping a hold of those Intimidate triggers, like you say. So he's going to keep the Pack Hunt and the aggressive pounce here.
Yeah.
As we go over to the side of Lee Mackley for his first turn of the game, and what can he find? Well, it's a boulder drop, so able to present some damage here. And I think if you're on Manuel's side, you've got to be thinking about cards like Pummel, for instance, coming out early in this game.
Yeah, if there's a Pummel here, this would be absolutely devastating. But 7 boulder drop will demand some cards to block.
Yeah, Manuel going to think about the blocks here. Has he found the cards that are going to craft that 5-card hand that you spoke about, Uhyoung? Or are we just going to commit a couple of cards to the combat chain on defense and live to see another day? No use of equipment maybe early on, wants to hold those for that big sort of pivot turn, that big 5-card hand that you spoke about.
Yeah, Rhinar can have those explosive 5-card hands that just blows through any defense. But Rhinar can also play a very good mid-range game. Block 2 cards, send 2 cards back. So he's here to grind some value, get ahead incrementally, and then once he finds that explosive 5-card hand, Oldhim might just fold over. So there's a lot of pressure on Lee to find some kind of aggressive hand so he doesn't just wait for Manuel to kill him.
Pat Call did see that agile wind up on top of the deck, so Manuel knew that sending this Ravenous Medax was going to be nice and safe here. Pitches away those 2 reds. It had a really awkward hand, a lot of reds in that hand, but can set these up for potentially second cycle if that's relevant. Keep these important red cards in the deck as we see Ravenous Medax intimidate away 1 card, and we'll see how Lee Mackley wants to try and defend this.
Yeah. Yeah, and just discarding that agile windup, like getting those agility tokens to have those explosive turns, a very big deal. So it is something that he has lost one of those sources of go again. But nothing too crazy here, but not necessarily the kind of discards you want to see.
That's a great point, right? It comes into what Lee's plan is. Yeah. Does Lee have aggressive damage to throw the way of Manuel, or is this game going to go potentially for T by running out of Intimidate triggers, running out of ways to go again, and things like agility tokens or agile wind-ups, if you can get through those, that could lead to that second instance we're talking about where Lee ends up almost winning by like an attrition fatigue, as we see yet another boulder drop into the frame here. And it looks like Manuel with maybe another slightly awkward hand, a lot of reds in that hand as well, and a Bear Fangs.
Yeah. And when your Guardian opponent plays attacks out that fast while holding a card in hand and arsenal, I'm immediately terrified about a pummel.
I'm suspicious.
It is a little sussy.
Although, if it's in the arsenal, would Lee have not potentially just played it last turn?
Very, very, very likely here. But you know?
However, Manuel did block with 2 cards, so maybe he's thinking it's not the value. I need to keep this pummel until Manuel tries to, present that big 5-card turn by throwing the equipment into the zone, and then I can get the effect. Because if he played it last turn, I guess it meant that Manuel just would have had no turn and passed back, but that's kind of what happened anyway.
Exactly. If it is a pummel, for example, you definitely want to find the most disruptive opportunities possible. But this game, Manuel most likely just happy giving another 2 cards, sending another efficient turn back.
Can only do that for so long, though, right? You can only, yes, you can stack the deck with barraging beatdowns and things like this by pitching and over pitching and all that sort of thing, but you only have so much damage in so many ways to intimidate. And if Lee's able to find some really nice ways to salvo, maybe a Steadfast out of the arsenal, Oasis, things like that, damage prevention, and able to use the hand really efficiently, that may actually not be enough to get you through. So Manuel is going to have to try and piece together some turns soon. Otherwise, Lee may just be thinking about fatigue by attrition, effectively.
Exactly. And Manuel thinking about the beaten trackers block because he wants to cash in that block value first and then immediately use it on the offensive. So he is definitely thinking about that sort of game of attrition and how he doesn't want to fall into that trap. Trying to figure out if this is the moment he swings hard. But no blue making this decision ever so slightly awkward. But he will commit those beaten trackers.
Oh, he's thinking about over-blocking this. I don't know about that one, Manuel. I think blocking for 4 is enough. Yeah, beaten trackers plus a yellow gets into the combat zone there to soak up at least 4 of that damage. 3 will leak over, takes Manuel down to 16, and we're going to head back to our Rhinar player.
Yeah, one decision point to justify blocking with that chess piece was because if he really needed that resource on his turn, he might just cash out that block value. But having those breakpoint blockers against Crush Effects, very important for later on in the matchup as well. And then, oh no, a Wild Ride discard, a red powerhouse card that you really want in this matchup. Another power card going to the grave.
Yeah, you can see there as well that barraging beatdown is going to be pitched to the bottom. So Manuel potentially trying to stack a second cycle?
Yeah, possibly. So playing this sort of value grind game and then having this inevitable intimidate endgame.
But if you want to do if we're counting numbers at home, 1 Wild Ride, 1 Agile Windup, so 2 sources of going wide have been turfed out of Manuel's deck already in this early stages.
Yeah.
Lee going to go ahead and block that one up, including using a lay low and a piece there. Going to send back just a Titan's Fist, so Lee's going to remain at 20 life here. Just slowly trying to chip down with this Titan's Fist. Of course, did, as I was about to say, commit that Blade Beckoner as well to make sure he could keep all that damage out, stay at 20 life.
Lee doing a great job of staying very high in life totals, only has equipped 1 block so far.
Okay, I think Manuel's found the hand he was looking for, though, because we've committed those 2 pieces of equipment and for no on-hit value, right? Just for pure defensive value. That tells me we're potentially in for a big turn here from Manuel.
Yep, he likes those cards and he wants to cash in those equipment. We're about to see gas. And here comes the next red Wild Ride.
Wow. Already found the other one.
Yep.
What will be the discard here for Wild Ride? This feels like a big turn that Manuel's going to try and line up here.
We're definitely in for a wild ride of a turn.
I can't wait. Assault and Battery is the discard off that Wild Ride that's going to intimidate a card out of Lee Mackley's hand.
Yeah.
6 damage coming the way of Lee here.
And
Oh, it looks like a Staunch Response in Lee's hand as well. So does he deploy this now? Because that could get awkward if he doesn't get this out of the hand.
Exactly. Like, these defense reactions so important in this matchup, but can get very awkward with Intimidates coming in.
Oh, I think it was actually a Crush the Weak. I thought that was a Staunch Response, but I think it was a Crush the Weak. However, 6 more damage thanks to that trigger of the Intimidate. Going to head the way of Lee here with this Pounce.
Yeah, another 6 go against 6 into 6. Very powerful set up in that turn 0.
Manuel's been so patient with this aggressive Pounce from the Arsenal there since turn 0. Lee lines up the Bastion to potentially get involved on some defense here. 1 card in hand for Lee. 1 card banished thanks to that Intimidate, and then an Arsenal card available for Lee.
I mean, these are the kind of turns Rhinar wants to line up to push damage. So Manuel going to need to line up maybe 2 more of these to really crush through all of Oldhim's defenses, especially with that massive fridge Oldhim is presenting here.
As Lee weighs up this block, I just want to remind all of you, our audience out there, we do have a giveaway for that promo Drinking Buddy. Get yourself in the chat. We'll be giving that away after the finals, rather, as Lee now looks like he's decided to line up the Civic Footsteps and this Bastion of Duty. Nice use of the Civic Footsteps there.
Yeah, it's a very technical block where you have to figure out when to give them an agility token so that they actually can't utilize it. If you ever block with those boots incorrectly in this matchup, it's almost lights out.
Lee also going to go ahead and possibly activate Oldhim here, pitching an Earth card, so just 2 damage prevention. I was wondering if we might see an Ice card sort of take away that final card in Manuel's hand, but realistically, Medax is probably going to be the final attack anyway.
Yeah, just cashing in that defensive value before the final attack comes in with that additional Intimidate.
I wonder if Manuel plays anything like Run Roughshod in his deck here, because if he does, I'll tell you what, that would make use of the Quicken token very nicely.
Yeah. Oh, yes, he has an additional card in his hand, I believe.
Yep, he's got 1 card left, exactly.
Yeah. Yes, he has to randomly discard.
Oh, sure. So he just threw the blue on top. So
Yeah.
will we hit the blue or will we hit the red here from Manuel's hand? I guess this is a turn of pushing damage, so he would ideally like to hit the red, right?
It's a Savage Feast or the blue here. Yeah.
It's the blue. Clash of Might, though, so this will be a Ravenous Medax just for 3, and Lee's able to clean that up with a defense reaction from the Arsenal.
But it's not too bad because this means Manuel gets to now keep the red Savage Feast in Arsenal, which combos beautifully with those beaten trackers on a future turn. So despite not getting that +2 damage here, he's going to be very happy with that Arsenal.
Yeah, and what was the Intimidate for Lee Mackley here? Because if it's a blue, great, we've seen the Titan's Fist. But if it's anything else, it can be a bit awkward. I think it's a yellow block card.
Can't even go into Arsenal, can't even go to the Titan's Fist. This is the power of Intimidate in this matchup. So awkward. IP1, Lee has to pass.
As we go back to Manuel's turn, are we going to see the Savage Feast deployed?
Yep, Lee just saying, you somehow hit the only card I wanted to block with.
That's the way. That's the RNG god that Manuel serves playing this Rhinar hero today. I mean, I say that jokingly. There's a lot of skill involved in piecing together these turns. We've already seen Manuel start to do things like pitching for second cycle, trying to find maybe a quad Intimidate, one of my favorite sorts of turns to end a game.
Yeah, like we talk about RNG, but the Brute life is about managing and mitigating and working around that RNG element, and that takes a lot of skill and a lot of calculations.
Why don't we take a look in here at Manuel's hand and see what he's got to play with as we are on his turn here. Looks like Barraging Beatdown, Buck Wild.
Ooh, just one of those very powerful, efficient go-again attacks.
No blue though, right? Keeps finding hands without blue. Seems to find his blues only off the top of the deck.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here, but still not bad.
I quite like this list, though, from Manuel. It doesn't look like he actually plays a lot of blues. Like, he is really favoring these kind of like double attacks or these big kind of damage turns and limits his blues to just trying to find 1 per game usually.
Yeah, and just like a high density of barraging beatdowns as well. Just like going for that sort of all-in combo style and just foregoing some of that consistency that Rhinar sometimes may want.
So Buckwild's going to be met by this Clash of Arms, and Lee Mackley could not get that Clash of Arms down fast enough in the combat zone. Does not want to see that intimidated again. Is also going to go ahead and activate that ultimate ability, pitching yet another Fruits of the Forest. Important to note now we'll have 2 Fruits of the Forest at the bottom of the deck, which actually can be very important if we see a quad Intimidate turn, because Lee can obviously discard those and gain that 4 life before that big final turn comes in.
Yeah, and he's going to cash in the Savage Feast right now. Discards that card. Will be drawing a random card off the top and intimidating.
Doesn't
He's-
look like we're going to beat in trackers, though.
He's coming in for draw a card off
Yeah.
Savage Beast.
Yeah, he gets to draw
Yeah,
a card, and
yes,
then he
yes, yes.
can... There's a trigger on the chain. He can decide on the beaten trackers if he wants to.
No go again. No.
Yeah, so is just going to be left with this card afterwards. Yeah, it gives him the Civic Peak because he is left with a card in hand, so not actually able to use it. So really nice use of Civic Peak there as well from Lee Mackley.
Yeah, Lee finding the correct places to cash in all this equipment where all these beneficial effects that you give to your opponent are just neutralized. Manuel already had a card in hand, so it didn't necessarily matter that he got another card, but it does give him a little bit of extra arsenal choice.
I wonder if Manuel just kind of forgot about the beaten trackers there, because that Savage Feast discarded another Savage Feast. So now what do you use that beaten trackers for? That felt to me like the turn to use the beaten trackers, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's got something else in mind for those trackers.
Yeah. Sometimes like a Bear Fangs into a Bear Fangs is just huge, and that's something you want to do and keep those beaten trackers for.
Clash of Agility blocking this Titan's Fist, and that is going to be a win for Manuel Solomon as he reveals Pack Call against a non-attack action and on the horizon, I believe, for Lee Mackley. So let's see as we go back to Manuel's turn, can he try and set something up here?
Yeah, Manuel was losing clashes to ninjas, but beating clashes against guardians. He is having one hell of a day.
He's doing what he needs to here as this agility token is going to pop. It's like a couple of attacks in the side of our Rhinar player. Should be able to send at least a couple. Looks like two. It looks like he's found his blues. He's found a Wrecker Romp, I believe. A Mighty Wind-Up in hand there, a yellow Mighty Wind-Up, Clash of Might.
Yeah.
And do we know the card in Arsenal?
I believe it was a 3-cost red attack, but these are not necessarily the attacks he wants to be using. He definitely has much more efficient, much more powerful attacks in hand, but he is just going to cash in that Mighty Wind-Up to intimidate, get one value for that Might as well. He just wants to find these avenues to intimidate enough, make Lee's turns awkward, and just leak damage until he gets him low enough to punch through that ultimate combo.
I mean, he needs to try and find some damage. Lee Mackley at 19 life here as we see that Mighty Wind-Up and the Intimidate trigger come off the back of it. And this looks like a bit of an in-between turn potentially for Manuel. I think he's trying to find... He knows the yellow's on top, so I guess he's got a 50-50 to then be able to play out that if it is a 3-cost in the arsenal.
Yeah.
Does discard the yellow Pack Call, though. Second Intimidate trigger for the turn, thanks to that discard. Lee now playing with 2 cards in hand, 2 cards intimidated away in that banish zone. We'll see if he wants to line up a block on this Ravenous Medax.
Yeah. 5 go again here.
Of course, go again thanks to that agility token, thanks to winning a clash, importantly. And there is that on the horizon. So Manuel did know about that, but unfortunately wasn't able to hit that with the Intimidate. Fortunately for Lee Mackley, does get to finally block with one of these block cards.
Yeah. Definitely those cards you want to hit.
Oh, it was a red.
Yeah,
so
it was a red. Okay.
It was
Good cost.
another Clash of Might. So
Nice.
fairly efficient turn for Manuel here, and is definitely going to leak some damage on this turn. I think it's also worth pointing out, we've started to work through some of this equipment as well.
So, like, despite the life total still being quite high for Lee, we have broken through a decent chunk of this equipment, which is getting Lee closer and closer to death.
Yeah, and Lee still has to find a way to win this game, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Gonna leak over 3 damage here. Gonna see Lee rather fall down to 15. 15 plays 14 as we'll head back the way of Lee Mackley. He's gonna grab those 2 cards back, and he did actually. It wasn't a second on the horizon.
Yeah.
So he is gonna be left with yet another card that was unable to be used as you would intend it to.
Yeah. I mean, Intimidate really showing its power here.
Clash of Agility is going to be thrown onto the combat chain here. We're going to spin the die again. This time, Manuel wins yet again. Wow, this could be a big turn that Manuel's able to set up. There's a Red Bear Fangs on the top. That's something that you would love to set up for a potential future turn, right?
Exactly. Red Bear Fangs with a Might and an Agi, and you could also sculpt your hand potentially to become even more powerful. This is another one of those big turns where he's going to need to push through a lot of damage.
Are we going to be able to find it off the top? That's going to be the question here. Or are we simply going to say, we'll save it for next turn? Maybe send in, or do you send in the Medax and just kind of roll the dice on this one?
Yeah, maybe. Like, it does let you try sculpt for an even more powerful hand if he wants to.
Manuel was in the tank on this one, thinking about how to best play out this hand, all the information that is available to him, including that top card of the deck.
Ah, yeah, and apologies. It wasn't a Bear Fangs. It's a Rough Up.
Yeah, rough up in the hand, Bear Fangs on top. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this line. It's going to be Ravenous Medax coming in for, it will be 6 because there is not a whiff in this hand, but let's see what we hit.
He does not want the Bear Fangs to be hit, and it doesn't. He keeps it.
That is a mighty wind-up.
That's huge. He kept the bare fangs.
Bare fangs and rough up in the hand for Manuel, so he could actually potentially even use the plating, right, and then save one of those 2 reds in the arsenal. Try and set up a big 5-card turn for next turn as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Medax, of course, is 6 damage coming in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can indeed crack that predatory plating thanks to the might token that is making that Medax 6 damage. And we're going to see if that on the horizon gets involved while it can, and that piece of Blade Beckoner.
Nifty little combo here. If you can intimidate one more card and even keep an arsenal.
Blade Beckoner not technically in the graveyard, but won't have any defensive value after this. Yeah, Manuel, what are we going to do? I actually think I really like the play of cracking plating here and sending the rough up and saving the bare fangs for a beaten tracker's turn.
Yeah.
Get it going.
If he does decide to pitch this red, it might be him trying to save the reds for the second cycle and not risk losing another red into the graveyard from that random discard.
Another Andrea wind-up, our second yellow Andrea wind-up hits the bin though, and we are thinning out on these ways to get go again. And speaking of thinning out, we're actually starting to thin out on deck here for Manuel Solomon.
Yeah.
But we are going to definitely leak some damage on this turn, and that is going to be very important.
Yeah, 1 card to block, and here is 8. Very, very powerful. And yes, a lot of these brute attacks are overrate and very powerful. But the thing is, he is constantly draw discarding on top of using those attacks. So Manuel going to start running quite low on cards very soon.
Yeah, Pacific Duty gets involved in the defensive action there, and that's going to give Manuel a Vigor token, which might help for next turn setup as well. As we go back to Lee Mackley's turn, a blue is going to be pitched to send this Titan's Fist in for 4. He knows what he needs to do. He's playing it quick, send it straight into the combat zone, and we'll see what Manuel can put together.
Oh, I see 2 barraging beatdowns and a rough up. I mean, those barraging beatdowns are going to be so huge in this matchup. He wants to line them up together so that Lee can't commit 2 casts to block with them. That will allow him to get the full buff of that card and just push monstrous damage through. So let's see if we can save those barraging beatdowns and find that combo to get them through.
Yeah, we're back to second cycle. Is this the first barraging beatdown that was pitched on turn 0?
I want to say yes, but I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's Yeah.
I think so.
This is back to second cycle, so we are ready to try and craft this hand. And to be honest, now that we've gone through that equipment and Lee is down to 12, we may be able to find just 1 turn on Manuel's side. He might have drawn this up perfectly to just push through 1 big quad intimidate turn.
Yeah, and just watching the game, we know he's been pitching these barraging beatdowns. He's been pitching some reds, so here we go. He has a Vigor on as well, and he has a free rough up.
Yep, just setting up here, right?
Yep.
The deck is thinning out, but we are setting up, pitching more barraging beatdowns, keeping a barraging beatdown in the arsenal. Manuel knows what he has to play with it. A couple of other barraging beatdowns coming back up. Lots of gas. Well, a reasonable amount of gas still left in the deck anyway.
Yeah, it's 12 plays 12, but Manuel's game plan is now really starting to kick into gear as he's going to arsenal his first red barraging beatdown.
Lee trying to work out the blocks here as maybe we can go ahead and take a look at Lee Mackley's hand there. We do have an ice card. Wow, we could potentially see the ice card deployed to the Oldhim ability to try and keep Manuel off of this big 5-card hand. It really depends on how Lee wants to draw up the blocks here. And it also kind of, does he need to keep pushing in pressure with the Titan's Fist, or does he just say, okay, my route to victory now is basically fatigue?
I feel like Lee is very well aware of that sort of end-game barraging beatdown game plan. He's seeing one being pitched again. He knows he needs to present something a little bit more offensive to not give Manuel enough time to just kill him on that turn. So Lee calculating the odds, trying to figure out how to not get blown out.
Looks like Steadfast in the hand for Lee as well. So is that something that we could save for potentially that big turn?
Yeah, possibly. Just to like help him get more block value on that on that inevitable spike turn.
Yeah, Steadfast doesn't require a target, right? It just prevents the next 6 damage.
No. I believe it does.
It does target. So that's unless it's on Ravenous Medax, that it could be a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
You see the Rootbound Carapace join those that Civic Peak. Of course, that Civic Peak did allow Manuel to draw a card, but doesn't have go again. So a nice use of that final block on the Civic Peak here. That'll see 1 damage dealt to Lee as he falls down to 11. Yeah, and because of the Civic Peak, the no longer ice react makes no sense on the Oldhim side.
Just gonna get some reactions. That's
And
my fault.
you were correct. Steadfast does not target, but it does say a source of your choice. So pseudo targeting.
It's basically target.
yeah,
but
it's
if the turn is Medax,
Yes,
you
yes.
can still target Medax
Yes.
at least.
I'll send this
So he's actually going to send a mulch here just for damage. And we're going to see that Steadfast being thrown away. So Lee really likes the other card he has ready for Arsenal. I didn't get a glimpse of what it is. We'll try and get a glimpse of that for you.
But I do like this proactive mulch, trying to keep him off the 5-card hands, trying to do some disruption here. All right. This mulch about to be very annoying. What does Manuel have in his hand? Oh,
That's those two reds we saw pitched together.
yeah,
Barraging beatdowns.
two barraging beatdowns. Potential part of his in-game combo plan. The aggressive pounce, another card he may want on that explosive turn, but that is the card that is going to be blocking here. If so, he is really committing to that barraging,
Yeah.
quad intimidate
Does he?
combo.
Can he just kill here if he doesn't block? Can he play the two? The problem is, so he can triple barraging, he can monstrous veil, and then pitch. It depends if he keeps the pack hunt or not, right?
Yeah.
No, he can quad intimidate without triple barraging plus monstrous veil is 4 intimidates, and then he can send the meat axe. That would be 12 damage. That's not quite. That'd be 13 damage. Yeah, 13 damage.
Yeah.
Would that be enough though? If Lee has clearly kept a card back here in the arsenal, it may not be enough.
Yeah. And there's also a weird line where maybe you just block for 3 and let your arsenal go to the bottom of your deck so that your
I don't think he
Arsenal-
fused it. It's not fused.
Oh, it's not fused.
It's
No,
just
right,
pure
right.
vanilla damage here for Lee.
I mean, if it was fused, that'd be a fun play.
Oh, and then you just let yourself
Yeah.
get back to the cycle.
Because then your barraging beatdown in your arsenal stacks up with the barraging beatdown that you pitched very recently.
Manuel, I think looking to play very patient here. He's trying to work it out because you can go for that 13 damage play, I believe, but that's a lot of resources. It's your 3 barraging beatdowns. It's your. Oh, he would have to hit a yellow off the top, I guess, because he can't crack the plating, right?
And theoretically, he would know the exact top card of his deck if he's managed to keep track of everything that he's pitched.
Wow, we're actually going to see the beatdown being committed here.
Yeah. He's saying, I don't need this second blue barraging beatdown to
All right.
close this game.
He's going to go ahead and arsenal that last card as Manuel goes down to 9 life, and we're going to head back his way on things and see what he can put together.
This is such a tricky hand to navigate here.
And in fact, I think we're just going to play even more patient. We're just going to take yet another turn to potentially set up. The problem is, I think that's a barraging beatdown that's on top of his deck, right?
Yeah,
That's the
he
way he
just-
pitched it up.
He just drew a barraging. Hopefully he doesn't hit it. Yep.
That's the pack. Gets away with that one a little bit, I think.
Oh, wow.
Would have loved to get rid of that aggressive pounce, but that is the second best option here for him. As we're going to go ahead. Medax for 5 is going to intimidate a card out of Mackley's hand.
Yeah, that was quite risky, but it is paying off for Manuel.
I'm just going to move this up here, mate. This is the banish. Cool. Just because the intimidate card gets like mixed in
Yep,
with the
so
banish.
Lee's just letting Manuel know. I'm going to put my banish up here so I don't get my intimidate card confused with any banish cards.
On the trackers.
Okay, we're going to use the beat and trackers, so we are going for a turn here.
Oh.
Interesting. Are we going to try aggressive pounce? Is that it's a barraging beatdown in the arsenal, red barraging beatdown.
Yes, and he would need to...
Yeah, I don't think
There's
there's not enough. He would be able to block it out.
So just 5.
If he had a 6 power on the chain, he could have popped his chest piece, but he doesn't.
He
That
doesn't.
weapon's only 5.
It's not going to work out. Yeah, so I think Manuel's maybe caught between a couple of different lines here. I think he's had one in his mind for a long time. I think it's ended up being not quite what he wanted, and I think maybe he drew a card
Yeah.
a little bit out of order of what he really would have wanted, and he's just trying to work out how to actually craft this final turn he needs. Because I do believe that Manuel can get this done with one single turn. He's just got to find the right combination of cards. He needs to make sure he's really clear on his pitch stack, get that monstrous veil involved potentially if needed.
Yep. These in-game combo states are very difficult to execute. And then when you've been playing all day and you're in the quarters like this, I mean, it's a lot.
So we're going to see Mulch used on defense and then the Oldhim ability activated to prevent 2 further damage. That's going to soak up all of that damage here for Lee Mackley. And it looks like we have a judge call on things, and I believe we'll get that resolved. Yeah. I think it sounds like what I'm hearing is it's around a piece of equipment that was used earlier on a turn where there was a blade beckoner, I believe. I think we saw it. We saw that blade beckoner. He put it into the graveyard.
Yeah.
But he actually blocked with that blade beckoner, I think, earlier in the game from memory on an attack.
Right. Yeah.
So it had a -1 counter on it, and then he committed it to the chain on the meat axe.
Yeah.
And it should have only blocked for 1, but I believe both players had put the life total down as if it had defended for 2.
Yeah.
So it sounds like judges have investigated that and they've decided that, yes, life total is just incorrect. That Lee should just be on 1 less life because 1 left should have leaked. So it sounds like they're sorting that out right now, and we'll be ready to head back down into the game. All resolved there, you see Lee is now at 10 life. Well, that has just certainly made the job a little bit easier for Manuel to find this damage.
Yeah. And props to the judge team, just being able to point out these minor errors that can happen in a game of Flesh and Blood, making sure it's all played very clean and according to rules.
Yeah, easy fix as well, because it's just an incorrect life total. It's just a life total discrepancy effectively, because Lee should just be on 1 less life. The players just have the incorrect life totals. As we see Titan's Fist attacked with here from Lee Mackley's side, Blade Beckoner Gauntlets is going to get involved here. I think we'll see 2 damage leaked over the top. Yep, Manuel falls down to 7, and we're going to go back with the full 5-card grip. Have we drawn up what we need on the Rhinar side of things?
Yeah. Can Manuel do it? Has he found all the combo pieces he wants? And a red barraging is about to be committed.
Yeah, because I believe we have the attacks in hand. We have the yellow attack with the red attack. Monstrous Veil is in play here. We're going to see this barraging beatdown played first of all.
Yeah.
And unless Lee Mackley has a defense reaction in the arsenal.
Yeah. And he would also need to keep a blue in his hand to be able to play it out, maybe.
Yeah, unless it's, we've seen the lay low already played, right? Unless he plays a second lay low. These decks typically only play the 1 lay low. We'll have to see. We did see a drag down though.
Yes, we did.
Okay, Monstrous Veil is going to be the next one here. Let's see what the hit is off the top. Going to roll the dice here. Oh, we're just picking. He's trying to work out which card do I want to hit. Okay, is that yellow assault and battery? So that is going to be yet another intimidate trigger. Count them. That is 2 intimidate triggers for the turn. Of course, just a reminder that barraging beatdown, if it is defended by only 1 card, it will get the buff. It is 2 cards, 2 non-equipment cards. It won't get that buff.
What a monstrous card from Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, barraging beatdown maybe was the card that made me fall in love with Rhinar to start with. That and Romping Club. My favorite plays were Quad Intimidate, Semi-Romping Club.
Yeah.
We're going to intimidate for the second time here. Both players here just making sure they understand exactly what's going on. Lee just checking. Yep, so you've got the intimidate off the Monstrous Veil. Okay, you have how many cards in hand?
1 more intimidate. And
well, we have the barraging in Arsenal, right?
And we sure do. 2 red barragings. What a beautiful combo that Manuel has managed to navigate and get to this state with.
And you see the shake of the head for Lee. I don't believe he's got a way to stop this turn. This might just do it here for Manuel Solomon in semi-final number 1.
Yeah. There's intimidate number 3. Attack with Wrecker
for the 4th piece of Intimidate, taking the last card out of Lee Mackley's hand thanks to this Intimidate trigger with the Wrecker Romp, doing it in style that should be enough as we come through for 14 damage here, unless Lee has something in the arsenal that can stop this. But we do also have the follow-up with the Ravenous Meat Axe as well. Even if Lee has some prevention here, this has been very well navigated in this endgame from Manuel Solomon. He's found it, and there's the fist bump. He gets it done. He finds the line he was looking for. Patient play there from Manuel. Knew there wasn't a lot of pressure that could come his way, and he has taken down Lee Mackley in the first of our semi-finals here at our Auckland Showdown.
Yep. Hey, Oldhim, I heard you like to block. How about Quad Intimidate? So brutal.
I heard you don't like to block, as it turns out. We see Rhinar doing Rhinar things down in our feature match area and showing why that is typically a pretty good matchup for our Welcome to Wraith Brute.
Yeah, I mean, KO got benched by the community, but Rhinar is still around, still presenting brute numbers, and Intimidate, sometimes a little better than the Might token that KO sometimes will get.
Yeah, I mean, Intimidate in this format can be absolutely devastating with those low life totals, right? Let's go ahead and take a look in at our bracket here to see where we are at after our semi-finals, or during our semi-finals. And you can see now Manuel Solomon will advance to our finals and will be taking on the winner of either Andrea Mengucci or Carl Eagle, which is our next match coming up. And thinking about it from your side of things, we know Rhinar in the final. If you are Manuel Solomon waiting in the finals, which matchup would you rather play again?
Man, I think I would rather verse the Dromai, but I think they're both quite tricky matchups. I mean, if he does face the Dromai, he does have access to many poppers in that Rhinar deck. So being able to get that edge in that matchup, probably the one he wants to see, rather than getting outraced and outvalued by an aggro deck that doesn't want to block anyway. So I think if you're Manuel, you're wanting to see Dromai, but man, Briar versus Dromai, going to be a matchup.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Now, we know as well, not only is this our post-benchings world of Silver Age, but Omens of the Third Age, legal for constructed play. We've seen a number of cards from the set already in our feature match today. Number of new heroes, including Aurora, Legacy of Tempest. And I know you were playing some Aurora yesterday in some sealed events.
Yep, she is an absolute blast to play in sealed and in draft. All that go again, all that lightning flow popping into embodiments. Very, very fun.
Yeah, I really like Scorpio Comet Tail as a weapon. You guys have done a great job there. I'll give you your flowers for that one. Tempestuous Kiss. I've been hit by this a couple of times already, and it's already making me a little sad, I have to say. Oscilio for Continuum, a hero that a number of players out there, all of our wizard heroes, are excited to see. Brocilio, as I know some people like to call Oscilio for Continuum.
Oscilio has been working out, and he is absolutely jacked for his return. I mean, the new Volza and all this sort of counter burn gameplay, all this prevention effects, and especially in Silver Age, as we saw with the old Oscilio utilizing with the new cards, kind of getting an upgrade in that format as well.
Yeah, Patrick, hit me up with your deck list after this event, please. Astral Bridge, that is a card on my wish list, is a card that I think can really do some insane stuff, and I'm waiting to see who can sort of, I don't want to say break the card, but yeah, kind of, in a way. Ziggy Starlight, of course, our newest illusionist, a lightning illusionist. You've spoken fondly of this hero. Lightning Flow, of course, the source of all the power for these heroes, and Ziggy plays in such a unique way thanks to the weapon, but also a number of these fragment cards and ward cards.
Yeah, and the art on these cards are beautiful, and I happened to pull a Marvel Adult Ziggy yesterday, so no, I was winning. I was pulling cards. It was a great time.
I didn't open anything good. However, what I am looking to open is one of these amazing legendaries, Plutonic Starplate. I'm really interested to see how this plays out in Classic Constructed. We've got US Nationals next weekend, and I have no doubt that some number of these new legendaries will show up in our feature match area. Not only that, this amazing, beautiful Voltaris. This is a card I also expect to see in our Lightning Heroes.
Yeah, one of those exciting gems in the deck that creates a lightning flow when you pitch it as well. Very fun.
And finally, a look ahead into the future of what is to come. And I know you can't say much about this. I won't pester you to say much about it, but how beautiful. You can comment on the art, yes, surely, Uhyoung.
The cards I am seeing on the screen currently are great, and I cannot comment further on the cards that are coming.
Well, I'll purely speculate then. I'm excited for a Runeblade set. That's what I'm going to say, because that is a hero and a class that I have a lot of affinity with. Now, semi-final number 1 is in the books here at World Tour Stop in Auckland for our Sunday Showdown, but we have our second semi-final coming your way. It's going to be Andrea Mengucci on Briar against Carl Eagle on Dromai. It's up next. Don't go anywhere. Semi-final number 2, it is time to find out who will be joining our Rhinar player in the finals, Uhyoung. But before we get into all that, it is a massive congratulations to Sam Sutherland, who has taken down the calling here in Auckland on Oscilio Draft Master. And honestly, Sam Sutherland is a player who, of course, has a world's top 8 to his name.
Exactly.
But is also just a player who has been super consistent in his results. He's a calling champion. Again, this is now a 2-time calling champion. He's a national champion. Just so many accolades under his belt, and I'm excited to see what he can do as we head towards Vegas for PT as well.
Yeah, it's one thing to be an amazing player that can spike an event. It's another to be a consistent player that constantly puts up results and then spikes the occasional win as well.
Yeah, consistency reigns supreme. Well, we have found out one of our semi-finalists, and our next match to determine who will be part of that finals is going to be Briar versus Dromai. Let's go in and meet our players for the second semi-final. It is going to be a man who needs little introduction. It is Andrea Mengucci on the right-hand side of your screen up against Karl Eagle, who we have seen in our feature match area just do a number on Kieran Carnegie earlier in the day. It looked a little dicey for Karl mid-game, but he, to be honest, I think back on it now, he did look so in control. The way he played, he was very, very well in his posture. He sort of knew what he needed to do, and he clearly had the list to beat the Wizards.
Exactly. And in that matchup, I said that Blaze was favored, and I counted Karl out. Not again. I'm not making
You're not counting Karl out?
Karl has been performing spectacularly throughout this tournament, and I've been so impressed with his lines. I think I'm going to give this matchup to Dromai.
Okay. We'll have to see how that plays out. Let's find out how our players made it this far. And Karl, as we said earlier on, 4 wins in a row, but has actually already faced down Andrea Mengucci in round 6 and took a loss in that one. So
can I take my?
No, but we've seen vengeance. We've seen vengeance.
No,
Every
you're
time
right.
we've seen rematches, we have seen the loser from the Swiss rounds take back some I said, vengeance effectively and
Karl
win.
is due for a win. He lost the last one, so
That's how
now
it
he
works.
has to win the next one. I mean, it's just how the cards work.
It's in the stars. We'll have to see, because I know someone who has something to say about it. It's this man right here, Andrea Mengucci, who is count that win. 6 wins on the trot, including against Karl Eagle in round 6.
Wait. Pause. He's the one that beat Tom on Riptide.
Wow.
This absolute wait, I thought that was a 100-0 matchup. I mean,
there you go.
I mean, Mengucci is one of the best players in the world for a reason, and he is showing that by beating Riptide. Oh my lord.
matchup, you told me, Uyung Choi. Turns out it's a 99-1. Let's go ahead and meet the heroes that'll be in this second semi-final. It is, of course, Dromai, a hero we've not seen a lot of recent in this early Silver Age sort of metas. Briar, on the other hand, we have seen already win a big event in the hands of Chris Ayali. And will this be a showdown here in Auckland to add to the resume? Or has Karl got something to say about it?
Yeah, and Briar chose to go second here. He wants that tempo and wants to come out the gates blasting. Dromai can set up Ash and Dragons on turn 0. Briar saying, I don't care. I just want the tempo, and I'm going to blast through.
Let's find out exactly what Karl can potentially set up on turn 0 as we head down to the feature match table. Our players are ready to get underway. Taking a look at the equipment, the Glory Seeker is back for Karl, and that's exactly what we're going to start with to create some Ash here. We're going to be pitching 3 reds by the looks of it into this Glory Seeker, creating 3 lots of Ash, drawing a card, and potentially, can we develop a dragon to go alongside this?
Ooh.
How about an Essence of Ancestry body here for Karl? And Andrea has to read that card. He clearly didn't play much against against Enigma, because this is an Enigma special, but actually is a card that we saw Dromai's deploying when I think when this first card first came out, I think was Dromai still around? I'm trying to remember, or maybe it was in Living Legend, but we've definitely seen this card before.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful tool to drop on turn 0 to try and neutralize Briar's offensive output. Not only is it Ward 2, but it also negate the damage of a red source on that turn.
Kind of the perfect start for Karl here. You know, dump into that Glory Seeker. Used to be back in my day, you dump it into the Time Skippers. Now you got better cards like Glory Seeker, a significant upgrade on the Time Skippers. But but that's a great response here from Andrea Mengucci. It's going to be the Burn Up Shock, which isn't going to be able to pop the Essence of Ancestry body necessarily, but it is going to buy the Arsenal card for Karl here, having to pitch into the Arcane Barrier to prevent that 1 damage.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, and of course, it's going to get that Silken Form out of the way as well here, because there's no AB. Yeah,
because
sorry.
the Silken Form had to be committed for that.
Yeah, wow. So stand correct. No Arcane Barrier on the side of Karl. He knows this is an aggro matchup. Arcane Barrier not going to serve him well, so instead, Silken Form does get him that Ashwing, though, which is something.
Yeah. And I really want to see the kind of cards that Karl is going to bring into this matchup, because Briar, very fast. So Dromai needs to start trying to outrace and present numbers as well to try keep up with Briar, and that is a tall ask.
Almost using those dragons as kind of salves, right? You attack for 3 and then they soak up damage with a Chromai. Attack for 4, soak up some damage. Something like a Yindarai, for instance, attacking for 3. But Andrea will be pretty happy after that turn 0. Look, Karl favored until that burn-up shot came the way of Karl. And now Andrea's going to lead off here with a Weave Lightning into a rush of power. So that is going to be just 3 at this stage. No go again, right? Sorry, 6 rather. No go again here.
Yeah. This is almost potentially repping a lightning press, maybe. So it would be very important to see how Karl blocks this.
Yeah, because of course the Essence of Ancestry only stops the next attack. So this is kind of perfect for Andrea, and he's got the lightning press, as you say, I think in hand. I do believe I saw it.
Yeah.
To just push the damage over the top, get rid of that Essence of Ancestry, and not have to worry about going wide on this turn. And that is the thing that Briar can do. It can go wide, but it can also go really tall now.
Yeah, this is the perfect way to neutralize that Essence of Body, because it'll just be Ward 2 and the turn will be over anyway. So the rest of that text will be irrelevant.
Going to go ahead and defend for 6 here. And as we see, Andrea does deploy that lightning press that we spoke about, which is going to push 3 damage over the top and take care of the Essence of Ancestry Body, which means we'll leak 1 damage through to Karl. Unless he's got something to say about it. Do we have a sand cover, perhaps? It looks like the answer is no, and it's...
Well, you have this card.
Looks like Andrea's going to get a clarification on how this works with the arcane damage source, though.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely one of those sort of tricky niche interactions, but man, this opening, like fiery, like Briar didn't necessarily go wide, but still being able to push this damage, clear that board, and get an arsenal set up for next turn, a very good way to get going.
Yeah, so the arcane damage will be prevented thanks to the Essence of Ancestry, because the physical damage will go through. You're going to see that go to the bin. The trigger's going to happen, and it's going to lay over top of the arcane damage trigger. So that's going to prevent the damage there. Scar for Scar going to lead the way for Karl here for Go Again. I believe the other card in hand is an Arcane Polarity. Pop that one in the arsenal for future use.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, it's going to be Sigil of Suffering on the Scar for a Scar, which means Karl is going to fall down to 18, and this will be defending for 4. But it's nicely going to let Karl at least get this Arcane Polarity out.
Yeah. Kind of working out for him a little bit here. Being able to get full value out of that card. Swinging for 1. I mean, these dragons getting that sort of incremental value by just sticking around and just being pressure points, trying to leak that damage, trying to get that value, and present those numbers to help him get ahead.
Yeah, I actually really like a card like Rake in this matchup, because it just gives you 3. If you can attack 3 times with those dragons, that's 9 damage, right?
Yeah.
And when you start off with a lot of Ash like this, you put the Briar player into a position of, do you want to take care of my Ashwings? Now, no Rake the Embers so far, but we do have at least 1 Ashwing starting to do some work as we go back to Andrea Mengucci's turn. We're going to start off with an Arcane Seed's Life, create a couple of rune chants.
And as you were saying, Karl did find the Rake, I believe. So if he wants to, that is a line that is available to him.
Nimblism, Embodiment of Lightning created, and we are going to use those braces, thanks to that Nimblism having been played this turn. So we are going tall yet again on the side of things for Andrea Mengucci. The follow-up attack will be what, Andrea? It looks like it's going to be a second strike. So arcane damage, the 2 rune chants coming the way of Karl here.
Interesting decision point. If he prevents the 2 arcane, second strike doesn't get the +1, but it already has to go again anyway, so most likely not worth that commitment, but an option nonetheless.
Yeah, because you're kind of committing 2, and especially when you don't have a blue, right? You're committing 2 cards potentially to stop 1 damage. Doesn't quite seem worth it.
Yeah.
The thing is, at first there's the rune chance. Based on that, I'm assuming you take I will take
2 damage going to go through to Karl, knock him down to back down to 20, back to the starting life total. 9 damage on the second strike. Karl probably wants to do some sort of defending, I would have thought.
Yeah, Karl needs to figure out what cards he wants to keep, whether he actually wants to develop that Rake or just commit them all to defense and buy him more time for a more powerful looking hand.
What do you think?
Oh, it's tricky. I do like that. I do like the red Rake setup.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty committed. If I'm Karl here, I'm pretty committed to rate
Yeah.
because how else do you win this game? You've got to get value from your dragons, right? And if you can get, like we're saying, if you can get the dragons down, then salve and try and soak up some damage. You've got the 2 pieces of equipment still left, 3 attacks with your dragons. That could be enough to turn the tide.
Yeah, it would be 4 because he already has one on the board anyway. So if he manages to block out, play 1 red card, swing 4 Ashwings, that's a lot of value.
Looks like maybe the same decision that we've made is the decision that Karl has come to here, saying 9 damage. Yes, I will take it down to 11, and it looks like the follow-up for Andrea Mengucci is going to be a snatch. That's a pretty good follow-up here.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that really demands a block. But man, Karl, trusting his hand, knowing that his hand will deal enough damage and is the game plan he needs to take.
Oh, yeah, you see it because, okay, so Snatch pointed at the Ashring, and Karl says, wow. But what that does is it clears up potentially. That's a 4 damage, you'd say, but probably going to get 2 or 3 off the back of that in return on not losing life to that dragon, and also guarantees drawing the card and doesn't allow Karl to use his hand maybe how he might want to. So really like that play there from Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea thinking that the game will go a little bit longer than he typically expects, so would rather just clear out that Ashwing and guarantee that Arsenal card.
This is kind of the best follow-up for Karl, though. This is exactly what you want to see when you know your opponent's trying to clear Ashwings. Well, I'll make 3 more to replace it.
Yeah, and Mengucci not going to be necessarily happy about that. He committed a whole card to clear an Ashwing and get an Arsenal, but here's 3 more. Try deal with this.
Oh, and we're going to develop the Miragai here. Yeah, just another dragon that, again, like we spoke about, kind of demands to be dealt with, or will just keep pinging away that 2 damage.
Exactly, and this is how Dromai gets her numbers to be beyond Briar's numbers. If Karl can block with 3 cards, play 1 red, and then just swing with all the dragons for, in quotes, free damage every turn, like that's huge.
Andrea thinking about defensive here. Does look like just going to take it, fall down to 18 here. Oh, that's a pretty powerful hand, though. A couple of non-attack actions for Andrea, an Arcanic Shockwave, and a Path.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea just says, yep, I'll just take 3. Take the dragons down to 15. Andrea pretty happy with the hand that he has on the way back. We didn't get a glimpse of what that Arsenal card was, but if that also adds to the damage on this turn, Andrea has a big turn. Headed the way of Karl Eagle here.
Yeah, essentially when Karl develops a board like this, Mengucci is priced in. He is now full in on this race because this board state has gone quite out of control. So he needs to present enough damage to try strip all of Karl's cards. Otherwise, Karl's going to keep a red and just start swinging all these dragons for free.
Andrea's going to see how to draw that up, as you say. A lot of decision points in this game, maybe more than I possibly expected between Briar and Dromai.
Yeah, and Dromai really showing the terrifying numbers that she can present. If sort of given these opportunities, if you're able to set up these red rakes early, I mean, scary.
Dram does make a decision. It's going to be very quickly the 2 non-attack actions in Sprout Strength and Weave Lightning, which is going to create the embodiment of Lightning for Andrea. Although maybe second guessing this. Yeah, we're actually going to pull back that Sprout Strength. He did lay them down very quickly. Just wants to instead just play the Weave Lightning and then probably send the Shockwave. Revealing that Path of Same Ends. So interesting. This will have go again because of the Weave Lightning.
Yes, yes. That sort of rare additional line of text in that card that sometimes comes up is that if you fuse that lightning attack, it does get go again.
Karl does have information about all of the cards in Andrea's hand here, but this is a big old damage turn that we're facing down here. Minimum 14 damage.
I mean, this is Briar doing Briar things. That is a lot of damage.
Do you think Andrea cares about dragons now, or is it all about the face?
Yeah, I think Andrea's priced into sending everything face. This board state is already out of control. He cannot afford to be sending more attacks into these Ashwings. Everything's going face, and he's going to try end it before those dragons can get enough value to outrace him.
So that kind of Shockwave, 1 arcane damage is going to go through. Karl is going to take that. And I think to your point, where I often find players coming unstuck is when they try and do a mix of both.
Yeah.
Typically, there is a point where there is a turning point where you stop caring about dragons and you only care about the damage to the face. But you have to ride that line really well. And I think Andrea knowing, okay, Snatch to clear off that dragon will save me a couple of life. I get the card guaranteed. You don't get to block with your hand. Is the way that Andrea's worked it out. As we see a block for 3 with Haboob.
Sorry, what was the card he blocked with?
Haboob.
Okay.
Path
Amazing.
the same ends as the follow-up here. 1 arcane damage threatening Karl's life even further. 6 go again will be the damage on the physical side thanks to that Sprout Strength. And of course, Embodiment of Lightning, we got natural go again on this one. So really well sequenced by Andrea on this turn. And this is a lot of damage. We also have the Blossom of Spring on this turn as well if we want to throw that Starfall.
Yeah, and you also have to play around that Arsenal card. And this is theoretically lethal on board already.
Thank you. Take one. Fight.
Yeah, minimum 9 damage being presented if Andrea does want to break that Starfall. If it's another 0 for 4, it's that 13 damage. Karl can survive the turn, but would effectively take most of his hand. And he doesn't look like he has a 1-card play to be able to attack with the dragons afterwards, right? I can't see a red.
And that's what he really needs, but at least these cards block 3. Karl may need to just buy enough time to try swing those dragons on a later turn, but man, Andrea on 15 life, that is no joke.
That's really hard to do without being able to find those, Scar for a Scar, for instance, start the turn, swing the dragons. When you don't have that single 1-card red to then be able to throw your dragons afterwards, it's so difficult. But it looks like Karl doesn't have that, and he's going to fall down to 2 life, which is a precarious life total when you don't have Arcane Barrier available as well.
Go again.
Yep, and he is just going to cash in that Starfall right now.
Yeah, Blossom of Spring broken, 1 resource, Starfall comes in. We're going to cash in the Blade Beacon of Boots for a full 2 defense. What is the follow-up, Andrea? What is the card in the arsenal? It is a Ravenous Rebel. Presumably going to come in for 4. It is going to come in for 4. Oh, and that
is a Stinging Sprite, which will deal 1 Arcane on the defense as well. Karl at least getting some insight into the card that's about to come up. He does give a sort of nod of the head, acknowledging the threat of that card that was revealed.
He's effectively on 1 life here, right? You have to effectively say, I'm on 1 life if you're Karl.
Yep.
But he is going to fall down to just 1 life.
Oh, my Lord.
He has Arcane Barrier, of course. Sorry, he does have Arcane Barrier thanks to the Ash Wings, but he doesn't have any way to stop it if he develops this card, right?
I mean, that was a lot of damage. Karl is on 1, swinging 2. Andrea on 15. I mean, we've seen a few games on stream of Briar losing, but when Briar's full strength is on display, what a menace. There is a reason the community was afraid of this hero.
Andrea looks like he's going to say, I'll take the 2 damage, falls down to 13 thanks to this Morago swing, but Morago, of course, does not have go again. Oh, we may actually be defending. We are going to defend with that Sprite, which is going to throw the 1 arcane damage. And importantly, this rips the card from Karl's hand, so it means that he cannot arsenal it for a future turn. Oh, does Andrea have a burn-up shock in his hand? Is this going to be enough for lethal if he just points this here at Karl's face?
0 cards and
no other resource.
And immediately
gets the fist bump there. Andrea Mengucci is headed to our Auckland Silver Age Showdown finals, getting it done there in a rapid fashion, to be honest. Took that 1 turn to kind of stabilize a little bit with a snatch, and then had just a massive, massive turn off the back of it. And Karl just unable to stabilize, really, despite developing that rake. That turn 0 looked decent, but I go back to that burn-up shock that Andrea was able to point at Karl, ripping away that Arsenal card. It all kind of started there for me.
Yeah, like Briar going second, just throwing everything at you in that manner. The numbers look crazy and can really end these games very fast.
Yeah, well, our final is set. The stage is set. As we take a look at our bracket and how our players got here, it is going to be, as we said, Andrea Mengucci, who went through Karl in that semi-final. Earlier defeated Rob Davenport in an all-Briar mirror, and he's going to be going up against Manuel Solomon, who we've seen on stream take down Jess, and then taking down Lee. Now has a big task ahead of him in Andrea, who's also going to have the decision of the first versus second, thanks to being first seed.
Yeah, what a scary finals it's going to be for Manuel, one of the best players in the world, piloting one of the scariest heroes in the format. But can he do it with a very dark horse pick such as Rhinar? I cannot wait to find out what's going to happen.
Well, Silver Age, there is so much more to play for, and if you want to get in at your local armory level and start playing Silver Age, you know what, even if you're not, you can start to a showdown with one of these Silver Age decks. Chapter 1 and 2, of course, are already out in store. Go pick those up. Box ready. I know you were playing one yesterday in some side events and taking some names.
Yeah, that Dash precon does not mess around. Very powerful. I'm a huge fan of Dash in the format. And there's also Bravo that's been doing well in this tournament. Iyslander, another meta staple. Fi also in the top 8. Like, these decks did not hold back, and they are very, very powerful.
Now, of course, we also have our latest Chapter 3 decks that have just recently been released, now available, including Blaze, who has already made an impact this weekend. Our second most played hero this weekend. Unfortunately, our only copy in top 8 fell in the quarterfinals. But Blaze isn't the only hero you can go and get your hands on. We've got Lyeth, Bolton, Briar, and Gravy Bones.
Yeah, and importantly, Bolton getting his Raiden in Silver Age thanks to this deck. Very excited to see how that shapes out in this format.
There you have them, those pre-constructed decks available, ready out of the box to play, definitely at your armories, at your showdowns, anywhere where you can go and get yourself into some Silver Age events. That is your ticket to getting yourself potentially onto the Pro Tour as well. We have callings coming up later this year that are Silver Age as well, so yeah. I've been enjoying all the Silver Age we've seen. We've had some amazing games. And you know what? For me, this has continued on from Yokohama. If I look back to, I had the pleasure of being in the booth in Yokohama, and so many of our Silver Age games have just been up here in terms of what they provide. The tension, the back and forth, the second, third cycles you're seeing in some of these games.
Exactly. Sometimes these games are so fast, but there are so many decision points that lead them there. So very, very cool seeing all the tech, all the strategies, all the plans, these macro and micro strategies coming into play in the Silver Age format.
Well, we have a giveaway as well after our finals, so make sure you are active in the chat and stay tuned for that one so you can get that your hands on one of those Drinking Buddy promos. Only way to get those is by being tuned in to these World Tour coverages. But before we do all that, we have a champion to crown. We have our final set, and that is going to be our next match, our final match here at our showdown in Auckland. That is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll find out who wins this thing. It all comes down to this. It is the finals here from Auckland, this World Tour stop, and our Sunday Showdown Silver Age. It is going to be Briar, piloted by Andrea Mengucci, against Rhinar, piloted by our friend Manuel. I'm excited to see this final. Uhyoung, it has been a ride here with you today. We've seen some amazing games of Flesh and Blood. And as you look back on things so far, any particular highlights?
Riptide. When we had Riptide on stream, it was really cool.
I see where we're going with this. Well, if you're out there thinking about playing some Silver Age at your armory level and maybe the next showdown that comes your way, you're thinking, what should I play? Well, we have some players who've been showing you how to get it done this weekend. Let's take a look quickly at some of their deck lists to give you some ideas. All these deck lists will be available, of course. Andrea Mengucci, we take a look in here. Pretty kind of standard of what I would expect of these Briar decks, but Harness Lightning is a card that I've really enjoyed seeing.
Cool. And I believe the next deck that we have is Manuel's Rhinar deck. And let's see, very sort of typical, like strong EV sort of Rhinar brute cards. Lots of good numbers, lots of good intimidates, good into sort of those guardian blocking decks. And then when you are faced against like an aggro deck, very strong numbers to try race in those situations. So very subtle list, lots of good block values. Excited to see how that performs in the finals.
Yeah, love it. And if you're thinking about maybe picking up Blaze as your new main in Silver Age, well, this is Kieran Carnegie's list that he threw out. Really enjoy this style of wizard as we start to see things like Cindering Foresight really come into the fray. Arcane Polarity for mirrors, I assume. Just great to see. I think this is a nice starting point if you're looking for a Blaze list from Kieran Carnegie.
And up next is Jess's Fire deck, sort of really bringing back that old school ninja aggro deck into the format. Lots of good, powerful go-agains. That equipment suite allows you to extend your turns with those tigers. Go again, go again, go again, and just present some very consistent numbers.
Yeah, we just saw Karl down there in a feature match area falling to Andrea Mengucci, but I'll tell you what, my love for Dromai may be stoked again and remain as we see a lot of Phoenix Bannermans. We saw a couple in various games. I think we saw the arms at one point. We saw a chest get blocked with. You see here Karl's list. A copy of Time Snap Potion as well. Really cool to see. And of course, Hubub as well. Enjoy seeing this list here from Karl.
And let's just say you are tired of attacking and you want to block and you want to fatigue these decks. Oldhim, an absolute boogeyman in the format. One of the most powerful defensive decks ever created in Flesh and Blood, with that hero ability, the ability to go long, the ability to gain life, and just present efficient blocking numbers that can also disrupt at very tricky moments. A very big mainstay of the format.
Yeah, and not the only Guardian Ultim that we've seen here in our top 8. We've also seen affectionately known Flavo, our Bravo Flattering Showman, and I think is a great hero if you are maybe newer into the game of Flesh and Blood. You're picking up Sage for the first time. You want a hero that is not too punishing, that is a bit forgiving. I think Bravo is exactly that. I recommend going and picking up one of those Sage decks and looking at a list like Dan Griffin's here that we see. Pummel, that is a card. If you're going to play Guardian, I would put at least one copy of Pummel into your deck right now. I think it is a good place to be. You've got those crash and bashes, you've got those red attack actions, but you've also got some of those really nice defensive pieces like Oasis Respite.
Yep, and even though you can't play Pummel, if you want to pummel your opponents, a second Briar deck in our top 8. And again, one of the perceived most powerful decks in the format, being proven as well, especially as it has made two copies into the top 8. Lots of go again. Lots of attack lightning press, pushing those Onnits through. Very powerful cards like Sigil of Suffering, not only blocking 4, but dealing arcane on your opponent's turn. Also utilizing some of those new cards from Omens, like Stinging Sprite for additional reach, and Path of Same Ends. Just like split damage, go again. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, we've certainly seen some upgrades for Briar in the feature match area this weekend. It was probably the story coming into things is how is Briar going to shape up? And it was almost, I think it was a quarter of our field right when we started the day. 2 copies made it into top 8. 1 in the hands of Andrea Mengucci has made it to the final and is up against our Rhinar. Let's go in and meet our players for this finals here at the Sunday Showdown. It is Manuel Solomon against Andrea Mengucci. Our highest seed, Andrea Mengucci, is also electing to go first in this one. Maybe he's heard your words of wisdom, Uhyoung, and doesn't want to be blown out by massive Intimidate on turn 0.
Yeah, one of the few ways that Rhinar could get ahead in this matchup is going first and just intimidating and sending a huge number through. Mengucci wisely going first. first to prevent that happening, but it does mean Rhinar will have huge tempo in this sort of aggressive matchup by going second. So can Manuel find the aggressive go-again attacks when he starts his first turn to get out the gates fast?
Yeah, and we have seen Manuel do exactly that through our feature match area as we go ahead and take a look at how Andrea got here. Wins all the way down for Andrea, and we know Manuel, of course.
Yeah, can this man be stopped? This is the final opportunity for him to even pick up a loss in this tournament. His performance has been spectacular as expected, but honestly, undefeated all the way through. Very, very impressive.
Yep, as we head down to the feature match area, our players are ready to go. Manuel may, as you say, have something to say about an unblemished record for Andrea Mengucci. On his side of things, he's going to lead us off because he wants to keep this record intact. It is going to be a red quick session, following in to a rush of power.
5 go again on hit, 1 arcane.
Andrea not wasting any time. Doesn't matter if it's turn 0. Here is 5 go again.
Yeah, doing my job for me. As we take a look at the top left there, thanks, Andrea. Arcane Barrier, Nullrune Gloves has elected to be played by Manuel.
Yeah. And looking at his hand, he does have 2 clash cards, though. A Clash of Might and a Clash of Agility might come out huge in this matchup.
As we see the Clash of Might and a Clash of Agility added to the combat chain, as you say, Uhyoung, and is going to win both the clashes thanks to that Assault and Battery on top of the deck there. A little bit of information about what might happen on Andrea's next turn there as well. We're going to follow this up with the yellow Arcanic Shockwave, revealing that Lightning Surge. That's going to be an arcane damage heading the way of Manuel. This will end the combat chain, though, for Andrea, as this does not have go again.
Yeah, but Manuel's going to be very happy about winning both those clashes. And Agility and a Might is the perfect way to start that turn 1 for him when he gets tempo. So very excited to see the way the cards have lined up. But Andrea does get to Arsenal a very powerful Lightning Surge.
Bit of a decision here because it looks like Manuel has a Savage Feast in hand, but thanks to the agility, he kind of has the perfect... He doesn't want to commit it to the combat chain, right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of perfect. So instead, let's get the equipment involved on the chain here. Going to beaten trackers and this plating will pitch us to that arcane damage thanks to Nullrune Gloves. And then we're set up with the Savage Feast to start Manuel's turn. Kind of... I don't think he could have drawn this up better for Manuel Solomon.
Yeah, he now just needs to find some gas off the top of his deck. Let's see what he can find. Bare Fangs Red. Oh.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. You're only missing a blue, but it's okay. You do have 2 yellows. Savage Feast can also pair very nicely with that go again. Try sculpt the hand a little better, or he can commit to the Bare Fangs to guarantee the biggest numbers that he can.
Yeah, and if he can find a blue off of the top to pair with that Bare Fangs, he can potentially do it all on this turn. He could go 3 wide with that beaten trackers. We'll have to see how this plays out as we're going to lead off with the Bare Fangs, actually. So,
he likes the numbers.
Okay, we are going to lead off with the Bare Fangs. Yeah, just wants pure numbers here.
So first is you.
Ooh.
Hey, was that a blue?
It was a Clash of Agility, but I didn't see the color.
I think he only plays red.
Oh, no.
That's a Mighty Wind-Up. Okay, so yellow Mighty Wind-Up is the discard here. That will be an Intimidate trigger, as this Bare Fangs is going to come through for 9 damage and has go again thanks to that agility.
Yeah. I mean, 9 go again? What a way to kick off this race. Oh, that was a burn-up shot that got
Yeah, I don't think Andrea was looking to defend on this turn anyway. Doesn't have an embodiment. And importantly, that's also the way that Manuel blocked that up, as he kept out the embodiment of Earth on the turn, which could be really vital as well. But Andrea is saying, okay, straight down to 11 and we're off to the races.
Straight down to 11, but 2 reds sort of awkwardly in Manuel's hand. He could commit some of his equipment and use Savage Feast to try draw a better card, maybe?
Do you plating to float the resource, play your Savage Feast, and potentially beaten trackers and swing the Medax? You're knocking on the top of the deck, right? But
and you're also intimidating again. Like, it's an aggressive line, but it might be the correct one. There is definitely some risk involved. Manuel taking his time to think about it. There is a lot on the line in this final match already.
I think you might be priced into the plating anyway, because you need to find a card.
Yeah.
Even if you aren't going to beaten trackers. The beaten trackers might not be right because of all the equipment we see down here for Andrea, as Manuel is going to go ahead and do exactly that, get that resource off the plating.
Yeah. We like this a lot. And then Savage Feast. What can he find off the top?
Intimidate trigger, 246. This one.
All right. Intimidate. 2 cards left in Andrea's hand.
We're going for the beaten trackers.
We're going for the trackers. Can he draw anything that's not a red? Then he can swing the weapon.
This is a big play from Manuel here. I think he's deciding on it. I actually, this is really tight.
This is.
He's going to do it.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Because if you draw yellow,
We're not in the finals for nothing, says Manuel Solomon. We're here.
so you draw a card.
This is the brute life. Can you do it?
Oh, he's done it.
He's done it.
Found a yellow
found the
off
yellow.
of the top.
Oh my god. This is so much damage. 9 into 6 into potentially 5.
Yeah, I do want to point out, Andrea, as you see, they're committing a piece of that Blade Beacon equipment to the defense on the Savage Feast. Does have access to still 2 other pieces of the Blade Beacon, which lines up really nicely into this Medax, which will come through here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Andrea falling all the way down to 6. Doesn't want to commit any cards from this hand.
Can you do it?
Oh,
it
it
misses.
misses.
It misses.
Oh, Andrea got to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief on that one as well.
So this one is minus
Oh my god. RNG giveth and RNG taketh away, but still, what a turn for Manuel.
5 to 20.
That is the kind of turn you need to really get ahead. But now, Andrea on the crackback with a burn-up shock turn lined up.
And the question is going to be, so Andrea, again, decided to go first in this matchup, has the burn-up shock. Andrea, I think, saying, okay, you've had your big turn, now it's my turn to have my big turn.
Yeah.
And of course, Manuel has committed all his equipment already thanks to that prior turn. Can he realistically keep out this burn-up shock?
Can he? Does it even matter? Like, can Andrea threaten 20 here?
With the Blossom of Spring and the Starfall?
Possibly.
And the burn-up shock? I think, yeah, he might be able to, especially with a red quick succession.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's only going to have 1 attack action, so maybe not.
Oh, is this one of those infamous Runeblade hands?
The question is, will Manuel try and block this out? It usually seems foolhardy to try and do so when you have no equipment left.
Yeah, here is another non-attack action.
Lightning Surge going to be added to that Nimblism, so it's quick succession, Nimblism, and threatening this burn-up shock. This is going to be 8 damage. This is quite an awkward break point for Manuel because he only has that 1 piece of equipment left on the Monstrous Veil for defense.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, what does Manuel's hand give him? Does he have
Yeah.
damage to try and win on his turn?
He doesn't have access to a source of go again, unfortunately. So he will most likely need to commit to some kind of block.
He does have a couple of options for sending Intimidate, though.
Yeah.
He's got Smell Fear. He's got the Mighty Wind Up. Might be able to piece something together, but first of all, has to actually survive this turn in order to be able to do that. What are we staring down here, Uhyoung? What's the math you make on this one?
The question is whether Manuel thinks he can block out this burn-up shock turn. And the fascinating thing is Andrea's last card is not an attack. I believe it's another non-attack
Sprout
action.
Strength?
Yeah. But the thing is he held one, so instead of trying to pressure, maybe pushing this on it through, he might be bluffing that there's another attack, maybe a 4-attack breakpoint follow-up, making this blocking decision that much harder. But Manuel saying, I don't like this hand, it's not that aggressive, I'm going to try block out this burn-up shock.
Yeah, but the Sprout Strength will... You can still Sprout Strength on a non-attack, on a attack, right? It doesn't have to be attack action card, so it's just attack. So this, if he plays this will be 5, and it'll be a breakpoint that Manuel cannot stop because there's only 1 defense left on that Monstrous Veil.
Yep.
And this will
it's
actually be 6
just
thanks to the quick succession. Yeah, this is 6.
Oh my god.
But to be fair, I don't think Manuel really liked that hand. It wasn't a winning hand, so to speak.
No, so I still, like, even though the burn-up shock still gets through, he still prevented a ton of damage and giving himself a little bit more time to maybe find a better hand to close this game out. Because Andrea is just on 5 life. He's actually not that far.
You take 9.
So going to take 9, falls down to 10 here as that Starfall has come in off that Blossom of Spring.
Yeah.
Manuel's going to keep that 1 card in hand, presumably to swing the Medax, although Andrea still has access to 3 defense on a Medax on his side of things.
Can he make it 5 this time?
Okay, he does hit this time.
Intimidate, making the blocking a little bit more awkward.
5.
Yeah, but unless Andrea's hand is terrible, he doesn't really need to block. However, I think he's on... Has he got all attack actions in the hand of Andrea Mengucci? It is!
Oh my
It's 4.
god!
He's got the quad attack action hand here for Andrea.
What is going on? These Runeblade hands. This is not the time for your deck to treat you like
No,
this.
intimidate first. Yeah. Remember, Andrea?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What a back and forth game. We had absolute just 2 massive turns, and this game has slowed right down now.
Yep.
Thanks to Andrea's draw on this one.
Oh my god.
he's just going to be able to send one attack back for 4, and that's going to be it.
Yep.
And if Solomon finds the 4 cards that he needs to potentially push lethal,
That was a wild ride.
there is a wild ride in this hand.
Yup.
And an aggressive pounce.
Not necessarily, yeah.
It's just 4.
No, if I hit and they play the lightning, plus
You can see, I think Andrea's body language is like really not happy with that hand that's just been
Yup.
drawn up.
He just takes 4. Manuel going down to 6, plays 5. He's quick. He's kept 4 cards in hand.
Can
he do
find
it?
Can he find a way to do it? We're going to start with Wild Ride. Of course, this Wild Ride could miss. Oh, and
It's a barrage. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's looking at the camera. He knows. He knows. He knows. It's a 1 out of 3.
1,
Please.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's find out. What is it? Flip the card. It is
Oh.
the barraging beatdown. Oh
Not
my
like
goodness.
this.
This game just
Not-
keeps
not like
on
this.
going. Andrea, bricks. Manuel, bricks. We are still going to have to throw some amount of defense at this. This will mean 1 card. Oh, Andrea laughs.
They're laughing. They're both good sports, but not like this. I am screaming.
Oh, and Andrea has found another burn-up shock in this hand as well. Does have to place a card on defense.
Yup.
This does present lethal, and we only have 1 piece of
Yeah.
defense on non-weapon attacks on Andrea's side of things.
Yup. Oh man. Not like this.
That's heartbreaking for Manuel Solomon there. Is it going to come down to the brick on his side of things now? It looks like Andrea's got the hand that he would need to work with to possibly present lethal on this next turn.
Yup.
He's going to get these Blade Beacon boots involved. You might as well. Which card will you defend with here? It's going to be a path
I'll be taking
of same ends. I think Andrea might have missed a trigger on his embodiment of Earth here, but it's not going to matter because we're going to block with an attack action anyway. We're going to go down to 2 on the side of things for Andrea Mengucci,
Yeah.
and then we're going to go back over to his turn with 3 cards, including a burn-up shock and an arsenal to play with. What can we do here? Can Manuel sustain and possibly find... I think he's found 2 non-blocks.
2 no-blocks.
One of these is probably got to be
Yup.
pitched to Arcane, right?
I think Manuel knows the writing's on the wall. He's nodding his head.
Wow.
He knows what's happening.
Sometimes the wild rides show up. Sometimes they don't do their thing. And then sometimes they show up when you least need them.
Yup. That brute life getting him to the top 8 into the finals. But the brute life also taking away.
And Twine Lightning's going to follow up this burn-up shock. Manuel fell down to 5. Didn't elect to defend. I guess it's just not a winning play to defend that arcane damage, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be 4. Go again. Coming through. And this does need to be defended out. Otherwise, it's lethal.
Yep.
If you take 1 damage, that is lethal.
Yeah, it's on hit death here.
We can potentially use Arcane Barrier, but I just don't see a way out of this. You can see Andrea Mengucci has gone from the depths of despair to the heights of elation here in this game.
I mean, they both bricked. They both drew good. Like, what a wild sequence of events.
What a wild ride.
What a wild ride. I am getting barraging beach down in the booth here right
I
now.
think that's the way, honestly. Before going
No.
2 cards block, and then the follow-up
Yeah.
with second strike, and I believe that's
So
going to
it's a
do it.
2
Andrea
non-block.
Mengucci is your Auckland World Tour Sunday Showdown winner here in Silver Age, showing us that, yes, indeed, Briar is the deck to beat post our community benchings, our release of our new product, and Andrea Mengucci stands tall at the end of all things, winning our showdown. And what a game we had there. It was quick. It wasn't many turns, but it was... We were down here, and we were up here, and we were back down here. There was so much happening in just those short few turns.
The game was quick, but I feel like I've lost like 2 years out of my life. The amount of adrenaline spike I had. I feel for the players in that booth. When you're playing for the finals like that and you're just hitting the highest of highs and the lowest of lows in that quick succession, I mean, I'm just watching it and I'm feeling like this.
I mean, I get reminded of, that's not the first Rhinar run we've seen into a top 8 this year.
You're right.
Of course, following hot on the footsteps, Manuel trying to do a bit of an impression of Eugene C there, falls in our finals. Let's take a look at how we arrived at that final and Andrea Mengucci taking it all down in the finals there. He ran through a mirror in the quarterfinals before that match we saw on stream against Carl and his Dromai, and he's been playing not many turns. In this event, I would say a lot of his games have been quick and fast, except for that earlier game on stream we saw in the day where he had to really calculate exact damage on his second cycle. Went down
Yes.
to no cards left in deck to find his way out of things against that fatigue match.
Exactly. He's playing very fast games, but we know that if he needs to go to the end game, get to that second cycle, he knows what he's doing. And because of all that knowledge and skill, he is undefeated. Did not drop a single game in this showdown. What a performance.
Take a look over at our Calling Auckland, and it was Sam Sutherland who took it down, defeating Ben Dodd in the finals again. Just an absolute stacked murderer's row in this top 8 for our Calling here in Auckland, and just shows that we're off to an absolute hot start with Omens of the Third Age. A number of strong players there. Wow, we have had it all happening this weekend. We've crowned a couple of champions, but we need to crown one more winner. We have a giveaway for you. It is our Drinking Buddies promo, and we're about to do that right now. We're going to do a bit of a countdown, Uhyoung.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a drama. We'll do a 3, 2, 1, and we'll announce our winner. And our winner is Ironside 407. Congratulations for your win. Details are in chat to get your hands on that Drinking Buddies promo. Many more of those to be given away over World Tour streams in the coming weeks and months, so make sure you stay tuned. We have coming up a winners interview with our 2 winners. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We're going to hear all about the run from both our players on the calling side of things and over on the showdown side of things, where we got to follow it really closely. I want to, before we say goodbye to each other, Uhyoung, in the booth this weekend, first of all, I want to say a massive thank you. I've had the best time casting alongside you. It's been so much fun. We've had some absolute bangers of games, and I want to give you this chance to shout out any of your favorite moments from the day.
I mean, Riptide playing a game on stream, amazing. But no, it's been so amazing seeing all these Silver Age games. I feel like in the dev room, sometimes you sort of get trapped in the thing of like, we're just trying to balance the game, and then you go home and then you read some mean messages online. And I'm like, oh no, have we messed the game up? But it's very exciting to sort of see these amazing games being played out by these skillful people. And, you know, how's the meta going to develop? All these people bringing their own thoughts and own builds into the format, bringing all these exciting games, making plays that, frankly, even I hadn't thought of, and that didn't necessarily come up in the dev room. So props to all the amazing players out there. I cannot wait to see the more amazing games that are about to be played, and the future is bright.
US Nationals coming up very soon, and I want to thank you for all your contributions in making the game what it is and giving us these cards to play with as the players. Well, don't go anywhere, because after this short break, we have a character himself and our new Showdown champion, Andrea Mengucci, coming up next.
baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time.
I am here with your Silver Age Showdown champion. It is one Andrea Mengucci. Andrea, congratulations on your win, my friend. And what a finals, what a top 8 run. But actually, we were just talking, and I want to go back to your Swiss, because that's where I feel like you really earned your win today when you played that nail biter of a match going to second cycle and final damage basically in deck.
Yeah, I played against Bravo. It was round 4. I rewatched it. My top 4 match, and yeah, I felt like it was a very clean game. I really enjoyed playing against Fatigue with these aggressive decks, because you always have to like exploit your weapon, or the burn up shop turn. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't watched it at home, definitely
I would go back and watch it.
It's super easy, you know, to just go back and like, that's kind of how you improve. On my way here, the way I studied for the calling was just that I downloaded on YouTube all the calling Prague, all 3 days, because the flight from Italy to Auckland is very long. For those of you who don't know, it's like 30 hours roughly. Wow! So you have plenty of time to watch all this event and study.
It's great to have you here on this side of the world, and not only have you been here playing this weekend, but you've also been doing a few other things while you've been here as well in New Zealand.
That's true. The reason why I came to New Zealand is because on Wednesday we recorded many videos with Simon Nielsen. We played 3 CC matches with Ziggy, Oscilio, and Aurora, the new hero. So stay tuned. They're going to be posted as soon as possible. And we also played a Silver Age match. I played Briar, and Simon played Iyslander.
Got your rips in.
So in the video, we're not going to brag about the fact that I won the showdown because it happened in the past.
But you just have to remember that that's exactly what happened.
Same deck, same sleeves, everything. So yeah, I picked up Briar that day, but this morning, jet lagged, woke up at 5 a.m., I did my breakfast, then I went for a walk playing Talisha on my phone in Auckland, which is very lovely. The weather is still nice. We have jacket here in Europe. We have short sleeve and sweating. Here it's still cold.
Yeah, not quite European summer here in Auckland at the moment. Well, Silver Age as a format has gone through a bit of a facelift. We've had our first round of the community benchings, of course. And I know back in Shanghai, you were playing Fi at the time. What made you switch from Fi to Briar?
Well, in London, I played Briar. Then, they banned a lot of cards to Briar, so I went to Fi, and now I'm back to Briar, because not only they banned the good cards, but they also printed many good cards. And my Briar deck has very, very many
Omens cards.
And actually, I discovered that there's an improvement of my list. I'm playing the Boots with Arcane Barrier, but in the Ziggy Armory deck, there's an upgrade to that.
Oh, okay. So keep an eye out for that.
My deck list is very good, but I would only change the Boots. So for the people at home that want to play, Briar in Silver Age, which, if you're not an aggro player, you should definitely play Briar in Silver Age.
Well, there you hear it from Andrea Mengucci himself. If you want to play an aggro deck right now, it seems like the deck to beat, certainly as proved by Andrea here.
Today I was not beaten. So.
Undefeated here today. Well, I want to say another big congratulations to you on your win. Excited to see these videos that you've got coming out featuring these new heroes. And I know I'll see you later this year at other events on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. Do you want to give any shout-outs to anyone before we sign off?
Well, I want to thank LSS for making this happen. It's really, really very good company. I feel like they treat the content creator very well. They treat all the players very well. I don't know if you know this, but at the calling we had a free dinner. How do they call it? Buffet at 6 p.m. And then there's like coffee and water and tea the whole weekend. Just kind of crazy. I mean, in Europe, you have to pay water €5.
I got to pay to go to the bathroom in Europe.
Yeah, exactly. So, they definitely treat you very well over here. So it is a small event, but if you make the trip, it's definitely like really, really worth it. So, in the future, if there's an event over here, definitely consider making a trip.
The buzz in the hall. Yeah, the buzz in the hall weekend has been fantastic. And not only have we had Andrea pick up the Sunday Showdown, but we also had Sam Sutherland win the calling. And coming up next, Uhyoung is going to be speaking to Sam Sutherland. So stay tuned. Big thank you, Andrea, and we'll see you very soon.
welcome back, and I'm here in the booth with our calling champion, Sam Sutherland. But before I get anywhere, I first want to say happy birthday. I believe it was your birthday on Friday.
Yes, it was.
And then now on Sunday, you are a calling champion, a 2-time calling champion. Is this correct?
That is all correct, yes.
Amazing. How do you do it? I've heard that you have a 50% tournament win rate in Auckland.
Yes. I mean, yeah, the stat doesn't matter. But this is my lucky city for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy being here. Whenever there's an event here, I make sure to come over. Doesn't matter what it conflicts with, we're coming. So you can be sure of that. I don't know, really.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I guess that skill and talent just comes naturally. How much prep did you have for this tournament coming into Omens?
So final week of uni was last week. So I was finishing off assessments till maybe Tuesday this week. So we were basically not locked in on Omens at all. We went to a couple pre-releases when I had most of my stuff done. Monday, Tuesday, lock in on uni, get that stuff locked in, and then just been on the grind, like playing some online drafts or discussing the format, that sort of stuff, and obviously flying here. There's got to fit that in as well. That's all I've been doing since, I guess, Wednesday. And just love playing FleshandBlood Limited. It's finally back. We had a supplemental set. We had Super Slam, for which there was one limited event. And I'm like, we did like one draft in pre-release, and that was fun, and just did not do it anymore. So I felt so good to be back in a limited environment for Fab. I've missed it so much. Ella says, don't do more subsets. I just need to play limited. It's so fun.
Limited is also one of my favorite ways to play FleshandBlood. There's so much excitement in that drafting process, the strategies. For the viewers out there who might be playing some, Omens drafts coming up, do you have any tips as the calling champion?
Yeah, the sort of value proposition on every single card in this format is sort of toned down compared to every single other limited format we've had. I think it's the lowest power format we've had in terms of just raw damage values, which means that a blue block 3, there's actually only so many of them you can have in your deck. Stuff like, just like any card that blocks for 3 is like, you're cognizant of putting it in your deck because your hands need to convert, and sometimes there's arcane damage coming in. You need to draft specific things to block the arcane damage, which means into Wizard, you're taking specific stuff, but into other decks, you're putting like your yellow 3 blocks in, and they work. But just a huge focus on converting your hands is like the main thing for Omens specifically. No other format has felt like this. Like, Aurora struggles to convert properly because you're converting flow into go again. And go again, like, I don't generally rate it at anything in CC. Like, it's just an enabler for your turn. But here it's like you're down. A flow is worth a life. So turning that into go again, also costing you 2 resources, is exceedingly expensive. Finding ways to circumvent that or just convert your hands in other ways is the biggest thing about drafting Omens. And you can't get that from just looking at a card and trying to value it. You have to play games in order to work that out. And just like working that out through like trial and error. I think the biggest one for me, like coming into this format, I remember thinking Calm Veil of Oldhaven, 2 cost, prevent 3, make a flow, was just dog water, terrible card.
The rate on that card looks terrible.
Looks horrific. And then you come out now and it's like, I took this over like a key Oscilio spell or something. I think in my Swiss pod, I took it over something that I would maybe prefer more just because it works well into Aussie and can be played into other matchups. It was just excellent. And no card in any limited format ever has come from as low and achieved as high as that card.
It's so funny that you mentioned that card because even during development, I was like, what the heck? This is so bad. Like, isn't this... Don't you lose if you play cards like this? And you play and you go, oh my God.
This was too powerful.
This is doing a lot. And then by the end, I was like, is this one of the first picks? Because it's so flexible into all of the decks. And you're like, this blocks so many breakpoints. Okay. Anything from the weekend that you really want to highlight that you're like, this is the moment, or...
I just feel like I had good juju this
Yeah.
weekend. I
Good
mean,
vibes.
it's my lucky city. I happened to pull a Voltaris in my sealed pool.
Yeah.
Not that I could use that, but that was pretty cool. Only
That's
rainbow foil, so I'm not taking like crazy things, but
Yeah.
that was nutso. And for my birthday, just like
Yep.
bonus. So yeah, I've got some good birthday gifts
Yep,
this year. It's been good.
It really all lined up, Sam Sutherland, on this
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Any shout outs as we close this segment out?
I might have to extend this because I have a few.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Yeah. First thing is my amazing parents. They're always supporting me. They're amazing. My brother, who got me into the game, his partner, who got him into the game. Everything has been awesome. More recently, my amazing, beautiful, awesome girlfriend, Piper. She's been supporting me this whole weekend. She's been amazing. Love her to bits. Ben Dodd, finals with me. We're road tripping together. No, it's a joke. But we are having a great time in the finals. It's like tense. He's got 3 Spellbane sigils trying to fatigue me as while I'm Aussie, and he's Aurora. And we're just having the time of our lives, playing the game, and then up to that period, he registered my my draft deck for day 2.
Yeah.
And he's just like, this is cracked. And I'm like, yours is the same but worse.
Yeah.
But he made it work because he was X1. It was awesome. Some amazing people back home, like Emma Hollingsworth, Damien Moss, Cody Gerbert. Oh, there's so many people. I could not name them all. Just the Melbourne crew are amazing. The Armory guys are amazing. Simon Nielsen over here. Brody, Clements, everyone, Justin. It's been... I've got so many friends here, and no one's from the same place.
Yeah.
It's...
and also
and
Ethan on the, on the back there.
Yeah, it's been good, and I'm gonna have a big dinner tonight. Just like talk to everyone, see what's going on, wind down, birthday celebration to top it off. It's great. It's gonna be so good.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for this amazing weekend. We have had some amazing games. This is only the start of this competitive season with Omens. Lots more games to be played, lots more tournaments, nationals, all coming up. So stick around. There'll be many more tournaments coming in the future, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Insufficient again. Invigorating a worthy attempt. Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Try to keep up next time.
Now that was entertaining.
Did you miss me?